Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Konoha Collector, get the Whirlpool Sage Body at the beginning. Chapter 31. At this time, in Hokage's office, Tsunade and the others were discovered when they appeared 5 kilometers away from Konoha, and were reported to the third generation by Anbu. When third generation heard that Tsunade and the others had only lost one person, and that all the others had returned safely, although they were calm on the surface, their hearts sank. He thought, almost everyone came back safely. What happened to Danzo? Did his plan fail, or was there something wrong? This feeling of miscalculation made him a little unhappy, but that was all. If it doesn't work this time, there will be another chance. Anyway, he's not there yet, so he can take his time. Senju has long been his plaything, and he can deal with it completely at any time. Bump. Not long after, Tsunade and Kushina kicked open the door of Hokage's office. Smelly old man, I'm back. Third generation. Why does he feel like Tsunade is even more rude to him? Moreover, he felt from Tsunade's actions and tone just now that Tsunade was angry and seemed to be expressing dissatisfaction with him. It's good to be back. Suppressing these thoughts in his heart, third generation looked up helplessly and looked at Tsunade, jokingly saying, "But, can you stop kicking my door all the time? You can actually just push it open." Having said this, third generation looked at the red-haired girl next to Tsunade and was slightly surprised when he felt the huge amount of chakra in Kushina's body. But he still smiled and asked, "Is this kid the one you selected? He looks very good." "Hello, kid. Welcome to Konoha. This is your home from now on. May I have your name?" Facing third generation's smile and questions, for some reason, Uzumaki Kushina just felt that this old man was hypocritical and his smile was fake. Moreover, there are some evil intentions. Obviously, she has no confidence in their Uzumaki clan's unique ability of Kagura's Heart Eye. However, these changes and encounters in the Whirlpool Kingdom made her mature a lot quickly. "I have learned to hide my emotions and some of my thoughts." No matter how she feels in her heart that this old man is not a good person, on the surface, Kushina is still timid. "Kaido, my name is Uzumaki Kushina." Kushina. Third generation didn't care at all about Kushina's timidity. When he heard Kushina's reply, he habitually showed a kind smile and said, "It's a very nice name." Next, third generation asked Kushina a few more questions before letting Kushina go, looking at Tsunade and asking, "How is the country of Whirlpool now? Tell me about your experience on this mission." Quote, how can Tsunade have the patience to be hypocritical with third generation here? Because, this time, third generation's unwillingness to save the country of Whirlpool, her mentor filter towards third generation has been almost shattered. I completely saw the true face of third generation. Immediately, Tsunade took out a scroll and threw it to third generation and said, "There is nothing to say. The process is all in it. Old man, you can just read it yourself. I haven't rested for more than 10 days. I won't bother you anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Sensing the change in Tsunade's attitude, third generation's heart sank, and he thought, "It seems that Tsunade has seen something, at least expressing his dissatisfaction with me for my indifference to the country of Uzumaki. It seems that we need to repair the relationship in the future." Currently, Tsunade was furious. Third generation knew that continuing to keep Tsunade would be counterproductive. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay. Then you can go and rest first. But leave it to me to settle Kushina." "No." Tsunade heard this and refused without hesitation. "I brought Kushina back. I promised her father that I would take good care of her. She is a distant relative of mine, so she should be brought back to my grandma to take care of her. I think the teacher also knows that if she wants to be a qualified candidate, she needs grandma to teach her personally, doesn't she?" "Are you kidding? She brought the person back, how could she hand it over to the third generation?" "She is not stupid. Third generation obviously wants to brainwash Kushina like it did to her in the past. This is absolutely not possible." "All right." Third generation saw Tsunade's strong resistance, and what Ka said did make sense. The cultivation of Jinchuriki's successor is impossible to bypass Uzumaki Mito. Instead of being lectured by Uzumaki Mito to rob someone himself, he just followed Tsunade. Anyway, Uzumaki Mito won't live for a few more years. Especially after transferring 9 tails, Uzumaki Mito must die. By then, Kushina has not yet fully grown up, and he has plenty of time and opportunities to brainwash and control. Of course, before that, Kushina will definitely be arranged to go to the ninja school for study and education. This is also his chance to image Kushina. Gone. Seeing that third generation had compromised, Tsunade felt a little more comfortable, and immediately took Kushina's hand and left. We have to find a way to quickly increase this little girl's recognition of Konoha and the will of fire. After watching Tsunade and the others go away, third generation thought thoughtfully. Brush. At this time, an Anbu appeared in the Hokage office and reported to the third generation, Master Hokage, Master Danzo has returned to Konoha. Oh, after hearing this, third generation frowned slightly and ordered, I know. Please notify Danzo immediately and ask him to come to my place immediately. Yes, this Anbu immediately walked away. Then, third generation took advantage of this time to quickly check the details of the mission handed in by Tsunade, and frowned. More than 10 minutes later, Danzo walked into Hokage's office with a dark face. With a cold face, he said straight to the point, Hiruzen. I heard that Tsunade and the others have returned safely. The same goes for Senju's people. At this time, Danzo was in a bad mood. Because this time he personally led the team, but the mission still failed. What a disgrace. The third generation nodded affirmatively, that's right. Only one person was lost, and he died while helping the Whirlpool clan to resist the enemy. Danzo, your plan failed. Don't you have anything to say to me? Faced with third generation's questioning, Danzo was very aggressive with Kaido, what's there to say? If you fail, you fail. But it's definitely not a problem with my plan. My plan was perfect. I already knew their route, but in the end they didn't take this path and didn't step into the trap. It seems that the direction was adjusted midway. Furthermore, I pursued and intercepted many times afterwards. But they seem to be able to sense it in advance every time and successfully circumvent it. Can you blame me? Speaking of this, Danzo was also extremely depressed. Is that so? Third generation frowned upon hearing this, feeling that this matter was not simple. Obviously, your every move has been seen. And Tsunade and the others were asked to respond in advance. Are you sure you are not being watched at all times? Danzo nodded with absolute certainty. I'm very sure. Because there were so many interception failures, I asked the sensory ninjas in the team to check multiple times. No possible targets were found within 10 kilometers of the nearby area. The third generation's frown deepened. Where are the special ninja beasts? There aren't any. Danzo shook his head firmly. This is also the direction I am most suspicious of, but I sent people to check carefully. Every time, no ninja beasts with chakra were found within a radius of several kilometers. It's impossible for the other party to use ordinary birds, beasts, reptiles, etc. to monitor it, right? Ordinary birds and beasts don't have this intelligence and ability. If so, then he really has nothing to do with the other party. But Danzo knew very well that there was definitely someone behind this who used a method unknown to him to constantly send messages to Tsunade and the others, helping them avoid his pursuit. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Humph. Danzo swore fiercely in his heart, then looked up at third generation and sneered. Although I don't know, I believe Tsunade and the others must know. Can't you just call Tsunade and the others over and ask them about it yourself? Ha. After hearing this, third generation immediately looked at Danzo as if he were a psycho and scolded. Danzo, are you okay with your brain? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Can this matter be made public? Can Tsunade and the others be asked about it? Are you afraid that they won't know that it was you who led the men to ambush and hunt them down? He felt that Danzo must have a broken brain to make such a stupid suggestion. Whispering sound. Danzo curled his lips disdainfully after hearing this and said, don't they know it now? Can this be the same? Third generation glared at Danzo angrily. Now, Tsunade and the others know, because they didn't directly meet and conflict with you and the root ninjas, so it's hard for her to speak out about this matter publicly because she has no evidence. Quote. But if I really do what you said and ask directly, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? The point is, if you, Danzo, are exposed, then you will be exposed. Will I also be involved? This is absolutely not possible. He can give verbal orders and enjoy the results. But all guilt and cause and effect cannot be related to him. He must be the third Hokage of Kwangwaejung. Danzo, on the other hand, is his scapegoat, specially used to take the blame and deal with things that are inconvenient for him to do. Otherwise, Danzo would be useless to him. Haha, okay. Danzo listened and sneered again and again, but did not continue to press. Could he not know what third generation was thinking at this time? He wasn't really stupid, he just said that on purpose, just to stimulate the third generation. He vented his frustration and at the same time dismissed the third generation scolding of him for failing the mission. Otherwise, why does he still get no benefits after doing all the dirty work? There is no such reason. Danzo continued. Since we can't directly ask Tsunade and others involved, we can only investigate this matter secretly and slowly. I believe that since the man behind the scenes has taken action, he will definitely continue to take action in the future. We just need to keep an eye on Tsunade and the prepared Jinchuriki they brought back. We will always catch you. Then, it's time for us to pay him back. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but a villain's revenge is never too late. In short, he will not give up on this matter. That's all it can do. Third generation nodded helplessly, and then asked about the situation in the country of Whirlpool. Danzo directly Kaido. What else can be done? The Uzumaki clan secretly arranged 3 escape teams. Obviously they are not stupid. They have been prepared for a long time. Some of them should have escaped. More people should have been killed by the ambush troops of the 3 major ninja villages. Finally, Uzumaki Shuking and the others led dozens of old guys to activate a super powerful death-to-die sealing warlock, setting off a violent explosion, directly blowing up hundreds of Sanin village ninjas who were besieging the capital of Whirlpool country. Tisk, tisk, these hundreds of people are all real elites above the Chunin level. It is estimated that the 3 major ninja villages will be hurt to death if they know the news. These 3 ninja villages are all enemies. The more people die, the happier Danzo is. Oh, is that so? Third generation's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is good news. Uzumaki Shukyu and the others finally did something good. As long as people don't die in the hands of Konoha, the 3 major ninja villages can't blame Konoha, and naturally they won't conflict with Konoha. It can also cause heavy losses to the enemy. There's nothing better than this for third generation. By the way, what about the sealing technique? Do you know how many people from the 3 major ninja villages obtained it? Third generation then asked with concern. Danzo frowned slightly and said, I don't know the details very well, but I think it won't be too much. Because, the entire core area of the Whirlpool clan has been almost razed to the ground. Coupled with the Uzumaki clan being arranged to flee, it won't be too much. Uzumaki Shuking is not a fool. He knows that he will die, and he knows that the enemy is here for the inheritance of the sealing technique. It is impossible not to be unprepared, and it is impossible to let the enemy succeed easily. But Danzo knows that the enemy will definitely gain something. Is that so? I understand. Third generation nodded understandingly. This side of the Senju tribe. After Tsunade left the Hokage building, he took Kushina directly back to Mito's side of the Whirlpool. He introduced Kushina to Uzumaki Mito, and introduced him to Kushina. Kushina. This is my grandma, and she is also the princess of the Uzumaki clan and the wife of my great-grandfather first Hokage. Hello Mito-sama. After hearing this, Kushina saw Uzumaki Mito's familiar red hair and thought about the Uzumaki clan that may have disappeared. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she bowed to Uzumaki Mito slightly excitedly. Good boy. Get up quickly. Uzumaki Mito quickly helped Kushina up, touched her hair distressingly and comforted her. Although I don't know the specific situation yet, I guess the land of Uzumaki no longer exists. It's hard on you. From now on, just like Tsunade, call me grandma. You and I are both members of the Uzumaki clan, and this will be your home from now on. If you have any problems or grievances, you can tell me. Wow. Hearing Uzumaki Mito's comforting words and feeling Uzumaki Mito's concern, Kushina couldn't bear it any longer and threw herself directly into Uzumaki Mito's arms, crying sadly. Good boy. Uzumaki Mito didn't say much, just hugged Kushina gently and stroked her back. After a while, Kushina's crying gradually became quieter until it disappeared. Uzumaki Mito looked down and found that Kushina had fallen asleep. Obviously, she has been stressed out these days and has not had a good rest at all, nor much sense of security. Now, I finally felt the warmth and security from Uzumaki Mito. As soon as I relaxed and vented my spirit, I naturally couldn't hold on anymore and fell asleep. Tell me in detail what happened to you guys. Tiamu has come to my place before. He is planning to hold a clan meeting secretly tomorrow. I think he encountered something unexpected this time. Please tell me about it. Uzumaki Mito looked up at Tsunade and said, Tsunade naturally did not refuse, and immediately told Uzumaki Mito all about this experience in detail. Uzumaki Mito's brows furrowed more and more as he listened, and the evil aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Before Tsunade could finish speaking, at this time, Kushina, the whirlpool in her arms, frowned slightly, as if she felt uncomfortable and was about to wake up. Uzumaki Mito quickly suppressed his evil spirit. First, the whirlpool Kushina was placed in the room, and an isolation barrier was set up with a wave of his hand. Then, he returned outside and waved to Tsunade. You continue. Yes, Tsunade felt that such a grandma was a bit scary, but he still obediently continued to tell the whole story. Including Uzumaki Jusei's speculations on third generation, Danzo's behavior and thoughts. Including the process of defending the Kingdom of Whirlpool. The evacuation plan of the Kingdom of Whirlpool. And finally, Tsunade and the others received a message from a mysterious person on the way and learned that they were ambushed by Danzo and his followers. With the help of the mysterious man, he told the story of how he had avoided Danzo and the others' pursuit many times. Boom. Danzo, you deserve to die. The next moment, a breath of red terror mixed with substantive chakra burst out from the whirlpool Mito's body, directly suppressing Tsunade and almost feeling suffocated. This is Nine Tails chakra. It seems that Mito-sama is angry. At the Hokage building, third generation and Danzo, who were saying this, instantly sensed the chakra breath, as if they felt Uzumaki Mito's anger from the air. Both of them looked at each other for a moment, and their expressions changed. There has to be some chatter. This is not good news. Currently, Uzumaki Mito is extremely powerful in terms of strength and influence in the village. If they really pissed her off and caused her to take action against them, they would definitely lose their skin even if they died. Danzo, the follow-up plan for Senju has been postponed. Don't make any moves in the near future. Let's wait until Mito-sama is gone. Third generation touched the sweat on his forehead and warned seriously. Good. Danzo also nodded guiltily. He didn't feel scared before doing this. He thought everything was under control, but Uzumaki Mito had too many things to take care of. Even if you are dissatisfied with their behavior, you should just swallow it and acquiesce. But now Uzumaki Mito is angry and openly expresses his dissatisfaction with chakra and gives a warning. Danzo feels that he has made some miscalculations. He's just an old guy, just wait for me. At worst, I'll just put up with you for a few more years. After you die, watch what I do to the Senju clan or even Tsunade and the others, Although he was already scared, Danzo still swore angrily in his heart. At the same time, many of the major ninja clans in Konoha, almost everyone above Jonin, sensed this sudden burst of aura. This is the chakra breath of Nine Tails. No, not exactly. There is also a chakra aura that suppresses the tailed beast's chakra aura. It should be that adult. It seems that someone made her angry. Horrible. Whirlpool Mito's sighed. Okay, very good. Monkey. Danzo, it seems that my tolerance for you is still too high. The expectations for your bottom line are too high. I haven't died yet, but you are already eager to attack the remaining Senju and even Tsunade. Then when I really go, won't the Senju be completely wiped out by you? Uzumaki Mito was really angry. If she didn't still have some sense, she would have even thought of not caring, rushing over, blowing the heads of third generation and Danzo, and destroying their family. But in the end, she endured it. Because she knew she couldn't do this. Otherwise, I may be happy for a while, but then Konoha may fall apart, and may even cease to exist. It is impossible for other ninja villages to miss any opportunity to destroy Konoha. By then, Senju will no longer exist. In addition, if she really unleashed her full strength to fight the third generation and the others, it would only hasten her death. Maybe, after the First World War, she will be gone. Call. With the same thing, Uzumaki Mito gradually calmed down the chakra aura, picked up the teacup and took a sip of water to calm down his bad mood, and then said to Tsunade, I understand the situation clearly. After that, I will call the monkey and warn him again. At the same time, I will get some benefits for the family. If nothing else, at least Senju's plan to integrate into Konoha should be stopped. I finally understand. Without the existence of the family, Monkey and the others have no scruples. When I go, whether you can exist or not will be a problem. I'm not that worried about what you said, Tsunade. I'm more worried about Naoki. He hasn't grown up at all. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito felt that a change had to be made. At least, before she dies, Naoki and Senju must be left with enough strength to protect themselves. Let third generation have their scruples and not dare to do anything at will. Yeah, we need to increase the training of Chanzon and Minato. They are the future of Senju and even the village. Uzumaki Mito added. Tsunade nodded solemnly. I don't have any objection, Grandma, just make arrangements. As for the Senju clan, I feel that even if you don't tell them, Tiamu and the others will probably take action this time. She knew very well how much anger and resentment Tiamu and the others had this time. It is impossible for third generation to calm down Senju's anger this time without paying a certain price. Most people in Senju are naive, but they are not fools either. After endangering his own and even his family's survival, and seeing clearly the hypocrisy and true face of the third generation and the others could not have predicted how much power Senju would burst out and how united he would be. How could it be so simple for a top ninja family to exist for more than 1,000 years? Of course, Chanzon secretly helped Tiamu and the dozen or so Senju elites this time without being ambushed and assassinated by Danzo and the others. Otherwise, when these people die, more than half of Senju's remaining power will be lost. Moreover, most of these people are hardliners. What will happen to the remaining moderates even if they know the truth about their deaths? By then, Senju's decline or even disappearance will really become a foregone conclusion. By that time, even if Uzumaki Mito wants to change something, there will probably be no one available and there is nothing he can do. Therefore, history has completely taken a different path since Chanzon saved Tiamu and his party. Well, there are finally a few smart people in the clan. Then after the clan meeting tomorrow, I'll call the monkeys. Uzumaki Mito rarely showed a hint of relief. This side of no. 1. Watching Tsunade and the others enter Konoha safely through the contract beast, number 1 took back the contract beast and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. It's done. This kind of thing is really tiring. I should go back too. Quote. Immediately, he activated his breath concealment talent to the maximum, and followed the same method, reversing the method he used when leaving the village. After waiting for several hours by the road more than 10 kilometers away from the village, I successfully crouched at a suitable caravan target. Then, using the transformation technique, he turned into a stone and, under the leadership of the convoy, returned to Konoha smoothly. Then, I found an opportunity to escape, spent a few minutes, and finally rushed home. Bump. Then, he placed all the space scrolls in the bedroom and directly released himself. At this time, Chanzon, who was in the secret training base, was slightly stunned as a large amount of memory information poured into his mind. He quickly digested and absorbed it. After a while, he rubbed his slightly swollen eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Well done. Although, I couldn't directly obtain some sealing skills this time. But saving 2 groups of more than 100 people from the Uzumaki clan is pretty good. Follow-up, when I become stronger, whether I go to ask for some sealing techniques or directly take these people for my own use, it is an unspoken choice. He believed that with his status as a savior and the benefits he could bring to the Uzumaki clan, they would agree when the time comes. In addition, then, Chanzon thought about Danzo and the root ninjas secretly ambushing Tsunade and the others. His eyes suddenly narrowed slightly and he thought to himself, sure enough, third generation has never given up on suppressing and targeting Senju. Not only Uchiha, but Senju is not a threat to them either. Even since the third generation took over, Senju has been the third generation's biggest threat. Not to mention the past, even now, there are still a few important departments controlled by the Senju tribe. Worst of all, the Senju tribe intervened. It would be strange if third generation didn't do something secretly. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. First become stronger, and then gradually gain the right to speak in the clan and gradually control Senju. Then, let's integrate Senju, formulate a Senju transformation plan, and then take back the dominance of Konoha. With this thought, Chanzon stopped the medical ninjutsu experiment, stood up and greeted Minato, who was practicing hard not far away. Minato, I have something to do, so I will go back today. You can continue to practice here. Okay. Minato paused for a moment, then nodded, then go and do your work. Don't pay attention to me. Chanzon can relax, but he cannot. Seeing that the gap between himself and Chanzon was getting bigger and bigger every day, he felt very stressed. It can only become more and more curly. What's more, he knew that Chanzon never really let up, he was just trying to get him involved in another way. I won't admit defeat, Chanzon, not even you. I will catch up with you. Minato swore secretly in his heart. Chanzon didn't know what Minato was thinking at this time, so he said goodbye to Minato and returned home immediately. He quickly came to the bedroom and retrieved several space sealing scrolls brought back by No. 1. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collectible, a corpse of Jonin from the Uzumaki clan. Rewards: top-level Vortex Sage Body, Bloodline Talent Ability and Kagura's Heart Eye. Congratulations to host for obtaining the ordinary collectible, a Chunin corpse of the Uzumaki clan. Rewards: intermediate Whirlpool Sage Body 1, Sealing Technique Adamantine Sealing Chains, Chakra plus 100. Congratulations to host for obtaining the common collectible, Uzumaki clan Genin corpse. Reward: primary Vortex Sage Body 1, Chakra plus 50. Congratulations to host for obtaining the general collectible, a Chunin corpse of the Uzumaki clan. Reward: Chakra plus 50. A total of 10 corpses of the Uzumaki clan were brought back on the first. Let Chanzon have a big harvest directly. The upper limit of chakra potential alone has been increased by 500 points, not to mention other rewards. Of course, I also obtained some sealing scrolls. But they are all junior, and Chanzon has already obtained them through system rewards before. Naturally, collection rewards cannot be triggered. Unexpectedly, I got the top-notch Uzumaki Sage Body directly this time. I thought I had to find a solution from Kushina. However, there is nothing wrong with getting it in advance. It would be even better if you can also get a top-notch Whirlpool Sage Body from Kushina. It seems that this thing can not only affect myself, it can also be given to others. Chanzon thought happily. This is what the system just told him. Otherwise, the extra intermediate Whirlpool Sage Body and primary Whirlpool Sage Body would be wasted. However, consider carefully who will use it. I'm not someone I can trust absolutely. I can't give these things away until I have the ability to protect myself. Or, can it be used directly on my beast-controlling pet? Tisk. What will happen if White Wolf gets the Uzumaki Sage Body? Chanzon suddenly touched his chin meaningfully and thought. A dog with a Whirlpool Sage Body. If Kushina, Grandma Mito, or even the surviving Uzumaki people knew about it, would they think that this was a good deed done by some tribesman with no bottom line and no moral integrity? Will they collapse directly? System. Receive all rewards. Among them, the intermediate and primary Whirlpool Sage Body will be received in physical form and will not be merged into myself. Chanzon restrained his bad taste, immediately waved his hand and put the space seal scroll containing the corpse of the Whirlpool clan into the small world, and then said silently in his heart. The next moment, waves of warmth poured into his body from the sea of consciousness between his brows. Well, he could clearly feel that the warm current this time was much stronger than any before. He could clearly feel that his vitality and cell activity were skyrocketing. It is improving exponentially. If he hadn't turned on the breath concealment talent at all times, the skyrocketing vitality would have been unable to be concealed at this time. It may even attract the attention of some caring people. The skyrocketing vitality and physical fitness are not the key, but the improvement of future potential is more critical. He could clearly feel that the growth potential of this body was completely different. At the same time, Chanzon also felt that there was more training information about the sealing technique adamantine sealing chains in his mind. Oh, Can this actually be considered a type of blood skill? If you don't have a certain talent for the Uzumaki blood successor, you can't even master it. It's not bad. Chanzon thought to himself after receiving the information. At this time, the warmth disappeared, and the transformation and improvement of his body was completed. The next moment, Chanzon felt that there was an additional bloodline talent skill, Kagura's eyes. He tried to turn it on. In an instant, all targets with chakra within a radius of 10 kilometers appeared in his perception. Except for the area shrouded by the advanced sealing barrier developed for chakra's perception ability. At this time, in the Senju tribe, in the courtyard of Uzumaki Mito seemed to sense something. He paused slightly and looked along the sensing. Chanzon, how did this child awaken the talent of Kagura's heart's eye in my Uzumaki clan? Apparently, Uzumaki Mito also has the gift of Kagura's heart's eye. In fact, the degree of development and control of this bloodline talent skill is far higher than that of Chanzon. And because Chanzon did not open the sealing barrier in the room in order to test Kagura's inner eye, he himself was sensed by Uzumaki Mito. Forget it. Just ask him later. However, our Senju clan has intermarried with the Uzumaki clan throughout the ages. It is not particularly strange for Chanzon to awaken the unique Kagura mind of the Uzumaki clan. With this thought, Uzumaki Mito withdrew his induction. Moreover, before taking it back, she directly used the secret technique she developed based on Kagura's mind's eye perception to send a voice message to Chanzon, little Chanzon. Kagura's mind's eye is very excited to know that you have just decided, but don't perceive it randomly, and take it back quickly. Stand up. Also, come to my place tomorrow morning. Chanzon, who was having fun, suddenly heard Uzumaki Mito's voice in his mind. He was startled. After hearing this, he was stunned again. Subconsciously, looking along the chakra line of sound transmission. The next moment, he seemed to see a golden ocean of chakra. It even seemed like I could see the face of Uzumaki Mito in it. In addition, he also sensed a more terrifying and palpitating red chakra from under the golden chakra sea. Still watching. This time, Uzumaki Mito's scolding sounded in his mind again. Chanzon quickly withdrew his senses angrily, and then regardless of whether Uzumaki Mito could see it or not, he stood up and apologized and bowed in thanks. Grandma Mito, I'm sorry. I was wrong. HMPH. Remember to come to my place tomorrow morning. Uzumaki Mito's snorts and instructions sounded in his mind again. Yes, Chanzon quickly agreed, then his face fell and he thought, it's over. I will definitely be punished tomorrow. I didn't expect that Grandma Mito would be so sensitive to Kagura's inner eye. Also, what is the sound transmission method? How can it be the same as the sound transmission through the air of the immortal cultivator? Chanzon showed great interest in this method. He said he wanted to learn. Well, let's talk to Grandma Mito tomorrow when we have a chance and see if we can learn this skill. With this thought, Chanzon began to check the changes in his body. System, open the properties panel. Host, Chanzon. Talent, slightly low-level poison resistance. Talent, skillful hands, Kagura's eyes of mind. Blood successor, Whirlpool sage body, top level, Senju blood succession, incomplete, affected by the top water and soil attribute affinity talent, purified and completed. Chakra attributes water, earth, thunder, wind, fire, yin. Physique, 752, the average adult genin is 10. Chakra, 3,330 chunin, potential, 7,520. Ninjutsu, brief, Grandmaster level Chinese medicine, beast controlling contract technique, sealing technique adamantine sealing chains. Pet white wolf wind blade technique. Items intermediate Whirlpool sage body blood successor 1, primary Whirlpool sage body blood successor 1. The upper limit of physique and chakra potential has more than doubled. It is indeed a top-notch Uzumaki sage body. This is because I am still young, and sage body will also grow with age. Otherwise, I am afraid it will be far more than this. Even so, when I realize my potential, the amount of chakra will soar directly to the Jonin level, and it will even be considered low among Jonin. It's so cool. With this thought in mind, Chanzon immediately sat down cross-legged and began to practice the chakra refining technique. It took more than half an hour to finally fully realize the current chakra potential and raise the chakra to the limit of the current physique. With the vortex sage body, my physique and chakra volume will probably increase all the time. After that, there is no need to hunt beasts and poisonous insects with chakra just to increase 1 point of physical fitness. Chanzon thought to himself. Because he no longer values this benefit. Of course, it was also related to the fact that he had almost finished hunting similar targets in the forest to the east. If you want to find it again, you have to go deeper into the forest, or go deep into the forest of death to find more, even stronger poisonous insect beasts with chakra. When you get stronger, you can go deep into the death forest and try to collect some chunin or even jonin level poisonous insect beasts to see if you can get better rewards. Chanzon thought again. He remembered that the anime in his past life seemed to show that there were many powerful ninja beasts in it. Then let me understand adamantine sealing chains. But it can't be like before. With this thought, Chanzon directly opened the sealing barrier in the bedroom, and then with a thought, disappeared into the bedroom and appeared in the small world, a clearing he had reserved specifically for practice. At this time, the small world was originally expanded due to the integration of the small world and the beast control space. Many places have been filled with plants by Chanzon. Coupled with the summoned beasts contracted before, the small world is now more vibrant. Half an hour later, sealing technique adamantine sealing chains. Crash. The next moment, golden chakra chains sprang out of Chanzon's body. It hit the ground in front with a boom. It penetrated the ground easily, leaving holes on the ground. Then, Chanzon took back the chain and showed a satisfied smile. Not bad. This sealing technique is very good in terms of practicality and power. The only problem right now is that I can't use it openly. After all, Kagura's hard eye can be explained by the awakening of pure bloodline talent, but adamantine sealing chains is not a pure bloodline talent. Without corresponding learning methods, it is impossible to master it. Thinking of this, Chanzon frowned slightly and said, "It seems that we have to find a suitable opportunity to learn this sealing technique from Grandma Mito openly. But this will also encounter a problem. That means they will definitely be noticed by the third generation." At that time, it was revealed that he possessed the Uzumaki sage body. What if third generation chooses to make themselves Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? After all, Chanzon not only grew up in Konoha, but he is also a descendant of Senju. He is also a disciple of Tsunade and a disciple of the third generation. In the eyes of the third generation, they are more trustworthy and easier to control than Kushina, the alien Whirlpool orphan, right? It cannot be exposed at the moment, so as not to cause unnecessary problems. Chanzon made up his mind. In fact, he wouldn't mind becoming a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki if he could. That way you can get a Nine-Tails for free. When the time comes, just collect them. I'm afraid the rewards will be super generous, right? I am afraid that this will cause Uzumaki Mito to transfer to Nine-Tails in advance, leading to Uzumaki Mito's early death. This is not what Chanzon wants to see. Take it easy. Early the next morning, after having breakfast with Minato. As usual, the two separated into Shadow Clone to study. Then, Minato looked at Chanzon and asked, "Chanzon, I heard that Lord Tsunade came back yesterday. Are you going to the ninja hospital this morning?" "Going." Chanzon definitely nodded, and then said, "However, I have to go to Grandma Mito's place first. She notified me to go there yesterday. Do you want to come with us?" Minato listened, thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "Forget it, I won't go this time, you can go by yourself. I'm going to practice first, bye." After saying that, Minato left quickly. Chanzon chuckled and shook his head, and walked out of the house, all the way to the Senju tribe, and walked into the Whirlpool Mito's yard. At this time, Uzumaki Mito is teaching the knowledge of the Uzumaki Kushina sealing technique. "Grandma Mito, I'm coming." Chanzon quickly stepped forward to say hello. "Coming." Uzumaki Mito raised his head and glanced at Chanzon, nodded slightly, pointed to the chair next to him and said, "Sit down first. This is Uzumaki Kushina, grandma in my tribe, and can be considered a distant relative of yours. Let's get to know each other." Quote, "Kushina, this is Chanzon, also from the Senju clan. Besides, this little guy also has some Whirlpool blood, so you can just call him brother." Whirlpool Mito directly introduced Chanzon and Kushina to each other. After hearing this, Kushina looked at Chanzon curiously, with a rather unscrupulous look in her eyes. At first glance, she is not a good girl, she is very courageous. Hello, Kushina, I am Chanzon. Chanzon also took a look at Kushina, smiled and raised his hand to say hello. Looking at Chanzon's handsome smile, Kushina was slightly startled, then quickly came to her senses, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Kaido stuttered a little. Hello. Chanzon, brother, my name is Uzumaki Kushina. Please give me your advice in the future. Passage, Kushina thought to herself, what a handsome little brother. So good looking. Chanzon was also slightly amused by Kushina's reaction. Is this still the red chili pepper of the future? He actually has a shy side. Alright, at this time, Uzumaki Mito looked at Chanzon and said, in the future, Kushina will also go to the ninja school. Chanzon, please remember to take care of her. Kushina is a transfer student and has just come here from outside the village. She will be easily excluded and bullied. Although, Uzumaki Mito doesn't know third generation's plans yet. But she herself is also planning to go to ninja school after Kushina. While getting an education, also make more friends. I know, I will. Chanzon nodded and agreed. At the same time, I thought to myself, perhaps it's time for me to use my true body to go to school. You can't use Shadow Clone to keep in touch with Kushina, right? That's right, he already sees Kushina as his future girlfriend. This was something he decided from the beginning. It won't change just because he apprenticed to Tsunade in advance and came into contact with Uzumaki Mito. What a beauty, who does not like? Or, when the time comes, encourage Kushina to also use Shadow Clone to go to school and practice with me in her true form. Chanzon thought again. He thinks this is more feasible. Just in time, take Kushina with you more and let her become stronger as soon as possible. Kushina heard Chanzon's words and thanked Chanzon in a low voice, thank you. Don't be mean. Chanzon smiled and waved his hand. Seeing the two of them talking and laughing, and seeing Kushina's shy look, Uzumaki Mito also smiled knowingly. She could tell that Kushina seemed to have a crush on Chanzon. Love at first sight? No, just a simple pretty dog. Uzumaki Mito immediately interrupted the conversation between the two and said to Chanzon, okay. I am teaching Kushina the sealing technique, and it will continue for a while. I remember that you are quite interested in the sealing technique, right? Then you can also learn it together. Are you willing? Chanzon was slightly surprised when he heard this, can I? Certainly, Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively. If you have the qualifications, I am willing to teach, that's enough. Chanzon was immediately overjoyed. Of course I wish for it. Thank you, Grandma Mito. But, at this time, Uzumaki Mito thought of something again and couldn't help but ask, you still have to learn medical skills and medical ninjutsu from Tsunade every day. Are you sure you can spare time? No problem. Chanzon patted his chest confidently and said, Teacher, I should take a look, I should learn almost everything. After that, it's about increasing clinical experience and hands-on skills. I will coordinate, I will convince the teacher. His savvy is no joke. The master-level Chinese medicine knowledge gained from the system is not in vain. After more than 10 days of study, he has completely digested part of the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. The level of medical skills and theory has improved linearly. In addition, he himself often studies medical ninjutsu and conducts clinical experiments on small animals these days, and his medical capabilities have skyrocketed. You shouldn't spend too much time talking about this every day. Become. Uzumaki Mito nodded noncommittally. You just have to make your own plans. I heard from Tsunade that your learning ability and understanding are very strong. Let Grandma and I see it. Haha. Hey, I won't let you down. Immediately, Chanzon learned the sealing technique from Uzumaki Mito here. In order not to surprise Uzumaki Mito, something went wrong. Although Chanzon has already passed the elementary sealing technique given by the system and has completely mastered the elementary sealing technique. He even relied on his own understanding to create some intermediate sealing techniques based on these elementary sealing techniques. But he still pretended not to have learned anything and listened carefully. and showed a strong learning ability. Then Uzumaki Mito was amazed. Sure enough, Tsunade is right, your child's learning ability and understanding are so monstrous, you are the strongest among the people I have ever seen. After waiting for more than 2 hours. Okay, let's learn this in a few days. Kushina, you go and rest first. Uzumaki Mito ended today's teaching and said something to Kushina first. Yohu, that's great. Kushina immediately ran to the house happily. Apparently, this long study period made her feel tired. Now I can finally rest. This kid. Uzumaki Mito watched Kushina run away excitedly, shook his head in amusement, and then said to Chanzon, I will give you some basic books on sealing later. Take it back and read it. Learn as fast as you can, no need to hide it, the faster you learn, the happier grandma will be. There is not much time left for her, Chanzon and the others. She hopes Chanzon can grow up as soon as possible. Because, she found that Chanzon and Minato were the more reliable ones on her side. Even Minato is somewhat unqualified. He is smart, but this child is still too immature and has an innocent personality. Unlike Chanzon, he has a smart personality, mature inner thoughts, and is very independent. Still cautious enough. Exclude yesterday's nonsense. Good. Naturally Chanzon would not refuse. He also felt the urgency of time and wanted to learn faster and master high-level sealing techniques as soon as possible. Due to various uncertainties in the future. Uzumaki Mito was very satisfied with Chanzon's attitude, and then talked about what happened yesterday. The ability you awakened yesterday is called Kagura's Heart Eye, which is a unique innate perception ability of the Uzumaki clan. Next, Uzumaki Mito introduced Chanzon in detail the characteristics and effects of Kagura's Heart Eye, as well as how to further develop and utilize this innate ability. In the middle, she also briefly told some information about the Uzumaki clan and the characteristics of bloodline abilities. At the end, she said, I see that your chakra has also skyrocketed recently. Before, I thought it was the effect of the initial awakening of the Senju bloodline. Now it seems that there should be the effect of the Uzumaki clan bloodline. But this is a good thing. This means that you will not be too short of chakra in the future. And enough chakra is the basis for ensuring that you can become a strong person in the future. If chakra is not enough, no matter how strong your comprehension is, there will be a limit after all. In the final analysis, the ninja world is a world where bloodline talent is greater than hard work. Very few people are exceptions. Those who can get rid of this kind of shackles are all evil-like characters. For example, Orochimaru. But I hope you won't reveal your awakening of Uzumaki bloodline and Kagura's Heart Eye for the time being. This is not a good thing for you. In addition, keep some cards properly, so that you can live better in the future, understand? Uzumaki Mito said with a rare serious face. Yes, I remember it. Chanzon also nodded with emotion. Uzumaki Mito really treated him like his own grandson. Obviously, they didn't know each other for long. In the past 2 months, he has cared and taken care of him in various ways. Very good. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction. You are a smart kid, I believe you can handle it. Okay, let's stop here today. Do you have any other questions? Really? Chanzon nodded immediately, rubbed his hands, and asked embarrassedly, Grandma Mito, can you teach me the ability of telepathy you used yesterday? I think this trick is very cool and useful. If you can learn this trick, it will be very effective in many cases in the future. Haha, so it's this. Uzumaki Mito was immediately Ichiraku, nodded and said, if you want to learn, I can teach you. However, this trick has extremely high requirements for the development of Kagura's mind and the control of chakra, and it is impossible to learn it easily. Maybe you will need to learn it for a long time. In this case, do you still want to learn it? This trick, after all, is to use Kagura's mind and chakra as a bridge to build a connection in the air and communicate with distant targets. It is indeed very difficult. It is her own creation. Yes, learn. No matter how difficult it is, I have to learn. I also believe in my learning ability. Chanzon nodded without hesitation. Only a fool would not learn. Even if I can't learn it in the short term, I can get a good reward if I can collect this technique, right? I just don't know if this is considered a technique. Okay, I'll organize it today and teach you tomorrow. You can go and do your own thing. Oh, wait, I haven't given you the basic knowledge book on sealing techniques yet, wait. I'll go get it. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito naturally didn't refuse and agreed immediately. Then, Uzumaki Mito walked into the room, and after a while, he handed an arm-long high-level space seal scroll to Chanzon and said, "It's all in there. There are a lot of books, you read it slowly and learn it slowly." Quote. Remember to come to my place tomorrow morning to learn the sealing technique. Yes. Chanzon immediately took the space seal scroll, said goodbye to Uzumaki Mito, and left quickly. Congratulations to host for obtaining the ordinary collectible, Advanced Space Seal Scroll, Reward, Space Ring 100 cubic meters *1. Congratulations to host for obtaining the common collectible, several basic sealing knowledge books, Reward, Spirit +5. A high-level space seal scroll can actually get such a good reward. It seems that in the future, we have to find more advanced things and even collect ninjutsu. From this point of view, even if there is no first-time collection bonus for the same type of items, those with higher levels can still get good rewards. Chanzon thought with some surprise. He instantly had a clear idea about the purpose of this space ring. That is to leave it to Shadow Clone number 1 to use. In the future, there should be many tasks similar to this one in the Kingdom of Whirlpool that will be handed over to No. 1. It would be much more convenient if I could have a space ring to carry with me. In addition, the spiritual attribute is actually turned on this time. This attribute has not been quantified before. System, collect the reward. With such a desire, Chanzon walked to a deserted place and directly gave instructions to the system in his heart. The next moment, a warm current poured in from the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, and he suddenly felt that his spirit was clear. He could clearly feel that his mental power had increased by a small amount. At the same time, he checked the properties panel. Spirit 56 normal genin is 10. Sure enough, there is an extra column for spiritual attributes. 56. Compared to your physical fitness, is this considered weak? But it's definitely much better than the average medium jonin. This can be judged by comparing the strength of the mental fluctuations of ordinary jonin he have seen. Next, Chanzon thought for a moment, then came to the ninja hospital again, and met Tsunade in the office. At this time, she was immersed in a pile of documents. Obviously, after being away for 10 days and a half, the hospital had accumulated a large number of documents and affairs that needed to be handled by her personally. Hey, teacher, long time no see. As soon as he came in, Chanzon smiled and raised his hand to greet Tsunade. Hearing this familiar voice, Tsunade raised his head and rolled his eyes at Chanzon angrily. Long time no see, hammer. I heard Machiko say that you haven't been to the hospital much in the past half-month. Are you slacking off? You didn't learn the medical ninjutsu I gave you, did you? How come? After hearing this, Chanzon shook his head, then raised his hands to mobilize the chakra. Wang. The next moment, with Tsunade's stunned look on his face, he cast healing jutsu with his left hand and chakra scalpel with his right hand. Well, this is the second of my achievements these days, how about it? Is it okay? Chanzon raised his eyebrows slightly and showed off a little proudly. Holy shit. The next moment, Tsunade cursed and appeared in front of Chanzon in a flash, leaning down to stare at the ninjutsu condensed in his hands. That scenery was a feast for Chanzon's eyes. Tsunade observed carefully, then slowly straightened up, looked at Chanzon with complicated eyes, waved his hand and said, "Okay, put it away." After Chanzon terminated the technique as instructed, Tsunade continued, "Both techniques are very stable and have a high degree of completion. The form changes have basically reached ultimate, chakra's nature transformation, especially Yongdun's temperament changes are just a little bit worse. How on earth did your kid practice? Too fast." Chanzon shrugged, spread his hands and said, "Just practice normally. I listened to you and experiment with fish and small animals. Not only these two medical ninjutsu, I also mastered other medical ninjutsu. In addition, many treatments and cases have been verified through experiments. The only thing missing is practice on patients." Oh. After hearing this, Tsunade raised his eyebrows and immediately asked Chanzon to display other medical ninjutsu. He also asked him about the specific treatment methods, surgical procedures, etc. of many cases. As a result, Chanzon answered questions fluently without any interruption. Call. More than an hour later, Tsunade took a deep breath with a complex look on his face, waved his hand to Chanzon and said, "That's it. You can actually start training. The only thing missing is practical experience. As for Yongdun, nature transformation is not enough. This itself is a very advanced thing that most medical ninjas cannot master. It's not that Chanzon can't master it, it's simply because he is still too young and the time to learn is too short." According to Tsunade's estimation, if Chanzon is given another year or two, his various chakra nature transformations will also be improved. The reason why I feel that Chanzon's monster level lasted so long in the past is because chakra's nature transformation is different from form change. This thing requires relatively high strength of the human body's muscles and veins. Although Chanzon is a super monster, he is only 5 years old after all. The growth and improvement of the body, especially the muscles and meridians, also requires a process. Chakra and physique. Chanzon can rely on blood inheritance. Actually, it mainly relies on cheating, but the growth and improvement of muscles and veins are not so fast. Unless you are willing to spend a lot of money, take medicinal baths every day with herbs that warm and nourish your muscles. And often practice ninjutsu and mobilize chakra. The two work together to hone and improve the strength, toughness and thickness of the muscles. Only in this way can the expansion and improvement of muscles and veins be accelerated. But this kind of herbal medicine requires the use of some extremely rare and expensive herbs. In addition, there must be a corresponding herbal formula. It is best to have a top doctor help to make subtle adjustments to the prescription according to the actual situation. In short, improving the muscles and veins is either expensive or can only be achieved slowly over time. That's too far. Hearing Tsunade's comments, Chanzon also smiled slightly. No, I'm still far behind. No need to be modest. Tsunade waved his hands angrily and said, "I won't accept this. Now that you have reached this level, from today on, you can participate in practical treatment with me every day." Well, after Chanzon heard this, he hesitated and said, "It's okay. However, I went to Mito's grandma before and learned the sealing technique from her for several hours. She thinks that I am very talented in the sealing technique, so she asked me to take time to go to her place with Kushina every morning to learn the sealing technique for a few hours. So, the time I spend in the hospital has to be reduced accordingly. Of course, if you allow me to use Shadow Clone to participate in the operation, this problem will not arise. Get out." The next moment, Tsunade yelled, Do you know the importance and danger of surgery? Don't you know that Shadow Clone is not as good as chakra in terms of fine control and stability? Moreover, Shadow Clone is too fragile. Chakra is also limited, and various uncontrollable accidents are prone to occur. So, the use of Shadow Clone is strictly prohibited in most surgeries. These are written in the book I gave you. You can't be unclear, right? She was really angry. Chanzon's talent is that of a monster, but that's no reason for him to be negligent. Especially when it comes to treating illnesses and saving lives. Chanzon saw that Tsunade was a little angry, and realized that he said the wrong thing, and quickly apologized. "Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that." "Never mind." Seeing Chanzon sincerely apologize, Tsunade realized that he was wrong and waved his hand to forgive him. Chanzon breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued, "However, in this case, we can only reduce the time involved in the operation every day. Or, should I send Shadow Clone to Grandma Mito's side?" "Forget it." Tsunade waved his hand in denial. "If Grandma finds out, she will probably hang you up and beat you. Besides, the study of sealing techniques is also very serious. Anyway, you are a monster and learn quickly, so you should spend less time on practical exercises. You go to Grandma's place every day to learn the sealing technique, and then come to the hospital when you have time." Anyway, Chanzon learns quickly. Reducing the time for practical training every day will only extend the time for study and practice. However, even if the time is stretched, it is estimated to be many times shorter than that of ordinary people. "Okay, I listen to you." When Chanzon got the answer he wanted, he immediately smiled and nodded. "You boy." Tsunade glared at her angrily. At this time, a doctor and nurse came in and said to Tsunade, "Tsunade-sama. It's time for the operation in operating room 1. Please hurry over." Good. Tsunade immediately stood up and agreed, calling Chanzon, "Let's go. Come with me. Let's start learning from this surgery." Yes. Chanzon quickly followed. The next day, Chanzon obtained the chakra sound transmission method from Uzumaki Mito. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collectible, chakra sound transmission training method. Reward: talent and telepathy. I won the jackpot. This talent is incredible. Chanzon was overjoyed when he heard the system prompt. After returning home that day, I couldn't wait to receive the reward. The next moment, a warm current poured into his sea of consciousness, giving him an additional spiritual talent. At the same time, he felt an additional characteristic change in his spirit. Not only did it give him the ability to sense and read people's minds, but his mental resistance was also greatly improved, making him immune to most illusions in the future. 2 days later, in a meeting place within the Senju tribe. Today, it is very rare that almost all the surviving ninjas of the Senju clan are here, including Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. After everyone arrived, Uzumaki Mito opened a very strong isolation and detection barrier to ensure that no information could be detected. Today, the person presiding over the clan meeting is not Tsunade or Uzumaki Mito, but the old man in the middle. When everyone arrived, the old man exchanged a few words with everyone during the intermission, and then handed the stage to Tiamu. Everyone. After Tiamu came on stage, he first looked at Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. After they nodded, Tiamu looked around and said, "I called everyone here today because this time we went to support the country of Whirlpool under the order of Lord Mito, and something happened that endangered the survival of my Senju clan. The convening was only held after receiving support from Mito-sama, the elders and others." The Senju present suddenly became solemn after hearing this. When it comes to the survival of the family, no one can ignore it. Tiamu took in everyone's expressions, and then told the whole process of the mission. The main point is that the third generation refused to send large troops to support the kingdom of Whirlpool under various excuses, which led to the destruction of Senju and Konoha's allies, the kingdom of Whirlpool. Finally, Tiamu concluded, "What are they doing? This is betraying our allies. Even we, Senju, are going to betray our allies. This is extremely shameful behavior. Then why are they doing this? In my opinion, there are two possibilities. The first one wants to weaken or even sit back and watch the collapse of the Whirlpool kingdom, thinking that they are a threat. Both of them are also the most important point in my opinion. They are actually coming for us, the Senju clan. Sitting back and watching the kingdom of Whirlpool collapse is actually to weaken my Senju's strength and influence. Without the powerful ally of the Uzumaki country, our Senju clan's strength has been continuously weakened in recent years due to the plan of integrating the clan members into the common people of Konoha. I believe that in a few years, Senju's influence in Konoha will drop to a freezing point, and it is not impossible that it will even cease to exist." At this time, a moderate elder couldn't help but refute. "Isn't what you said a bit extreme, Tiamu?" "What's so extreme?" Upon hearing this, Tiamu immediately looked at the elder with sharp eyes and retorted, "Over the years, we, the Senju clan, have been assigned to the most dangerous position and rushed to the front every time we have a dangerous mission. It just so happens that the people in our clan are relatively upright and kind-hearted. Even if it is such a task, they will basically not refuse it. They are even proud of Konoha's sacrifice. As a result, our Senju's youth is being consumed rapidly. 5 years ago, we had 45 Jonin in Senju, and no fewer than 900 genin among us. What about now? There are only 13 Jonin left, and there are less than 200 genin left. And more than half of them cooperated with the plan to integrate into Konoha civilians, abandoned the Senju surname, and became members of the so-called civilians. They can't even really be considered Senju. Our efforts in various departments in the village are constantly being seized and eroded by the third generation, and our influence on Konoha has been reduced to freezing point. Just like this time, we haven't thought about persuading the third generation to send more Konoha elite troops to assist the kingdom of Whirlpool. But they were all rejected by third generation for various reasons and excuses. We are powerless to change this. Everyone, isn't this enough to alert us? Do you really have to wait until Senju is completely dead in Konoha and the ninja world to be happy? Also, do you know that the more than 10 elites we went to support the kingdom of Whirlpool this time would have died on the way back to the village if someone hadn't secretly helped? And the person who wants our lives is none other than Danzo and his roots. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone present could not sit still. Boy Ironwood, are you telling the truth? The great elder, who belonged to the moderate faction, took the lead in asking loudly this time. If you don't believe it, you can ask Unagi and the others, ask Tsunade. They have all experienced it themselves. Chiamu responded immediately. Everyone present looked at Tsunade and others. Indeed, Tsunade and the others nodded, and then, one by one, they told me what happened, how they escaped from the ambush many times, but were chased many times. The process was far more thrilling than imagined. Everyone could tell that if it hadn't been for the mysterious man's repeated help and his extraordinary ability to detect the enemy, Tsunade and the others might not have been able to come back. It's too much. It's too much. What do Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo want to do? That's right. I don't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know about this. Then Danzo is just one of his dogs. Without his acquiescence and orders, Danzo dares to attack Temu and the others, dare to ambush my Senju people. ... Sure enough, Temu is right. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are annihilating as Senju step by step and erasing our influence in Konoha step by step. Look how many of us are left now. ... That's right. At the beginning, I didn't approve of the integration of second generation's Roshiko into the Konoha plan. In the end, it's okay now. The family has been bullied like this and is about to be destroyed. Can't you still be vigilant? ... I was wrong. I misjudged the monkey boy Sarutobi Hiruzen. I thought he was a good old man, but now it seems that he is not a good old man. He is clearly an old coin. We were deceived. ... What's the use of saying this now? Our influence in Konoha has been reduced to freezing point. Many important departments have been controlled by the third generation, and the ninja power within the clan has also been reduced to freezing point. It's ridiculous to say that the number of ninjas we Senju now are far less than that of some medium-sized ninja clans, let alone compared with big clans such as Sarutobi. Now, it's difficult to resist them. It's better to think of a way out now. ... That's right. The family must make changes. Otherwise, destruction is imminent. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to secretly send people to ambush our people once, they will do it a second time, and countless times, until we are all killed. We can't be so lucky to be rescued every time. ... Change is necessary. The first thing is to terminate the tribe's plan to integrate into Konoha. It's best to gather all the clan members back together, re-establish the name of Senju, recuperate, train the next generation, and accumulate strength. ... I don't agree with this. It's okay to stop the tribesmen from integrating into Konoha, but it's not feasible to recall the tribesmen who have integrated into Konoha. At least, it's not feasible now. This will completely separate us from third generation and become a thorn in their side. When the time comes, they will target and suppress us with all their strength, and we will only die faster. ... For a moment, everyone was filled with indignation and said whatever they wanted. Even moderate people are no longer moderate. Yes, the family is almost gone, and you are so gentle. In fact, the moderate people also knew that as the family members continued to integrate into the common people of Konoha, Senju's strength and influence were constantly weakened. But they thought that those tribesmen who integrated into Konoha lived a good life, and Senju indirectly controlled the civilian class. Therefore, we continued to implement this plan unswervingly. If this continues, the civilian class in the future will be Senju, and Senju will represent the entire civilian class. To truly integrate with Konoha and live and die together. But can't third generation see this? Can they allow this to happen? Cannot. Therefore, the third generation has sent these Senju people who have integrated into the civilian class to do various dangerous tasks over the years. Slowly and quietly cutting off most of Senju's tentacles among the civilian class, causing Senju's plan to fail. However, none of the moderate senior officials such as Senju have ever investigated the living conditions of those tribesmen. At least, that's the case at the top. They don't even know that most of the Senju people who have integrated into the present are no longer around at this time. Occasionally, I heard that someone had sacrificed, but I just thought it was a normal sacrifice. Sometimes people's inherent concepts and obsessions are terrible things. He can blind you and make you stupid. There are many people who are not high-level people who know the truth. But they don't have much say in the clan. Tell the old men who have the right to speak, but they don't believe it. The result is what it is now. Now, with Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade and others testifying in support, Temu directly tore the fig leaf open and revealed the truth. Everyone knows that all the Senju people who have integrated into Konoha are almost dead. Especially the first generation, which is basically gone. Most of the second generation also died. Is this a big deal? Now everyone can see clearly the hypocrisy of third generation. If this continues, the family will really be completely wiped out. Including tribesmen. Seeing this increasingly chaotic scene, the old man stood up during the intermission and suppressed everyone's comments first. Then, he said, I think Aoki is right, indeed. Don't let yourself mess up your position. Take it step by step steadily. First of all, we can take advantage of this incident of being ambushed by Jinbe and Danzo to secretly attack the third generation and force him to agree to terminate Senju's plan to integrate into Konoha. The village must no longer force a Senju to integrate into the common people. Then, evacuate our clan members from key departments in the village, especially the main battle department, and transfer them to the idle department. This is not only to show weakness to the enemy and weaken the hostility and targeting of the third generation, but also to prevent these tribesmen from being sacrificed by the third generation who send them to perform various extremely dangerous tasks for various reasons. Also, from now on, the clan members should try to reduce their outing missions as much as possible. At least, don't accept a mission that is too dangerous. Otherwise, if everyone is dead, can the family still exist? Anyway, we Senju have a large number of industries and shops in Konoha. These alone are enough to support all the clan members. Finally, we will secretly recount the tribesmen who have integrated into the village civilians over the years, recompile the list, and secretly provide an increased resource investment to cultivate them based on the talents of these tribesmen and their descendants. When the time is right, we will absorb them all again. At that time, it will be time for us to re-establish the Senju name and gather all the clan members to re-establish Konoha. What do you think? Of course, these words and thoughts are not all the thoughts of the old man in the middle of the scene. But recently, he communicated with Chanzon from time to time, talking about Senju's problems and the future, and the two of them discussed it. Of course, this plan actually has many loopholes and problems. But no plan is perfect. Especially when Senju Konoha is in a weak and passive position. The old man and Chanzon never expected that this plan could be successfully completed step by step. This plan was just to delay time, confuse and paralyze third generation and Danzo, and give Chanzon time to grow. Chanzon believed in his talent, and so did the old man between the scenes. They all believe that as long as Chanzon is given 2 or 3 years of stable growth time, Chanzon will definitely be able to improve his strength to cage level or even stronger. At the same time, in their plan, they must also work hard to cultivate Minato and help him grow quickly. In addition, Tsunade is also a key. We should try our best to have Tsunade break through to cage level within 2 or 3 years. By that time, even if Mito-sama is not included in the clan, there will be at least 2 cage level combatants. In this way, they have the confidence to say no to third generation. Only then did he have the confidence to re-establish the Senju surname and reunite his clan members. Then, gradually begin to recuperate, increase the number of new generations, cultivate new generations, and rebuild the glory of the family. There is also the issue of Uzumaki Mito. It would be best if Uzumaki Mito could persist for a few more years, but the worst would be to train Kushina before Uzumaki Mito passed away. At the same time, let her fully integrate into Senju and not be abducted by the third generation and the others. After hearing the words of the elder in the intervening scene, everyone fell into deep thought. Soon, most people nodded. I agree with the elder's plan, this is the safest. That's right, we are weak now and cannot withstand the tossing. It's best to stay steady. Seconded, quote. Of course, there are also different voices. That's true, but this plan is too idealistic. Since the third generation have already begun to weaken our Senju clan step by step and continue to consume our vitality, they cannot stop because of any of our plans. Indeed, but it seems that apart from what the elders said, other plans are even more unreliable. Why don't we directly fight against the third generation and the others? Directly exposed to the whole mask that the third generation sent Danzo to ambush Temu and the others, and then unite many ninjas to fight against the third generation and the others. Stupid. In the past, we were strong, fair in dealing with things, and willing to share our interests with other ninjas. They naturally believed in us and were willing to support us. But what do we have now? Our rights in Konoha are almost taken away by the third generation. Our strength has also been weakened to the extreme. Most of the ninja clan in Konoha have also been won over by the third generation and others with their interests. Under such circumstances, why do you think others will choose to support us against third generation? That's right. In the end, after everyone discussed, they still felt that the plan of the elders in the intervening period was the safest and most feasible. The sound gradually became unified. Then, Uzumaki Mito finally spoke up and said with finality, "Since everyone agrees with the plan of the elders, let's follow the plans of the elders. After that, I will call the third generation to come over and have a good talk with him, and use the incident of Tsunade and the others being ambushed by Danzo to force the third generation to make concessions and terminate Senju's plan to integrate into Konoha. At the same time, we will implement the retreat to advance plan, discuss with third generation, and adjust the positions of clan members serving in various departments. As for the follow-up support and training plan, you should come up with a charter and implement it as soon as possible. I hope the family can grow again in the few years I'm here, and by then, I can leave with some peace of mind. I will try to hold on for as many years as possible. That's it. Let's break up the meeting." After saying that, Uzumaki Mito cancelled the barrier and took the lead to leave. Over here at the Hokage office. You know everything, right? Senju has held a clan meeting for all clan members. The last time they held a clan meeting of this level was 4 years ago, right? Third generation smoked a dry cigarette, stared at the crystal ball, and spoke to Danzo, Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura on the side. I saw that what was shown in the crystal ball was somewhere within the Senju tribe. But the picture is blurry. It was obviously disturbed by the barrier. It's not all your fault, Danzo, Hiruzen, you were too impulsive this time. You actually let Danzo lead the route to ambush Tsunade and the others. The key is, it would be fine if you succeeded, but you still failed. Isn't it normal for Senju to react? Utatane Kaharu's face was full of hatred. Weakening Senju over the years, the four present and the families behind them have gained a lot of benefits. It was naturally impossible to really oppose the plan to weaken Senju. But after all, Senju is the first generation and their teacher's family, and it's not as extreme or as threatening as Uchiha. Therefore, Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura actually do not agree with the extermination of the Senju clan. It's too much. Especially, this time the attempt to kill them all failed. Really, Mitokado Homura also nodded in agreement. You have passed this time. Senju's glory is long gone, and most of the benefits that should be given away have been given away. It is no longer possible to threaten us, why can't we just let it go? In comparison, Uchiha and even Hyuga are more threatening than the current Senju, right? Even Mitokado Homura feels that the current comprehensive strength of the three Inoshika-cho families has surpassed the current Senju. After removing the vortex Mito. As long as Uzumaki Mito doesn't die for a day, she alone can hold up half the sky. Chapter 41. Danzo listened and sneered. You two agreed on the plan to suppress and weaken Senju at the beginning. You didn't say this when you were reaping the benefits. Now you are telling me this. Besides, Senju still has so much land and property in hand. How to get these benefits without completely wiping out Senju? Does he want to expand his roots and conduct various experiments for free? What can we do with the little money allocated by third generation? If he hadn't opened a casino in Konoha and exploited various side projects, he would have been unable to make ends meet. Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura heard this and immediately glared at Danzo. Alright, seeing that the atmosphere was getting a little tense, third generation quickly smoothed things over and said, stop talking about it. This time, it's really Danzo's fault that you didn't consider it. Danzo. I'm sorry. He wanted to directly yell at third generation. Didn't you suggest me to do this? Oh, when the mission fails, you habitually blame me for everything. I am not your trash can. But he couldn't and didn't dare to do that. Because he knew that the reason why third generation tolerated his many secret actions was because third generation needed him to be the trash can and take the blame for all kinds of dirty affairs. Once you expose this, you are not willing to take the blame for third generation. He believes that third generation will definitely take action against him as soon as possible and deal with him. Although, third generation often behaves very cowardly and appeasement to the outside world. But Danzo has no doubt about the ruthlessness of this old guy. Everyone in the world has been deceived by this old guy. He was never a nice guy. Third generation doesn't know what Danzo is thinking at this time, and probably won't care if he knows. Everything is under his control. He continued. The matter has come to this, and there is no point in continuing to pursue who is right or wrong. The key is to solve the next problem, how to appease Master Mito and the Senju clan. We cannot allow our conflicting plans with Senju to even become public. Otherwise, this will be a huge blow to our reputation and will do no good at all. Admittedly, after all their hard work over the years, Senju has been weakened too much. But there are still many elderly people and people in power in major ninja villages who still think of Senju. If the conflict between them and the Senju intensifies and these ninjas know about it, not only would the good-natured persona that third generation had worked so hard for so many years collapse in an instant, but they would also be feared and guarded against by those ninjas, even shaking the foundation of his power in Konoha. This is what the third generation does not want to see. Don't think this is an exaggeration. Senju is still the family of third generation's teacher. At the same time, Konoha also promoted it under the leadership of Senju. The prestige and influence have not completely faded yet. And of course, there's Uchiha. However, Uchiha has always been unpopular among the many ninjas in Konoha, let alone mentioning it. If these ninjas were to know that the third generation could be so cruel to even their teacher's family and go straight to exterminate the clan, then what about these ninjas who were far inferior to the Senju at the beginning? Wouldn't it be easier for the third generation to target them? As long as the third generation is unhappy, will their family be wiped out at the flick of a finger? At that time, third generation and even the ninja clan behind them will probably be boycotted. No more support than now. Of course, the changes in Senju over the years are not without smart people seeing clearly behind the scenes. For example, the Inoshika Cho clan, especially the Nara clan, definitely see things very clearly. But this matter was not made public, and it did not endanger their own family. For the sake of their own family, the Inoshika Cho clan chose to sit back and watch. At the same time, hug the third generation, or Hokage, tightly. In short, they will hug whoever is the Hokage. On weekdays, I do things in a low-key manner, make money in a low-key manner, and do not compete or rob. Indeed, this matter must be solved low-key and perfectly. It must be done even if some conditions and costs are paid. Mitokado Homura immediately nodded in agreement. Good. Udatane Kaharu also nodded and said, if I really want to continue taking action, I can just wait until Mito-sama is gone and then proceed quietly. Speaking of this, she glanced at Danzo again and said disdainfully, it's absolutely not okay to make such a big move like this time, so blatant. So stupid. You. Danzo glared at Udatane Kaharu fiercely. This time it was just a mistake. If there wasn't a mysterious person secretly causing trouble, my plan would have been completed. By then, won't all of us benefit? Although Danzo was a little reluctant, he still agreed. However, since the plan has failed now, it is appropriate to bear the due backlash. Just do as you say. First stabilize the Senju clan and Mito-sama and see what they want. As long as it's not too much, we all agree first. Speaking of this, Danzo showed a cold smile and said, in the past 6 months, the ninja world has become increasingly unstable. The conflicts between the major ninja villages are also intensifying. Obviously, after nearly 10 years of continuous peace, the strength of the major ninja villages has recovered a lot, and some people can't sit still anymore. They are ready to provoke a new ninja war. In addition, the Kingdom of Rain has produced a demigod and a half-zodiac in recent years, and his performance is also very exciting. The strength of Rain Shinobi Village is rapidly improving. Hanzo has great ambitions. He probably wants to make Rain Shinobi Village the 5th largest ninja village. Haha, the new ninja war is not far away. When the time comes, there will be ways to send Senju's people to their deaths. They don't have much ninja power anymore, and they can't withstand our repeated efforts. Hee. Thinking about it afterwards, he admitted that he was indeed a little impulsive and impatient this time. In fact, there is absolutely no need for this. The 3 people from 3rd generation were all moved when they heard it, and they were obviously moved by Danzo. However, the inference about Danzo's new ninja war also made 3rd generation frown slightly. Danzo, are you sure that the new ninja war is coming soon? He actually prefers peace. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to develop steadily? Anyway, Konoha has the support of the wealthy Fire Nation, and there is no shortage of resources and tasks. Other ninja villages, of course you are not lacking. Whispering sound. When Danzo saw 3rd generation like this, he curled his lips in disdain and said, I don't believe you didn't see the problem from Anbu's intelligence in the past few months. Is it interesting to ask such a question? Do you think if we don't want to fight, others won't attack? Who doesn't know that the Fire Nation is rich? Who among the 4 great ninja villages doesn't want to take a piece of the Fire Nation's flesh? Don't be naive. At this point, Danzo also lost the intention to continue talking, shook his head and said, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Now that Senju's matter has been finalized, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. I have a lot to do. Then, he left quickly. Brush. At this time, an Anbu appeared and reported to the 3rd generation, Hokage-sama. Mito-sama invites you. 3rd generation was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath, nodded and said, I know. I'll be there right away. After saying that, 3rd generation nodded slightly to Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura and left the Hokage building. After a while, we arrived at the yard where Uzumaki Mito was. At this time, only Uzumaki Mito is here. Mito-sama. 3rd generation walked in and gave Uzumaki Mito a slight bow. Yeah, here we go. Sit down. Uzumaki Mito nodded noncommittally and pointed to the cushion opposite. After 3rd generation sat down, she poured a cup of tea for 3rd generation, then raised her head, looked at 3rd generation expressionlessly, and said unhurriedly, I think you should probably know that I am calling you this time. What's the purpose of coming? 3rd generation picked up the teacup, took a sip, and nodded. He felt a little nervous and embarrassed, but on the surface he still said humbly, this time, Danzo acted on his own initiative. He was wrong. I have already punished him. Of course, Senju's losses must also be compensated. I wonder, what are the conditions for Senju's side? Please make it clear, Mito-sama. 1 sentence, 2 meanings. Danzo Mito cannot move, but he is willing to compensate Senju. Uzumaki Mito nodded noncommittally. She knew that there was no way 3rd generation would let her touch Danzo. As for punishing Danzo, it was just an excuse. She didn't care, it wasn't the time to touch Danzo yet, there would be a chance in the future. She immediately said, a clan meeting has just been held here in Senju. After discussion, we have 2 demands. First, from now on the village must agree to terminate Senju's plan to integrate into the civilian population of Konoha. Of course, we don't plan to recall those who have been integrated in the past. At least, that's the case for now. 3rd generation listened and nodded in agreement without hesitation. This is not too much to ask for. Anyway, the total number of Senju people who have not integrated into the common people of Konoha is probably less than 200. Most of them are old, weak, sick and disabled. It can't affect anything. Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded, and continued. Both, we hope that within the next 20 years, before the critical moment of the village's survival, the village will have no reason or excuse to send ninjas from the Senju clan to perform high-risk tasks. After hearing this, 3rd generation's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but want to refuse. If you really agree, how can you trick the rest of the Senju clan in the future? 20 years is enough time to change a lot of things. Uzumaki Mito didn't wait for him to speak, and said with a look of refusal, "You must agree on this. This is the bottom line. Do you know how many ninjas there are left in the Senju, the largest ninja clan in Konoha? Even if we include those who have integrated into the civilian population, there are only 13 jonin left, and less than 200 genin left. Not to mention that compared to Userutobi clan, even many medium-sized ninja clan are far inferior. Isn't this enough? Or do you really want all Senju to die before you can give up?" "Huh." Uzumaki Mito said this, looking at the third generation with sharp eyes, and a terrifying chakra aura rose up from his body, oppressing the third generation. Seeing the cold light in Uzumaki Mito's eyes and feeling the suffocating chakra breath on his body, third generation took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodded helplessly and said, "Master Mito, please stop your momentum. I agree with this too. Senju has indeed paid enough for Konoha. They say so, but how can third generation be convinced and willing in their hearts?" He thought viciously in his heart, "Am I being threatened? If I couldn't beat you, do you think I would do it directly? However, I can feel that your vitality is already crumbling like a candle. I don't think you'll live for more than a few years. As soon as you die, I will overturn this. Who can stop me when I see it?" Humph. However, what third generation didn't know was that although he pretended to be respectful on the surface, the malice in his heart and almost overflowing could not hide Uzumaki Mito's sense of good and evil at all. Uzumaki Mito didn't show anything strange, he just sneered in his heart, "Haha. It's really hypocritical." At the same time, in the sealed space inside Uzumaki Mito's body, Nine Tails listened to these conversations throughout the entire process, and it also clearly sensed the malice emanating from the third generation with its sense of good and evil. Suddenly, I couldn't help laughing at Uzumaki Mito loudly, "Gia ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard. Uzumaki Mito, is this the disciple and successor chosen by Senju Tobarama? I can guarantee that this kid is definitely not holding any good things in his heart. He probably hates you right now. In fact, he is ready to wait for you to die at any time, and then take revenge on you Senju clan. Tisk tisk. I'm so sorry. This is your retribution, this is Senju Hashirama's retribution. Let him indiscriminately seal." Gululu. Before it could finish speaking, countless golden chakra chains appeared out of thin air and were stuffed directly into Nine Tails' foul mouth, forcibly interrupting its words. Immediately afterwards, the golden chains binding Nine Tails began to tighten tightly. It directly exhausted Nine Tails into a lightning bolt, almost out of breath. "Nine Tails. Jijigugu. Uzumaki Mito, you old woman can't afford it, Jijigugu." The veins on Uzumaki Mito's forehead popped out slightly, and he increased the output, completely suppressing Nine Tails, unable to move at all. She then glared at third generation fiercely, and with the baffled look on third generation's face, she said, "I also know that this will make you a little embarrassed, and you will also be easily gossiped by other people in the village. So, on behalf of the Senju clan, I can also take a step back in other places. The Senju clan is willing to give up positions in some important departments, especially those that focus on war. Since Senju is not preparing to carry out dangerous missions for the time being, it is natural that he cannot continue to occupy the positions of these main battle departments. The positions of these departments can all be given up. How about letting these people serve in some idle departments? This is a big piece of fat, and she believes it can completely calm the dissatisfaction and anger in the third generation's heart at this time. She actually doesn't care too much whether third generation will be dissatisfied. But she needs to think about Senju. Try to give Chanzon and the others as much time as possible to stabilize their development. Today's concession is nothing more than shrinking your fists and concentrating your strength. Strike hard for the future and take back everything you have lost. Senju should not have ended up like this." Oh, after hearing this, third generation had a look of surprise on his face. The malice and dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared instantly. He licked his face, rubbed his hands pretending to be embarrassed and said, "Isn't this a little bad?" Then, before Uzumaki Mito could speak, third generation quickly said, "Since the Senju clan is so sincere and considerate, then I agree. After that, please ask Mito-sama to ask the Senju clan to send someone to the Hokage building to negotiate with me about job adjustments." I want to finalize this matter as soon as possible so that the Senju clan can rest and recuperate as soon as possible, right? Speaking of this, third generation paused and said hypocritically. Speaking of which, it's because I, as a disciple, have been busy with the affairs of the village over the years and have no time to pay attention to the situation of the teacher's family. This has led to this. This is the decline of the teacher's family. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of the teacher's family in the future. Don't. Uzumaki Mito couldn't stand hearing this, and raised his hand to interrupt third generation's words. He narrowed his eyes and warned, there is no need to take care of you. Let them be clean and live a stable life. Don't do anything unnecessary. I'll keep watching. Do you understand? Take care of a ghost. Do you want to take care of all Senju to the grave? When did this kid become so sinister, ruthless, and vicious as he is now? Tobarama, you have really seen the wrong person. This piece of shit is worse than Danzo's bed bug. Uzumaki Mito cursed in his mind. At least, Danzo the bug is not so hypocritical. He's obviously done something bad, but he still pretends to be a good guy. But it grossed her out. Okay. Third generation also saw that they had overacted and aroused Uzumaki Mito's resentment. They quickly stopped and stood up respectfully. If you have nothing to do, then I will leave first. I will do what I promised. Well, let's go. I will ask the elders to find you tomorrow. Uzumaki Mito nodded, and with a straight face, he waved to chase people away. Third generation also left quickly and wisely. Why? When the third generation was far away, Uzumaki Mito waved his hand to open the courtyard barrier, sighed and said, Chanzon, you should grow up quickly. Otherwise, the Senju clan will be in trouble. On the third generation side, he left Uzumaki Mito and went straight back to his Hokage office. But found that Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Homura are still there. Even Danzo, who left before, came back. You came back pretty quickly. How was it? What did Mito-sama say? Udatane Koharu asked directly and impatiently. Danzo and Mitokado Homura also looked at third generation. Third generation returned to his seat and sat down. He lit up his dry tobacco pull in a leisurely manner and took 2 puffs of bata. Noticing that Danzo and the others' expressions became a little impatient, he opened his mouth and told what happened and Uzumaki Mito's conditions. Also includes Uzumaki Mito's concession. After the 3 people listened, they had different expressions. Udatane Koharu said cheerfully, that's not bad. I didn't expect Senju's conditions to be so simple, and he was even willing to compromise and give benefits. You know, even after all these years of erosion by us, Senju still holds important positions in multiple main battle departments and non-main battle departments. Now that they are willing to let these go, we can definitely arrange for our own people to further control the rights of the village. Good. Mitokado Homura also nodded. As for the conditions of the Senju. Anyway, they don't have many people left. And we are always paying attention. Even if they are currently recuperating, they will not be able to recover much energy in a short time. Has little effect. At this time, Danzo couldn't help but sneered. This is just a delaying tactic by Senju. Through this incident, they saw that the Senju clan was on the verge of destruction, and then they began to think of ways to preserve their strength. Unfortunately, it's too late. Besides, Master Mito has been unable to protect them for several years. Once she leaves, these conditions will be useless. Whether or not she abides by them is not a matter of our words. When the time comes, we can completely rearrange them to die. If they want to use this agreement as an excuse to refuse, we can completely stir up public opinion and say that they are unwilling to contribute to the village and are greedy for life and afraid of death. By then, we can even destroy Senju's reputation. Completely erase Senju's influence and reputation in Konoha. In this way, Konoha will truly belong to us, haha. Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Homura couldn't help but shuddered when they heard this, and looked at Danzo with some fear. This fool is a bit too sinister and vicious. This is killing people and killing your heart. If the teacher were still alive, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to help but kill Danzo, the evil disciple, immediately, right? It seems that it's better to mess with Danzo less in the future. This fool is really cruel. Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Homura thought to themselves. Third generation also glanced at Danzo with an inexplicable expression. Although he also felt that Danzo's plan was cruel, it was exactly what he wanted. What he was most satisfied with was Danzo's words, "Konoha will truly belong to us. Yeah, we should change as to me Sarutobi Hiruzen. That would be perfect." Third generation thought shamelessly. Immediately, with this thought in mind, on the surface, third generation still scolded Danzo, "Don't say such words again. Senju is the teacher's family after all, so we can't be too harsh. Let's do this for now." Hypocrisy. Danzo felt extremely disgusted after hearing this, but he just complained in his heart. Next, the three of them had a preliminary discussion and allocation of the positions currently held by Senju before they dispersed. The next morning, Senju came to visit during the intermission. After a whole morning of discussions, the matter was completely finalized. The Senju clan has also officially entered a stage of recuperation and low-key development. Some thoughtful people in the village, the ninja clan, also noticed the job adjustments in some departments in the village, and they were all related to the Senju clan. Furthermore, he noticed the changes in the Senju clan. Everyone had mixed reactions. House of the Uchiha clan leader. After the current clan leader Uchiha Chinshin received the news, he couldn't help but sneered. This is considered an afterthought. Did you know that Senju was about to be tortured, and started to choose to shrink? Recuperate. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Senju was almost killed by the disciples of second generation. Second generation has really recruited some good disciples. If he knew it would be like this, he would be so angry that he would crawl out of the coffin, right? Even though Uchiha Chinshin said this, he still felt a bit sad. Although Senju has declined, how much better is their Uchiha situation in Konoha than that of Senju? Third generation's suppression of Uchiha has never stopped. Now, in the eyes of Uchiha Chinshin, the grudges between Uchiha and Senju are secondary, not even important. He now hates people like third generation and Danzo even more. Father. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but said, "Then can we secretly contact and win over Senju, and use them to fight against third generation and Danzo?" As the young clan leader, how could he not know about Uchiha's plight since he was a child? How could we not be aware of the various methods third generation and others have used against Uchiha over the years? He was still young before, but now he feels that he has grown up and can help his father share his worries. Madness. However, after hearing this, Uchiha Chinshin couldn't help but angrily said, "Except for the fact that Senju at this time has nothing but Uzumaki, Mito and Tsunade. Since they have chosen to retreat and compromise, and are ready to recuperate, why do you think they will be willing to be the first to help us fight against the third generation? Have you seen clearly why Senju chose to retreat at this time? Choose to keep a low profile." Uchiha Fugaku. At this time, he was a little confused after being scolded by his father. After hearing his father's question, he couldn't help but think rapidly in his mind. Uchiha Chinshin waited patiently to see if Fugaku could figure it out. This is also a way for him to raise his son. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku finally said tentatively, "Because they can't bear the trouble." "Ha, you're not that stupid," Uchiha Chinshin sneered. He couldn't tell whether he was satisfied or dissatisfied with the answer. Instead, he warned, "You have to remember that before you are absolutely sure, never take it for granted and place your hopes on others. People can only rely on themselves. It's useless to rely on outsiders for Uchiha's plight. You can always rely on yourself. Don't talk about joining forces with Senju outside. Some people in the clan don't like it. Do you understand? It is true that because of Senju's decline over the years, Uchiha's conflicts with the village are far greater than those with Senju. The grievances with Senju are rarely mentioned in the clan. But this does not mean that everyone in the clan has completely let go of their grudges with Senju. It's just simply not important anymore. Believe it or not, if what Fugaku said today were known to the radicals in the clan, Fugaku would definitely not be able to displease him. Even the position of the young clan leader will be unstable. Yes, I remembered it, father. Uchiha Fukucho nodded quickly. More than a week later. Whirlpool Mito's yard. Sister Kushina, are you going to ninja school tomorrow? Tell me your name then, and I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you. When Naoki heard his grandma say that Kushina would officially go to school tomorrow, he immediately patted his chest and promised. Forget it, kid. Tsunade on the side heard this and couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, you still don't understand. Just don't cause trouble to Kushina. You'd better practice hard. Look, Chanzon, who is 4 years younger than you, is already far stronger than you. He has mastered a lot of ninjutsu. What about you? You can't even perform earth style well. Isn't that embarrassing? Kushina on the side couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. Chanzon also kept smiling. In fact, Naoki is quite talented in terms of chakra volume. But that's it. This guy has very average talent in terms of ninjutsu learning and chakra control. His brain is not very bright either, giving people a silly and cute feeling. Sister. When Naoki heard his sister beating him up in front of Chanzon and Kushina, his face suddenly fell, and he complained, I don't think you said that. I have actually worked very hard, okay. Ha, what's the use? Tsunade crossed his hands, not giving Naoki any face, and continued to mock, if pure hard work is effective, what else do you need a genius for? Naoki, okay. Tsunade, please stop saying a few words. Uzumaki Mito on the side felt that the show was almost over, and immediately interrupted the conversation between the two, and first comforted Naoki. Naoki, are you discouraged? You can't become a Hokage like this. Grandmother. Naoki looked at his grandma longingly. Uzumaki Mito then reassured. Now that you know your shortcomings, try to make up for it. Didn't your sister say that your learning ability is not as good as Chanzon's? Then you just learn from Chanzon and ask him for advice. Chanzon's talents in all aspects are the most powerful among the people I have ever met, Grandma. In terms of understanding alone, even your eldest grandfather and second grandfather are not as good as him. There's no shame in asking him for advice. After hearing this, Naoki looked at his grandma in surprise, and then at Chanzon. Chanzon is so powerful. Tsunade on the side raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and said somewhat proudly, otherwise. You don't want to see whose disciple he is. Whispering sound. After hearing this, Naoki glanced at his elder sister with disdain. Chanzon is awesome, what does it have to do with you, elder sister? How many days have you been teaching him? I have heard that his medical ninjutsu is basically self-taught and has little to do with you, sister. You were on a mission back then, huh? Huh, what did you say? After hearing this, Tsunade became angry. He reached out and grabbed one of Naoki's ears, twisted it, and threatened him fiercely. Ouch! Naoki suddenly screamed in pain, and confessed repeatedly, I was wrong. I was wrong. Sister, let go. Your ears are going to fall off. Snort. Tsunade then let go of Naoki and gave him a fierce warning look, which made Naoki shrink his neck in fear. She thought to herself, I can't have this sister anymore. It's too terrible. Who will marry my sister away? I really don't know why Chanzon is willing to become her disciple. How does he survive every day? Uzumaki Mito on the side also shook his head in amusement when he saw the enemy siblings. This scene happens almost every day. But she knew that the relationship between the two siblings was good. She then looked at Chanzon and said, Chanzon, I will leave Kushina to you. She has gone to school, so take care of her. Don't let her be bullied. Besides, the study of sealing techniques will be left to you after school. Yeah, no problem. Chanzon nodded clearly. This is nothing. He glanced at Kushina and caught Kushina's gaze. Kushina blushed immediately, then couldn't help but glared at Chanzon with a bulging face, and lowered her head in panic. This girl, her breasts are so fierce. Chanzon's heart is Ichiraku. Kushina is the perfect combination of feistiness and shyness. That's right, Tsunade-sensei. Chanzon sounded something and was ready to say something to Tsunade. Call me sister. Tsunade interrupted him directly and corrected him. Teacher, she felt like she was born. Now she could see that her grandmother had already treated Chanzon as her grandson. Even Naoki and Kushina did not regard Chanzon as an outsider. There is no need for him to be so quarrelsome with Chanzon. Yes, Tsunade-san. Chanzon smiled knowingly and immediately changed his words. I would like to ask, do you have the formula for the medicated bath bags that the clan allocates to us every month? I want one, and then try to improve it. As you know, I have learned a lot about herbal medicine recently. In addition, the improvement effect of the medicine packs given by the clan on me is getting weaker and weaker. I want to try to improve it. Of course, improvement is only one of the purposes. The more important thing is that Chanzon wants to try and collect this formula to see if he can get good rewards. Oh, is that so? Tsunade raised his eyebrows after hearing this. When she communicated with Chanzon in the past 2 days, she could see that Chanzon had indeed made good progress in herbal medicine recently. Some of the questions almost knocked her down. She immediately glanced at Uzumaki Mito, nodded and said, "Okay. I'll get it for you right away." With that said, Tsunade stood up and walked into the house. After a while, he came out with a scroll, handed the scroll to Chanzon and said, "Here, this is the body-strengthening medicated bath formula for you children. It's very useful to genin. Effective. This has been improved by me. Take a good look. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Also, remember to save it and don't spread it outside. Although this thing is nothing to our Senju clan, it is still very attractive to the civilian ninjas and small ninjas outside. This can be regarded as a kind of heritage of the ninja clan. Ordinary civilians and small ninjas rarely have this formula. Even if there were, it would not be as good as the Senju clan. These are all experiments, improvements and passed down from generation to generation. The effect is more obvious in improving children of the younger generation. Otherwise, why are the descendants of the ninja clan with inheritance stronger than civilians and those without inheritance? Not only the bloodline talent, but the foundation laid the day after tomorrow is also very important. Yes, I remember it. Thank you Tsunade-san. After Chanzon heard this, he took the scroll solemnly, nodded heavily and promised. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collection, Senju Basic Strengthening Medicinal Bath Formula. Reward: Grandmaster Level Alchemy Inheritance and Bodybuilding Elixir Recipe. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, it can be done, and the reward is so generous. I actually directly gave him the Master Level Alchemy Inheritance and the Bodybuilding Elixir Recipe. Chanzon was calm on the outside but ecstatic in his heart. Needless to say, alchemy, if you can master the methods of refining various elixirs, why not just take off? As soon as he heard the name of the bodybuilding pill, he knew that it was used to strengthen the body, so it was suitable for him to use now. However, since the bodybuilding elixir recipe was also given as a separate reward, does that mean that there is no elixir recipe in this alchemy inheritance? Chanzon thought suspiciously. After that, he suppressed this thought and continued to stay here for a while before leaving Uzumaki Mito's side and returned to his home. Chanzon went directly to the bedroom and sat down cross-legged, muttering in his mind, "System. Receive the reward." The next moment, countless information about alchemy techniques, fire control, bodybuilding elixir prescriptions, etc. poured into Chanzon's mind. He quickly concentrated on digesting it with all his strength. More than 2 hours later. Call. Chanzon just opened his eyes, took a long breath, rubbed his swollen eyebrows with his fingers, and complained, "It is indeed as I imagined, there is no elixir in the alchemy inheritance. However, just the inheritance of pure alchemy, there is so much information that it explodes. In addition, the fire control techniques and the like are very helpful for me to study and master fire style. Perhaps, next, fire style will be the first attribute that I master and understand nature transformation. This is an unexpected surprise. In addition, the formula of this bodybuilding pill is obviously adapted to this world. The herbs and the formula are available in this world. I have to find a way to collect and buy some. I have collected many auxiliary medicines in the forest in the past 2 months. Either it has been dried and processed, or it has been transplanted into the small world. It can be used completely. Of course, this is definitely not enough. According to the efficacy of the bodybuilding pill, combined with physical training, each pill can maintain the bodybuilding effect for 2 hours. Of course, if there are bodybuilding exercises, the effect will definitely be better. But Chanzon obviously does not have it at present. Does 8 inner gates count as a bodybuilding exercise? Got to try it. At this point in time, Might Guy hasn't been born yet, but his father, Might Dai, should already be practicing 8 inner gates, right? Let's look for it later. Find a way to get the 8 inner gates. Chanzon thought to himself. Of course, there must be this technique in the sealed book. Unfortunately, he couldn't get it. At this time, the relationship between the third generation and the Senju clan is somewhat subtle. At this point, Chanzon has already learned all the information from the old man and Uncle Tiamu. Cloud Shinobi's lightning-style chakra mode seems to have a matching body training method. Does the teacher's strange power punch also count? In addition, ordinary physical skills should also be considered as ways to strengthen the body, right? After that, collect them and see if we can use the system to reward suitable physical training techniques. Putting these thoughts down for the time being, Chanzon began to seriously and deeply understand the art of alchemy and the refining methods of bodybuilding pills. Early the next morning. Chanzon, won't you separate the shadow clone and go to the school today? After having breakfast at Chanzon's house as usual, Minato formed a shadow clone using seals. However, seeing Chanzon's lack of action, Minato couldn't help but ask in confusion. Chanzon smiled and nodded. Kushina, do you know? Today she is going to school over there. Grandma Mito asked me to take care of her and stop being bullied. So, today I plan to go in person. Speaking of which, it seems I haven't been to school in my true form yet. Minato, do you want to accompany me? Well, after hearing this, a red-haired figure with fierce breasts appeared in Minato's mind. He nodded in a strange way and said, okay. Let's go together then. I haven't gone to school with my body yet. I just want to experience it today. Let's see what the difference is with Shadow Clone. Oh, let's go then. Chanzon glanced at Minato in surprise, and probably understood that Minato had a crush on Kushina. It seems that in his past life memory, Minato fell in love with Kushina at first sight. Unfortunately, as long as I'm here this time, I can't give up Kushina to you. Minato, you'd better change your goal. With this thought, Chanzon and Minato went out and rushed to the school. Chanzon, don't you have to pick up Kushina? On the way, Minato asked doubtfully. Need not. Chanzon shook his head. Sister Tsunade will send her there, and say hello to the school by the way. We can just go to the classroom and wait. Oh, soon, the two came to the school. Because, in the past, there were memories sent back by Shadow Clone every day. The two of them were familiar with each other, and it felt no different from the original one. Soon, the two came to the classroom and waited. It didn't take long for class time to arrive. Not long after, the head teacher took Kushina into the classroom. The newly appeared Kushina instantly attracted the attention of the whole class. Okay, classmates. At this time, the head teacher Kurokawa Ichiro clapped his hands, pointed at Kushina beside him, and introduced everyone. This is the new student here, and he will be your classmate from now on. Having said this, he looked at Kushina and said, please introduce yourself. Kushina nodded, glanced down, and instantly saw Chanzon and Minato. Both of them smiled and nodded. Kushina suddenly mustered up the courage to speak. My name is Uzumaki Kushina, from the country of Uzumaki. My dream is to become the first female Hokage in Konoha. PFF'd haha. As soon as these words came out, the people below burst into laughter. Kushina's face suddenly turned red with anger and her cheeks bulged. Haha, look at her, the color of her hair is so weird. It's actually red. Now, her face is also red and looks like a tomato. Silence. What's so funny about this? Does it sound funny to you that your dream is to become a Hokage? At this time, Chanzon used chakra to increase his blessings and roared in a deep voice. Suddenly, the shock caused the entire class to stop laughing and all looked at Chanzon in shock. Obviously, they did not expect that Chanzon, the usually aloof chief student in the class, would actually stand up and roar. Everyone was silent for a while, afraid of being targeted by Chanzon. The girls looked at Chanzon infatuatedly, thinking, Chanzon is so handsome like this. But does he know this Kushina? He is actually willing to stand up for her. Brush. The next moment, Chanzon appeared next to the boy who laughed at Kushina, reached out and pinched the guy's head, and lifted him up directly. He stared at this guy with indifferent eyes and asked in a deep voice, is it funny? Who gave you the courage to laugh at other people and give them nicknames at will? While talking, Chanzon also used illusions. Ah, Smimasai. I don't dare anymore. Please spare me. Suddenly, in the boy's eyes, Chanzon seemed like an extremely terrifying demon, and he screamed in terror. Moreover, this man directly became incontinent. Seeing this, Chanzon let go of his hand in disgust, swiped, and ducked back to his seat. Classmate Chanzon, you. It happened too suddenly and too fast, and the whole process took only a few breaths. Ichiro Kurikawa, the head teacher there, was stunned. When he realized what he was doing, he was about to scold Chanzon, but Chanzon had already returned to his place. His tone suddenly stopped, and then he glared at Chanzon with a dark face and scolded, "You have gone too far. Not only did you walk around in class, but you also scared the classmates. Why don't you apologize to Tanaka-san?" "Hey, Tanaka-san, sumimasen." After hearing this, Chanzon said something to Tianzhong, who was still shivering without sincerity, and sat down directly. Taro Tanaka over there was not only not happy when he heard Chanzon's apology, but he trembled even more. Seeing this, Ichiro Kurikawa felt a little headache and helpless. Chanzon is a student who usually doesn't cause trouble. His academic performance is also very good. He is excellent in all aspects, but sometimes he has a bad temper. Anyone who messes with him will be punished severely without hesitation. This is obviously not the first time. In the past, in addition to people in his class, there were even senior students who couldn't stand him and wanted to cause trouble for him. As a result, not surprisingly, they were all severely punished. The key point is that Chanzon is still a disciple of Lord Tsunade, so the people behind these students can't say much. Not to mention him as a teacher. Never mind. In the end, Ichiro Kurikawa shook his head helplessly and told Tanaka's deskmate, "Shino-san, take Tanaka-san to change clothes." "Okay, teacher." Shino was a little disgusted and immediately helped Tanaka leave. Kushina looked at Chanzon with a moved and shy expression. Chanzon smiled back. "Okay, Kushina, please take your seat first. You can take the seat next to Chanzon." When Ichiro Kurikawa saw these two people openly flirting in front of his teacher, he waved his hand speechlessly and said, "Okay, teacher." Kushina immediately got off the podium happily, ran to Chanzon and sat down next to her, and then whispered hello with a smile, "Chanzon." "Well, and Minato." "Good morning." "Good morning." Chanzon and Minato both responded with smiles. Next, Kushina spent most of the day happily chatting with Chanzon in a low voice. The way Kushina looked at Chanzon became more and more different. Minato on the side saw all this, and suddenly felt a little sad in his heart. It seems that Kushina has fallen in love with Chanzon for a long time. Chanzon seems to have the same intention. "These two, my first love has not yet. He died at the beginning." "Oh, forget it. As a friend, I can only wish them the best. I will continue to practice hard and improve my strength. The gap between me and Chanzon is getting bigger and bigger. I should not be distracted, I should be more focused. Women will only affect the speed of my practice." Minato secretly made up his mind and practiced more attentively afterwards. Soon, it was time to go home from school. Chanzon and the other two were walking together. Not long after leaving the school, they were blocked by three people. One of them was Tanaka Taro. He pointed at Chanzon and the other two and said to a boy who was about 15 or 16 years old, "Brother. It's them. You must help me get revenge." The boy heard it, twisted his fist, glared at Chanzon and the other two with a vicious face, and said, "It was you who bullied my brother and caused him to lose control of his bladder in public." "Brother." Before the man finished speaking, Tanaka Taro on the side couldn't listen anymore and interrupted him with a red face. "Is this kind of embarrassing thing worth talking about?" "Ah, sorry. Mistake. Tanaka's elder brother suddenly yawned in embarrassment. "Ha ha." Kushina couldn't hold it back any longer and laughed out loud. "Ha, very good. You dare to laugh at my brother. Die." Tanaka's elder brother felt that Kushina's laughter was so harsh at this time. Only he could bully his brother. Immediately, he formed a seal and used the body flicker technique to rush towards Kushina, swinging his fist and hitting him. Tanaka and another person also attacked. "Get out." But Chanzon was faster than them, and kicked Tanaka's elder brother more than 10 meters away with a whip kick. Bang! He hit a wall directly, and cracked the wall. Blood flowed from the corner of Tanaka's elder brother's mouth. Obviously, he was injured internally and couldn't move for a while. How is it possible? Tanaka's elder brother looked incredulous at this time. He is a genin who graduated many years ago, but he was killed by a 5-year-old school student with one kick. What? After a while, Tanaka's elder brother, who had recovered, stood up again and rushed towards Chanzon. At the same time, he took out the kunai and shuriken from the ninja bag behind him and prepared to throw them at Chanzon. At this time, Chanzon and Kushina watched Minato kill Tanaka and another person one by one, and were ready to leave. But he saw that Tanaka's elder brother was not done yet. Chanzon didn't wait for him to throw out the kunai and shuriken in his hand, and glared at him directly. Illusion nightmare. Suddenly, Tanaka's elder brother was stunned in place, and the whole person fell into a nightmare and trembled. Then, his crotch began to wet. Let's go. After doing all this, Chanzon took Kushina's hand, called Minato and left slowly. Young people are formidable. After they walked away, Kurikawa Ichiro appeared here, looked at Chanzon who was walking away, and then looked at Tanaka's elder brother who was still trapped in the illusion and had not woken up, and couldn't help sighing. Then, he picked up the 3 people with some disdain and left. Chanzon sighed. Chanzon, was that illusion created by you yourself? Minato couldn't help but ask. Chanzon nodded affirmatively. This is a successful attempt when I studied illusion and mental power. The main effect is to inspire the biggest fear in the target's heart, causing people to fall into endless fear until I terminate this technique, or the opponent overcomes this fear, or the chakra and mental power to maintain the technique are exhausted. If you're interested, I can teach you. Minato heard this and smiled brightly. Thank you then. Sorry to trouble you. He felt that this illusion was quite practical and he was indeed interested in learning it. At this time, Chanzon noticed Kushina looking at him eagerly. At this time, Kushina's eyes were filled with admiration. Well, Kushina, if you want to learn, I can also teach you. Chanzon added. Well, thank you, brother Chanzon. I'll trouble you then. Kushina smiled happily and thanked her. Half a month passed in a flash. In a small world, I finally succeeded. Refining alchemy is quite difficult. It actually took me 2 failures before I succeeded. Chanzon opened the alchemy furnace in front of him and took out 5 elixirs that exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. A happy look appeared on his face. In the past half-month, he spent a lot of time just preparing the elixir furnace and collecting and purchasing enough herbs. Today is the day I started trying to refine the elixir. Of course, he had not been idle these past few days. In addition to daily study of sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, etc., he also dedicated part of his time every day to understand alchemy and practice fire control abilities. Because he does not have any elixir fire. There is no such thing as strange fire or earth fire. Ordinary charcoal fires, furnace fires, etc. could not meet the requirements, so Chanzon directly chose to use fire style to create flame alchemy. However, this is very difficult. Because, during the process of refining the elixir, the fire style must be maintained at all times. You also need to control the temperature of fire style according to the alchemy process anytime and anywhere. The consumption alone is not a small amount. Fortunately, Chanzon has top-notch chakra control and a lot of chakra. After half a month of special training in fire style, I finally met the requirements and successfully refined the bodybuilding pill during the second refinement. Well, let's find a target to test the efficacy of the medicine first. With a thought, Chanzon took out a porcelain bottle, put 4 bodybuilding pills into the bottle and put them away, looking at the remaining one in his hand. He ducked to the pet area and looked at the 3 little white wolves. Ouch! When the 3 little white wolves saw Chanzon, they rushed towards him happily. Chanzon smiled and reached out to touch it, then shook his head. If you are not sure about the efficacy of the medicine, it is not appropriate to use them, so just use those ordinary birds and beasts. As he spoke, with a thought in his mind, he disappeared again and appeared somewhere in the forest in the west area of the small world, waving to an eagle in front of him. The eagle immediately came over and landed in front of Chanzon. Chanzon was about to feed it the bodybuilding pill in his hand. Violent. Soon, the eagle stretched its wings and body obediently, looking very comfortable. Chanzon quickly stretched out his hand and pressed it on it, and his spiritual power and chakra simultaneously penetrated its body to examine it. 2 hours later, Chanzon took back his hand. He looked bigger, his muscles and bones became stronger, and his feathers became brighter and brighter. Due to Chanzon's long-term chakra exploration and strengthening of the body-building pill, a small group of chakra eagles were born in his body, and his face was full of joy. Road. Sure enough, the medicine is effective. This elixir can indeed strengthen the entire body, including the internal organs and bones. The medicine is also very effective. No harm has been found, so you can try it yourself. With this thought in mind, Chanzon immediately returned to the martial arts arena in the Little World Villa, took out a bodybuilding pill, swallowed it, and then began to exercise according to a certain routine. Soon, waves of warmth spread along the stomach and throughout the body. And, as he exercised, he began to strengthen the exercised parts at an accelerated pace. 2 hours. Phew, so cool. Chanzon, who was covered in sweat, listened and felt the inside of his body. I found that the overall strength, reaction, resistance to blows, etc. were all improved simultaneously. Even the muscles and veins have been strengthened and improved. In addition, he checked the attribute panel and found that the physical attribute had also increased by 5 points. It's a moderate gain. The effect is good. It can be refined in large quantities. In addition, we can lend some to Minato, Kushina and Tsunade. Oh, Nawaki can give some too. We have to improve their strength. With this thought in mind, Chanzon left the small world and took a bath first. I looked at the time and found that it was almost dinner time. He immediately started making dinner. Chanzon, I'm back. I can smell the food. Before he finished, Chanzon heard Minato's voice in the kitchen. Welcome back. Just wait a little longer and you'll be fine soon. Chanzon stuck his head out of the kitchen and responded. So fast. Do you want my help? Minato asked in surprise. No need. Anyway, it's your turn tomorrow. Chanzon refused with a smile. Hee. Okay, then I'll find some and bring them back tomorrow. Minato smiled knowingly. The two of them have always taken turns cooking. At this moment, Minato was suddenly stunned, and the memory information of Shadow Clone emerged in his mind. At the same time, his body, which was already tired, felt a little heavier. Minato rubbed his eyebrows with his fingers, walked to the kitchen door, leaned against the kitchen door frame, smiled and joked, Chanzon, my Shadow Clone was automatically released just now for summons. Kushina is on her way. She seems to be very angry because you used Shadow Clone to go to school today. You have to be mentally prepared. At the same time, Minato was a little glad that he was not with Kushina, otherwise, he would have had a headache. Moreover, a lot of practice time is wasted every day. Chanzon was stunned after hearing this, and then shook his head helplessly. This girl. I told you yesterday that I had something to do today and my body couldn't go, so why are you still angry? Forget it. Let's teach her the Shadow Clone technique later. Let her use Shadow Clone to go to school in the future. Anyway, there is not much that the school can teach, so it is better to spare time to practice and improve your strength. There is not much time left for them. If Kushina wants to not be restrained in the future, she will also need sufficient strength. Haha, it's up to you. Minato listened and Wanner smiled. Speaking of which, I was also led astray by Chanzon in the beginning. Except for a few days ago when Kushina went to school using the body, she has always been using Shadow Clone. But I have to say, it feels great. It is true that the things taught in school are too limited, and it is a complete waste of time for the main body to stay there. The situation in the school is obviously unreasonable. I have decided that when I become a Hokage, I will definitely change the situation in the school. At least, we need to teach students some real skills, such as ninjutsu and the like. Minato couldn't help but complain. Haha, you are so naive. Chanzon listened and shook his head amusedly. It's not that simple. If you don't say anything else, if you do this, the ninja clan of all sizes in the village will not agree. The only ninjas who would agree are civilians, right? Even some ninjas with civilian backgrounds may not agree. Minato was stunned when he heard this, and said with a puzzled look on his face, why? This is obviously a good thing. It can greatly increase the strength of the students, and in disguise, it increases the strength of the village. If things go on like this, the village will definitely become stronger and stronger. Chanzon nodded. That's true. But in this world, things that are right will never be recognized. Profit is the key. If civilians can easily learn ninjutsu through ninja schools, then the advantage of the little ninja clan over civilians will disappear. At the same time, this will lead to the rapid rise and growth of civilians, and the ultimate loss will be the interests of the major ninja clans. Do you think they might agree? They even wish to hide their ninjutsu tightly and control it tightly. If civilian ninjas want to acquire ninjutsu, they have to work hard to complete dangerous tasks. You have to risk your life to get the qualification to redeem ninjutsu. This way, we can make the ninja clan stand out. Of course, Chanzon and Minato can actually be regarded as members of the Senju clan at this time. Although, it's not in name only. But since the Senju clan stopped their plan to integrate their people into the common people and secretly increased their efforts in cultivating their children, their identities have actually been recognized by the clan. They even re-registered secretly. When the time is right, it will be announced to the public, the clan members will be reunited, and the name of Senju will be erected. It's actually like this. After hearing this, Minato felt like his worldview was shattered again. However, he quickly calmed down and adapted. Obviously, this is not the first time that he has been shattered by Chanzon. This is the effect Chanzon wants. If you want Minato to grow into a qualified helper in the future, you must image and train him from an early age to establish the correct outlook on life. Then why did some civilian ninjas object to you just now? Aren't they also born as civilians? Shouldn't they stand with civilian ninjas? Minato then asked in confusion. Hehe. After Chanzon heard this, he smiled lightly and said, this is human nature. Think about it. Those civilian ninjas who have worked so hard and narrowly escaped death have successfully acquired ninjutsu. Now you tell him that everyone doesn't have to work so hard. As long as they go to ninja school, they can learn these ninjutsu. Do you think they will be happy when they hear this news? Or will they be opposed or even angry? I have been caught in the rain, so I always want to take away other people's umbrellas. There are many people who drag others to get wet with them. Moreover, this situation is very common. On the contrary, there are only a small number of people who have been caught in the rain themselves, so they want to hold an umbrella for others and do not want others to get caught in the rain like themselves. This is really human. After hearing this, Minato frowned at first, but after thinking carefully about Chanzon's words, his brows gradually relaxed. Apparently, he understood why. I took it for granted. In the final analysis, it is still a question of fairness and interests. Minato shook his head helplessly. He would rather be an umbrella holder, but he can't represent anyone. He can only represent himself. Is there no way to change this situation? I feel like this is really a good suggestion, and it will be good for the strength of the village. Minato asked reluctantly. Yes, I have. Chanzon chuckled. Kaido. When you and I are strong enough to make a decision in Konoha, just force it forward. There will definitely be a lot of opposition at first. But no one has ever said that every policy of those in power must be thoroughly convinced by everyone. When you are strong enough and have enough say, you can naturally transform the world as you wish. Of course, you can also use greater interests to win over most people and prompt them to agree to your reforms. However, it will be harder and take longer. How you choose is up to you. After hearing this, Minato nodded with some understanding and began to think seriously. Chanzon. Just then, Kushina's angry shouts came from the yard. Immediately afterwards, Kushina ran into the living room. At this time, Chanzon had already prepared dinner. He motioned with his eyes to Minato to help serve the dishes, and brought several plates to the living room. He put the dishes down on the dining table, then walked over with a smile, reached out and touched Kushina's head, pinched her bulging cheeks and comforted her. Okay. I was wrong today. But I've explained it to you. I have something to do today, and the main body can't go. Kushina was still staring at Chanzon angrily, clearly not satisfied with this explanation. Chanzon said helplessly, how about this? I will start teaching you the shadow clone technique today. After that, you can use shadow clone to go to school just like me and Minato. The main body can practice with me, how about it? This girl has become more and more clingy to him recently. Chanzon has a headache and is happy. After hearing this, Kushina ignored her anger, blinked her eyes, and asked with bright eyes, is this really okay? Isn't it bad? This is actually a disguised form of truancy, right? Of course. This is approved by Tsunade-san. Chanzon blinked and argued. Anyway, as long as it is not exposed in front of classmates, the teacher will turn a blind eye even if he knows. After all, this is what we do. Besides, it's enough for Shadow Clone to go to school and learn everything he needs to learn. He was sure that his homeroom teacher Ichiro Kurikawa knew that he and Minato were using Shadow Clone. Even if he couldn't see through this with his elite Chunin strength, a little inquiry would reveal that he and Minato were hanging out every day. The unabashed kind. Then let me try. You have to teach me well. Is that Shadow Clone technique difficult to learn? Kushina nodded eagerly and then asked. It can be seen that she has never been a peaceful person. Everything before was just a disguise. What she wants is actually the effect now. It's not difficult. It's much easier than the sealing technique. With your talent and my guidance, you should be able to master it in a few hours. Chanzon shook his head with a smile. This is not a lie, Kushina's understanding and talent are really strong. Sealing techniques are notoriously difficult to learn and master. But Kushina can learn it very easily, which is her talent. That's good. That's good. Hee hee. Wow, it smells so good. Chanzon, you can also cook. I have decided that I will come to your place to eat every day from now on. Only then did Kushina have the heart to smell the food on the table, and then announced loudly. Then, he looked at Chanzon eagerly, as if to say, if you refuse, I will cry for you. Okay, it's all up to you. He spread his hands humbly and helplessly, then pointed at Minato, who had just come over, and said, however, Minato and I take turns to come here every day, and it's not me who does it every day. Minato will smile. Oh, after hearing this, Kushina glanced at Minato in surprise and complained, I can't tell. Minato, you look like a girl, but you can actually cook. Not bad, not bad. Minato, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I am really not suitable for Kushina. Born to be aggressive. Besides, what's wrong with him? You are obviously a sunny and cheerful boy, okay. This has been certified by many people. During dinner. By the way, Minato, Kushina, I successfully refined a secret medicine today that can temper the body and continuously strengthen the body. It has the best effect when combined with physical training. It is 10 times stronger than the medicated bath package issued by the clan, more than. I'll give each of you one pill first to test the effect. After that, when I refine more, I will give you some more. As he spoke, Chanzon pretended to take out a porcelain vase from the small world. Pour out 2 body-building pills from inside, hand 1 pill to each of them, and then introduce the best usage and effect in detail. Is there such a powerful secret medicine? Or did you refine it yourself, Chanzon? It must be very precious, right? Kushina held the secret medicine carefully and looked at Chanzon with emotion and admiration. For a time, my love for Chanzon, which was low in my heart, swelled to the ultimate level and changed completely. Thank you, Chanzon. Minato also expressed gratitude to Chanzon. I feel like I owe Chanzon even more. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Chanzon's mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the treasure collection, Whirlpool Kushina. Rewards. Top-level Whirlpool Sage Body 1, Life Extension Pill 10-year version *10. Close black lens bracket. Life Extension Pill 10-year version, taking it can extend life by 10 years. Each person can take up to 3 pills, and the effect is gradually decreasing. The second pill can only extend life by 5 years, and the third pill can extend life by 3 years. Chanzon. At this time, he was completely blind. Treasure collectible, Whirlpool Kushina. But he quickly reacted and regained his composure on the surface, but in his heart he asked the system. What's going on? Why did Kushina suddenly become my collection? The next moment, the system passed a piece of information to Chanzon. It turns out that if a woman falls in love with Chanzon wholeheartedly, in the system's judgment, it is equivalent to handing over her ownership to Chanzon. Naturally, they can be regarded as Chanzon's special collection. Likewise, anyone who becomes a die-hard fan of Chanzon can also be collected. This is really. After Chanzon received this information, he didn't know what to say. Can't laugh or cry. Happy. Of course there are. This means that he has explored another way of collecting. Moreover, the reward is generous enough. Forget it about the top-level vortex sage body, I already have it. This thing can't be stacked, it can only be used by other people in the future. Perhaps, it can be used on Kushina. Although her Uzumaki sage body is good, it is obviously not up to the top. But the longevity pill is really a big surprise. Chanzon thought happily. He has been looking for ways to extend Uzumaki Mito's life, but has no clue. Now, I got it unexpectedly. Although, one pill can only extend life for 10 years, and a person can only extend life for 18 years at most by relying on this life-extending pill, but for now, it is enough. Chanzon thought happily. Let alone 18 years, as long as Uzumaki Mito can live for another 3 to 5 years, it will be enough for him to grow to the point where third generation and they can't do anything about it. By then, he would no longer need to rely on Uzumaki Mito's protection. Of course, he sincerely respected Uzumaki Mito, an elder, and naturally hoped that she would live as long as possible. If he can obtain the method of immortality in the future, he even hopes that she can live forever. A good elder can always make people feel more at ease. However, now is not the time to give it to Grandma Shuiguang. It's not that Chanzon is stingy, it's mainly that he doesn't have a suitable excuse. It's better to wait until my medical skills surpass those of Tsunade-san, then I'll give them to you. Just say that I researched and refined it myself. Anyway, I have already refined the bodybuilding pill. Is it reasonable to refine the life-extending pill in the future? Hee. Chanzon thought to himself. Brother Chanzon, why are you in a daze? At this time, Kushina stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Chanzon's eyes, saying with a smile. Nothing. 373. Chanzon was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses, smiled and touched Kushina's head and said, I just suddenly figured out a question. Keep eating. As for the bodybuilding pill, you can just try it yourself after taking it. With that said, Chanzon asked Kushina to continue eating. After the meal, Chanzon began to teach Kushina shadow clone technique. This girl is indeed a genius, but she can perform it initially in an hour. Although it's still a little unstable, if you practice it a few dozen times, it should be almost there. It's getting late. Let's go. I'll take you home first. Chanzon looked at the sky and said to Kushina. Del. Kushina naturally has no objection. He immediately took Chanzon's hand and spent more than 10 minutes walking down to Uzumaki Mito's yard. Grandma, we are back, Kushina shouted happily as soon as she entered the yard. Good to be back. Whirlpool Mito shook his head in a funny way, then smiled at Chanzon and said, Chanzon is here too. Yeah, Grandma Mito, I'll send Kushina back. Chanzon also responded with a smile, and then said, in addition, there is something I want to discuss with you. Oh, what's the matter? Uzumaki Mito asked with some confusion. As such that, Chanzon organized his language, looked at Kushina, and immediately said to Mito, don't Minato and I always use shadow clone to go to school. Kushina knows it and wants to do it. I also taught her the shadow clone technique today. So, I want to discuss this with you, and I hope you can agree. I still need to talk to Uzumaki Mito about this kind of thing. In addition, third generation will definitely know about it later. It's hard to say what third generation's attitude towards this matter is. Because third generation asked Kushina to go to ninja school because it wanted Kushina to establish a bond at the school. At the same time, it also facilitates his contact and brainwashing education. Now if it were replaced by shadow clone, third generation's plans might be greatly compromised. Therefore, if Uzumaki Mito's support can be obtained first, there will be no way for third generation to oppose it later. So this is all. Uzumaki Mito listened, smiled, and looked at Kushina. Kushina immediately stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, ran over and hugged Uzumaki Mito's arm, and said coquettishly, Grandma. Just agree to it. This way, I can have more time to learn and become stronger with brother Chanzon. In addition, I can have more time to learn sealing techniques from you, right? The things taught in the school are all simple and boring. I think using shadow clone is enough. There is no need to waste my time. What do you think? She really doesn't like the atmosphere of school. On the first day, she aroused the hostility and rejection of a large number of boys. Then, because of her relationship with Chanzon, she offended almost all the girls, and she really didn't like it. Fine, Uzumaki Mito shook his head funny, I agree to this. What did you agree to? Just then, Tsunade walked in and asked curiously. Nothing, hee hee. Kushina smiled playfully, it's not an important thing. Correct. At this time, Chanzon looked at Tsunade, took out a porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to Tsunade and said, Sister Tsunade. This is based on the body-strengthening medicated bath formula you gave me recently, combined with what I have learned. Show me the bodybuilding pill I created. Oh. After hearing this, Tsunade took the porcelain bottle with some surprise, opened it, took a good look at the bodybuilding pill inside, smelled it, and then threw it directly into his mouth and swallowed it. Ah, Chanzon looked at it and was speechless. How reckless. Well, the effect is, not bad. Soon, the elixir began to take effect. Tsunade felt it carefully for a while, then looked up at Chanzon with a surprised look on his face and said, this effect is much better than the body-strengthening medicinal bath. And this kind of strengthening of the body is comprehensive, including internal organs and bones. Based on the effectiveness of the medicine in just a few minutes, the effect of such a secret medicine can last about 2 hours. Taken together, the efficacy of the medicine is at least 10 times that of the body-enhancing medicinal bath, and it is more comprehensive. Speaking of this, Tsunade looked at Chanzon with bright eyes. This thing is a treasure level for any ninja. Is this really something you have recently researched? So strong. Uzumaki Mito on the side was also surprised when he heard this. Tsunade nodded affirmatively. It will only get stronger. Then, she looked at Chanzon and asked, how much does this cost? Is it difficult to make? Chanzon smiled Kaido. I developed it naturally, and no one could give it to me. In terms of cost, regardless of other factors, the medicinal materials alone are about 100,000 taels each, and can be used to refine 5 of this secret medicine. However, refining is extremely difficult. It requires strong control over the fire style. You also need to have a good understanding of the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials and be able to adjust and integrate them at all times during the refining process. I feel that even you, Tsunade-san, can't learn it in a short time. This is not an exaggeration, but a fact. Really? Tsunade nodded clearly. I discovered just now that the various drugs and medicinal properties of this secret medicine are very thoroughly integrated, and they also have wonderful reactions with each other. It cannot be done by just mixing it randomly. It seems that your boy has also developed an amazing method of medicine. So, what are your thoughts when you gave me this medicine today? It's probably not just for me to help you verify its efficacy, right? This kid never hits the target without aim. Hey, I know I can't hide it from you, Tsunade-san. Chanzon rubbed the back of his head and smiled and said, I want to cooperate with the clan. The clan will provide the herbs and I will be responsible for refining them. Then, we will discuss a suitable distribution plan. This will be beneficial to both of us. Just rely on yourself to purchase medicinal materials. A small amount is okay, but a large amount will not only be difficult, but it will definitely attract the attention of the 3rd generation. When the time comes, they will definitely send someone to investigate. In that case, there is a high probability that the bodybuilding pill will not be hidden. 3rd generation will definitely find a way to take advantage of them. This is not what Chanzon wants to see. But if we cooperate with Tsunade and the others, things will be different. I see. After hearing this, Tsunade nodded clearly and did not rush to answer. Instead, he looked at Uzumaki Mito and asked, Grandma, what do you think? Uzumaki Mito did not answer Tsunade's question, but looked at Chanzon seriously and said, Chanzon. This secret medicine is very precious. It's best not to leak it before you grow up. Who knows this now? Chanzon immediately Kaido. I just successfully refined it today, and now only I and Kushina Minato know about it. Oh, now we have to add you too, Tsunade-san and Mito-san. If I can get enough medicinal materials to refine this secret medicine, the family can also use this secret medicine to quickly improve its strength. What do you think? After hearing this, Mito took a deep look at Chanzon. His eyes were soft and kind and said, "You are a good boy. I agree to this. However, it still needs to be kept as confidential as possible. Also, don't reveal to the outside world that you refined this secret medicine. I will take this name in the name of Senju. If it is exposed, just tell the outside world that it is a secret medicine developed by the Senju clan. This is also to protect you. I hope you understand." Chanzon smiled and nodded. "I understand. If anything is beautiful, it will be destroyed by the wind. It's better to keep a low profile. Anyway, I have no interest in this kind of false reputation. As long as you understand." Uzumaki Mito nodded happily, then pondered for a moment and said, "As for the distribution plan, the clan will provide medicinal materials and refine the elixirs. You will take 70%, and the clan will take 30%. I can't let you suffer. I think this means the clan is taking advantage of you. However, you shouldn't be able to use so many elixirs, right? Are you willing to sell part of your share to the clan? The effect of this secret medicine is so strong, it will greatly improve Senju. In itself, the Senju clan has many ninjas who are good at taijutsu and ninjutsu. Affected by blood inheritance, their physiques are relatively strong. If this advantage can be enhanced, it will not be as simple as 1 plus 1. Certainly, Chanzon nodded without hesitation. I really can't use so much. It's really a secret medicine. Everyone takes 1 to 2 pills a day for the best effect. With Minato and Kushina and I, we don't consume much every day. The rest can be sold to the clan at cost price. As for how the clan handles these secret medicines, I don't care. In addition, in the early stage, due to the problem of refining proficiency and difficulty, there will be a certain failure rate and the efficiency will not be too high. I hope you can be mentally prepared for this. I can spend at most 2 hours a day refining this secret medicine. Any more will affect my practice plan. Making money by refining alchemy is not his goal, but becoming stronger is. These are just minor obstacles." Uzumaki Mito nodded in agreement. "Even if you don't say it, I won't agree with you spending too much time on this every day. Currently, you still focus on improving your strength. I hope you will break through cage level soon. That's right, I see that your chakra level has reached Jonin level. I am ready to hand over all of Tobarama's water-style ninjutsu to you. Also, do you have any ninjutsu you have learned? As long as grandma has it, I can give it to you. Chanzon comes here every day, and Mito knows Chanzon's cultivation progress very well. All the ninjutsu given to Chanzon have long been mastered by Chanzon. Moreover, a certain amount of in-depth excavation and development has been carried out. It's time to. Really, Chanzon was immediately happy after hearing this. Recently, he was thinking of finding an opportunity to mention this matter to Uzumaki Mito. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Mito brought it up first. Of course it's true. Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded affirmatively. Chanzon immediately said, "In addition to Master Second Hokage's water style, I also want to learn his ace ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Grandma Mito, is that okay?" Oh, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade were a little surprised when they heard this. Tsunade raised his eyebrows, gave Chanzon a thumbs up and said, "You are very ambitious. However, the Flying Thunder God technique is so easy to learn. This ninjutsu requires extremely strong spatial perception talent and neural reaction speed. In addition, you need to master enough sealing techniques to be able to learn it." It's not like she never thought about learning this ninjutsu. But there is no doubt that she failed in the end. Not only her, but Senju and even people like third generation have also tried it. All failed. That's right. Uzumaki Mito also reminded at this time, this technique is very demanding and difficult. I'm not worried about your learning ability and understanding. Sealing skills are no longer a big problem for you. If you study for a while, it should be enough for you to practice Flying Thunder God. The technical requirements. But the talent in spatial perception and neurological response depends on whether you have this talent. Even so, do you still want to study? She didn't want Chanzon to be hit because he couldn't learn. Let's first make it clear how difficult it is to learn this technique, so as not to worry about the gains and losses afterwards. Chanzon nodded without hesitation. I want to give it a try. If you have this talent, it would be the best. If not, I will do what I can. These are all polite words. However, Tianzon never worried about talent. Isn't it just the talent of spatial perception? Maybe if you get the Flying Thunder God technique, you can get rewards in this area. If it really doesn't work, he can still think of a way. Okay, I'll get it for you. When Mito saw what Tianzon said, he didn't persuade him anymore and immediately got up and walked into the back room in person. It took more than 10 minutes to come out with a huge seal scroll, and then handed the seal scroll to Chanzon and said, "Here. All Tobarama's advanced water-style ninjutsu and flying. The training methods of Thor technique are all in it. I hope you won't let me down and grow up soon." "Yes, thank you, Grandma Mito. I will not let you down." Chanzon took it excitedly and moved, and said solemnly. The moment he took the scroll, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host for obtaining the treasure collection, Flying Thunder God technique. Reward: top space ninjutsu talent, top level neural reaction talent. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collectible, water style hard vortex water blade. Reward: 1 liter of water of life, chakra plus 100. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collectible, water style Tianwei. Reward: 1 liter of water of life, chakra plus 100. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ordinary collectible, water style wave strike. Reward: chakra plus 50 and 100,000 taels of money. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining the ordinary collectible, water style water blade slash. Reward: chakra plus 50 and 100,000 taels of money. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collectible, water style water dragon bite explosion. Reward: chakra plus 50, 100,000 taels of money. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining the ordinary collectible, water style big water rush. Reward: chakra plus 50, 100,000 taels of money. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining the ordinary collectible, water style water horn technique. Reward: chakra plus 50, and I get 100,000 taels. Close black lens bracket. Water of life, a rare product from the elf plane, the tree of life. Taking it can replenish and enhance vitality, quickly restore physical and even mental strength, and has a strong therapeutic effect. Sure enough, collecting the Flying Thunder God technique directly gives me the top-level space ninjutsu talent. The key is also the top-level neurological reaction talent, which directly fills up my talent for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, there is no problem in practicing this ninjutsu. In addition, the 2S level water styles, Hard Vortex Water Blade and Tianchi, actually receive the Water of Life, which is an unexpected surprise. Having this thing means you have more lives. Quote. Thinking of this, Chanzon thought again, can this thing replenish Grandma Mito's vitality and restore her lifespan? Chanzon was a little unsure, but he feels like he should be able to. However, this thing is not suitable for taking out yet, and it is even harder to explain its origin than the life extension pill. It can also be said that the longevity pill was researched and refined by myself. But the water of life is something that looks like a natural treasure at first glance. Chanzon, who has never been out of the village, doesn't know what excuse to find to explain its origin. Keep it for now. After thinking about this, Zon immediately suppressed his thoughts. Afterwards, after being dragged by Tsunade to discuss his experience and ideas on the creation of the bodybuilding pill, Chanzon said goodbye to Tsunade and the others and returned to his home. System. Receive the reward. As soon as he returned to the bedroom, Chanzon sat down cross-legged and talked to the system in his mind. The next moment, waves of warm currents poured into his body from the sea of consciousness between his brows, and began to transform and strengthen his body and even his soul. After more than half an hour, the undercurrent completely subsided. Chanzon opened his eyes and felt that the space around him seemed to become more intimate. He could even faintly sense the fluctuations in the space. Is this the effect of top-level space ninjutsu talent? Not bad. Then, he stood up and moved his body again, doing a set of basic physical skills. He could clearly feel that his nerve reaction speed had increased several times. My nerve reaction speed used to be slightly inferior to Minato's, but now, this shortcoming has been completely made up, and it has even surpassed Minato's. Hee. Chanzon smiled proudly. Then, take out the seal scroll given by Uzumaki Mito, open the seal enchantment in the bedroom, leave a shadow clone in the bedroom, and enter the small world. Unlock the seal scroll. Suddenly, a large number of scrolls and books appeared. Chanzon rummaged around and found the Flying Thunder God Techniques training scroll first. In addition to this, Chanzon also discovered that there are many notes about the practice and research process of Flying Thunder God Technique. Apparently a research manuscript by Senju Tobarama. Grandma Mito is really touching. Chanzon looked at these precious notes in a daze, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. Then, he secretly vowed in his heart that he would not disappoint Mito's expectations. At the same time, I will repay her well in the future. In a blink of an eye, several months passed. Chanzon is 6 years old. Phew, the level of sealing technique has finally reached the standard of practicing Flying Thunder God Technique. My understanding of the Flying Thunder God Technique is also quite profound. I can try to practice it formally. On this day, Chanzon returned home after learning the sealing technique from Uzumaki Mito, and rubbed his hands with excitement and anticipation. In order to meet the requirements of practicing Flying Thunder God Technique, he has put in a lot of effort in the past few months. Of course, in addition to comprehending the Flying Thunder God Technique and learning the sealing technique, he did not delay in other training and learning. I still go to the hospital almost every day. The water-style ninjutsu given to him by Uzumaki Mito has also been successfully practiced and mastered skillfully. The nature transformation of the water and fire attribute chakra has also been understood and mastered to a considerable height. At this time, Chanzon himself estimated that his combat power was the top among Jonin. Of course, the specific details can only be known by actually fighting against a strong person. I will officially start practicing the Flying Thunder God Technique tomorrow. With this thought, Chanzon rarely went to bed early. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Chanzon first said goodbye to Minato, then came to the ninja tool street and walked into a ninja tool shop. Boss, I'm here to pick up the special batch of kunai that was ordered half a month ago. As soon as he came in, Chanzon said to the boss at the counter. Oh, it's you Chanzon. I didn't ask you. It was completed the day before yesterday. Here, they are all here. There are 20 pieces in total. One piece is 100,000 taels, a total of 2 million taels. The city is heavy. Doff. After hearing this, Chanzon took a breath of air with a painful look on his face, took the bundle of special kunai and said to the boss, Boss, I am a regular customer after all. The business is so big this time, can't it be cheaper? Quote. After hearing this, the boss shook his head helplessly and said, This is really not cheap. In order to meet your requirements, this kunai is not only made of 100 forged fine steel, but also has a small amount of chakra metal added. Although the chakra metal added to each handle will not exceed 5 grams, you should also know that this thing is too precious. I can't actually make much money from your business. You are the only one who is a regular customer, otherwise the price would be more than this price. He wasn't lying. The main reason is that Chanzon's requirements are too high this time. I really don't know why you made a batch of such luxurious kunai. The boss even couldn't help but complain. In his opinion, aren't kunai just ordinary consumables? Okay, I won't bargain on the price. Boss, stop complaining. Here, take out the deposit of 200,000 taels, here is 1.8 million taels, you order it. Chanzon shook his head funny after hearing this, and without answering the boss's doubts, he took out a stack of banknotes and handed them to the boss. The number is right. That's good. I'm leaving. Chanzon, go slowly. Come back often in the future. After the boss finished counting, Chanzon picked up the kunai and left. It took a few minutes for Chanzon to quickly arrive at the secret training base. Minato saw Chanzon coming, and his eyes were instantly attracted by the special-looking kunai bundle Chanzon was holding in his hand. I couldn't help but ask curiously, Chanzon, are these kunai specially made by you for practicing the Flying Thunder God technique? These kunai don't even look like kunai, but more like daggers. That's right. Chanzon nodded affirmatively. These 20 sticks cost me 2 million taels. It's so expensive. Dude, Minato gasped after hearing this. 2 million. Isn't that 100,000 for one handle? Isn't it too expensive? This is not made of gold, so why is it so expensive? Have you been deceived? Minato walked over curiously, took out a special kunai, and looked at it carefully several times. This is all nothing. Chanzon smiled and shook his head, also took out a special kunai and injected it directly into chakra. Wang. The next moment, a faint chakra light glowed on this special kunai. Then, Chanzon explained, each handle of this thing has about 5 grams of chakra metal added to it. The steel is also 100 forged steel. Its conductivity and toughness are unmatched by ordinary kunai. If you don't believe me, try injecting chakra into it. Quote. Oh, is that so? After hearing this, Minato immediately poured chakra into the kunai in his hand with some understanding. Wang. He felt that the injection process was extremely smooth. He was a little surprised and said, it's true. This can be used as a high-quality short sword. Chanzon, you are really extravagant. With that said, Minato returned the kunai in his hand to Chanzon and couldn't help but complain. No way. Chanzon shrugged and said helplessly, kunai of this quality cannot meet the training requirements of the Flying Thunder God technique. Besides, don't talk about me. Didn't I test it for you before? You are also very talented in spatial perception and neural response. You will definitely practice the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. When the time comes, won't you still have to spend the same amount of money? So, make money early and save money early. Otherwise, it will be interesting to start practicing the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. Don't even be unable to afford a special kunai. If he hadn't refined a lot of bodybuilding pills one after another in recent months and obtained a large sum of money from Senju, he wouldn't be able to afford them. His past savings and the small amount of money he got from collecting ordinary ninjutsu have long been used up. For ordinary cultivation, the cost of purchasing ninja tools, clothing, alchemy furnaces, experimental materials, daily food and drink, etc. is not low. In addition, it is true to test Minato's space ninjutsu talent. However, it is Chanzon who has gained some experience and skills from studying sealing techniques and Flying Thunder God technique during this period. Then summarize a testing method. The accuracy is average, but effective. When Minato heard Chanzon's words, his expression suddenly froze, and he said with a bitter look on his face, "Stop talking. It's made me very stressed now. This forbidden technique is really not that easy to learn. Please give me flowers." Of course, it is impossible to give up. This is time and space ninjutsu. Super handsome. It's okay if I don't have this talent. Since I have this talent, I can't miss anything. It's good to learn something. Others still don't have this opportunity, let alone the talent. Chanzon rolled his eyes in a funny way. Don't be in the midst of blessings and not know your blessings. Original Minato is. Chanzon is not sure how to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique qualification. It is estimated that either Jiraiya spent a lot of military merit in exchange for it to the village, or Minato himself owed a large amount of military merit in exchange for it. In short, it is much harder than this life. Now it's basically free. Even later, when he starts learning the Flying Thunder God technique, he can always ask Chanzon for advice. This wave was taken away directly. That's true, I'm being pretentious. Minato also laughed at himself, then turned around and said, forget it. I'm going to practice first. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, he still cannot meet the requirements of cultivation. Chakra is too different, physical strength is far from enough. The sealing technique, the control of chakra, etc. are not up to par. Just practice ordinary ninjutsu honestly. Hee. Chanzon also smiled when he saw her. He walked aside without thinking about himself, took out 2 special kunai, and began to burn the space sealing technique on them. In fact, it is a special spatial coordinate. Because Chanzon had practiced many times on ordinary kunai and special paper before, the input process went smoothly. He was a little cautious at first, but soon he got the hang of it and became faster. In just over an hour, 20 special kunai were completed. The special kunai was later called the Flying Thunder God Dagger. 0. Then, he first put away 19 of them, and stuck the remaining one on the ground 5 meters away. Then, Chanzon directly tried to communicate the spatial coordinates on the Flying Thunder God Dagger through space perception. Perhaps because of the short distance and his high spatial talent, he could easily and clearly feel the coordinates on the Flying Thunder God's dagger. Immediately, Chanzon directly tried to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Brush. The next moment, Chanzon disappeared directly from the spot and appeared next to the Flying Thunder God dagger. At this time, Minato, who was practicing not far away, had stopped practicing, widened his eyes, and looked curiously at Chanzon's practice. It's so fast. It really doesn't feel like the body flicker technique, that one will still have a little bit of afterimage. Minato analyzed. From such a short distance, with the speed of Chanzon body flicker technique, most people may not be able to see the afterimage, but with Minato's neural reaction speed and insight, they can still detect it. However, Chanzon succeeded once again. Isn't it too exaggerated? This is an S-class forbidden technique. Immediately afterwards, after Minato realized that Chanzon had done something shocking, he couldn't help but numbly complain. However, what made him numb was yet to come. I saw that after Chanzon succeeded in teleporting for the first time, he found that the Flying Thunder God technique was not as difficult as he thought. He immediately tried several times to increase the distance. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. It has been successful all the way up to 1000 meters, and it has become more and more stable. Chanzon started playing tricks. Just start increasing the number of Flying Thunder God daggers. It only takes more than 10 minutes for Chanzon to start practicing Flying Thunder God technique. Minato saw Chanzon placing 7 or 8 Flying Thunder God kunai in different places on the open ground, on trees, on rocks, and so on. Then, the whole person turned into a silver flash of light and began to flash at these coordinates rapidly. Pervert. Minato finally uttered these 2 words numbly, then ignored Chanzon and went to practice on his own. As he continued to read, he felt that his heart was going to be broken. After practicing for half an hour, Chanzon stopped and nodded with satisfaction. Yes. I have begun to master it by teleporting 8 times in a row over a short distance. You can continue to increase the distance, or increase the number of Flying Thunder God daggers. Just do it if you want to do it. Chanzon immediately started trying it according to his own ideas. Another hour later, Chanzon had to stop the experiment as chakra was about to bottom out. Phew. Sure enough, as the distance increases, the consumption of chakra also increases. It's not obvious within a kilometer range, but beyond a kilometer, the number increases dramatically. It should be that my spatial sensing talent is not developed proficiently and stably enough. In addition, the spatial coordinates on the Flying Thunder God dagger are not stable and clear enough, so during the teleportation process, more chakra needs to be consumed to enhance sensing and stability. After that, we have to work hard in these 2 directions. Thinking like this, Chanzon inadvertently glanced at a tree hundreds of meters away, and then immediately looked away. He curled his lips slightly and said to himself, "Return to Anbu. Hiding is not professional at all. I can easily find you without Kagura's inner eye. Does this mean you know you can't hide in front of me and are giving up on yourself?" Chapter 51. That's right, since Tsunade accepted him as a disciple, with the improvement of his strength and perception ability, it didn't take long for Chanzon to discover Anbu, who was hiding near him and was responsible for monitoring him. At first, he deliberately teased this person a few times, but then just ignored him. Anyway, it won't affect him anything. It's just that some secret methods need to be hidden from this person's eyes. For example, the existence of space rings, the existence of small worlds, etc. Use these things at home as much as possible. The family has its own ceiling barrier that can block detection. Inside the Hokage office, 3rd generation listened to Anbu, who was responsible for secretly monitoring Chanzon, report on Chanzon's cultivation situation today. What did you say? Chanzon has officially started practicing the Flying Thunder God technique today. Moreover, he succeeded in one go. In the following few hours, you completed multiple periods of continuous teleportation practice and long-distance teleportation practice. Are you sure you are not dazzled? Third generation couldn't help but interrupt Anbu mid-sentence and asked. Absolutely true. Anbu immediately assured. My subordinates have confirmed it many times and there will be no mistake. Hiss. After confirming that Anbu was not lying, third generation suddenly took a breath of air. He quickly lit his tobacco stick and took 2 puffs of bada bada to calm down his shock. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "You continue." Here, this Anbu immediately continued to report. After he finished speaking, third generation waved his hand and said, "Okay. Go ahead." Yes. After Anbu left, third generation was silent for a long time, then took a long breath of smoke and said with an inexplicable expression, "I thought I already understood your talent. Unexpectedly, you surprised me again. You have easily learned forbidden techniques such as the Flying Thunder God technique. Is there any ninjutsu that you cannot learn?" With the Flying Thunder God technique, Chanzon's strength and maneuverability are completely different from those of CE. It seems that I need to have more contact with him and talk more. I need to find a way to continue to instill the will of fire into him and make him completely become my die-hard loyalist. Third generation thought secretly, making up his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't worry. Of course, Chanzon's strength is still far behind him, and Chanzon is his disciple after all, and he doesn't show any resistance to him on weekdays. On the contrary, every time I chat with Chanzon, third generation can feel Chanzon's love for the village and his recognition and understanding of the will of fire from Chanzon's words. Therefore, third generation is not afraid of Chanzon, and even regards him as a threat. Currently, he is still thinking about how to brainwash Chanzon and use him for his own purposes. As for the origins of Chanzon Senju's descendants, none of this is a big deal. Descendants are descendants. Starting from Chanzon's grandfather, their family has been integrated into the common people of Konoha. I guess I don't have much idea about hands, let alone any sense of identity. It is true that Senju Makuma, Tiamu and Mito-sama are all influencing Chanzon. But third generation believes that its brainwashing ability is definitely stronger than these people. Perhaps, Chanzon can be inadvertently led to hate the Senju clan. After all, Chanzon's grandfather and parents, from another perspective, can also be said to have died so easily because the senior Senju people chose to integrate the clan members into the common people of Konoha. The more third generation thought about it, the more they realized their idea was wrong. I'm a brainwashing genius. That's it. However, this matter cannot be too deliberate, it is too obvious. It must be guided slowly. Third generation thought again. After third generation found out, Danzo also found out immediately. Flying Thunder God technique. You really look more and more like the teacher. It's a pity that because of Hiruzen's existence, I can't have too much contact and influence on you. I hope you won't become an obstacle to me in the future. Danzo murmured with a complicated expression. He is very conflicted now. If this trend continues, he knows very well that Chanzon will definitely become his enemy in the future. But now he was reluctant to take action against Chanzon directly. I can only temporarily suppress the many thoughts in my heart. Danzo is actually confused and lonely a lot of the time. He has a strong desire to be recognized by his teacher. I strongly want to prove to my teacher that the teacher's choice was wrong. He is the one who should take over Hokage, not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was just a thief who gained the teacher's trust one step ahead of him and stole his Hokage position. In his opinion, in terms of ability, courage, and strength, how is he not better than the third generation? Unfortunately, I can only think about these things myself now. As long as he cannot prove himself, he will never be recognized by anyone. In a blink of an eye, 2.5 years have passed. Chanzon is also 8 years old. Because of the promotion of Uzumaki blood succession and Senju blood succession, because I insist on exercising my body and insisting on taking bodybuilding pills. At this time, Chanzon's height had reached 1.5 meters. If his face were not a little immature, he would not look like an 8-year-old child at all, but more like a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Host, Chanzon. Talent, slightly. Kagura's inner eye. Talent telepathy. Top space ninjutsu talent. Top neurological reaction talent. Blood successor Whirlpool sage body top level Senju blood succession junior level. Chakra attributes water, earth, thunder, wind, fire, yin, yang. Spirit 145 normal genin is 10. Physique 1524 the average adult genin is 10. Chakra 15,240 cage level. Ninjutsu slightly. Grandmaster alchemy, chakra sound transmission, flying thunder god technique, hard vortex water blade, heavenly cry, etc. Pet white wolf wind blade technique, wind control technique, wind blade storm, wind tornado, wind demon wall. Items slightly. Space ring 100 cubic meters *1, bodybuilding elixir recipe, 2 liters of water of life. During dinner that day, at Chanzon's home. While eating, Chanzon said to Minato and Kushina, Minato. Kushina, I'm going to apply for early graduation assessment in the next few days. Why? Minato and Kushina were stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then Kushina asked directly. On the other hand, Minato chuckled and Kaido said, with your ability, you can graduate early. The school has no help for you long ago. I'm still wondering how long you plan to hang out. Since you have chosen to graduate early, let me apply too. More than 2 years, nearly 3 years. There is Chanzon's oppression. Chanzon provides a large number of bodybuilding pills, and other pills, and he often gets advice from Chanzon and Grandma Mito. Minato's strength level has also been raised to the elite Chunin level. The kind of elite Chunin that has both chakra and taijutsu. The combat power is not inferior to that of ordinary Jonin. The reason why he is not a Jonin is just because he is young and his chakra capacity and mental strength cannot keep up. With such strength, he could have graduated a long time ago. That's fine. Chanzon smiled and nodded, then looked at Kushina and said, Kushina, do you want to join us? In this way, we ask Sister Tsunade to talk to third generation, and we should be directly assigned to the same class. When the time comes, we can do the mission together, how about that? Can it still be like this? After hearing this, Kushina's eyes lit up immediately, she hugged Chanzon affectionately and said happily, then I agree. I love you Chanzon the most. Hee. As for the reason why Chanzon chose to graduate early at this time, that is no longer important. Minato on the side saw the greasy scene between Chanzon and Kushina, and suddenly felt that the rice in the bowl was no longer fragrant, and he felt full. He suddenly said helplessly, can you restrain yourself? I feel like I'm full just from eating your dog food. Ha. Giggle. Upon hearing this, Chanzon and Kushina looked at Minato's depressed expression and immediately became Ichiraku. Kushina even joked. I asked you to find a girlfriend in class but you don't want to. Who can blame you? Forget it. Minato listened and shook his head. Women will only affect the speed of my cultivation. The gap between me and Chanzon is getting wider and wider. I'd better make time to practice. Women are not something I should consider at my age. Of course, he would not admit that except for Kushina, there was no girl in the class who made his heart flutter. As for Kushina, he had given up on her from the first day they met. Don't bully your friend's wife. That's it again. After hearing this, Kushina couldn't help but rolled her eyes. I'm tired of hearing this. You obviously don't like you. Inuzuka Claw likes you so much, but you don't pretend to be polite, doesn't that explain the problem? DB. When Minato heard this name, a figure of a girl with the image of killing Matt suddenly appeared in his mind. He was suddenly excited and resisted. As for Inuzuka Claw, let's forget it. She and I are not suitable. Not only is it a matter of appearance, this woman also has quite a wolfish personality, a tough one. Minato felt like he couldn't hold it any longer. Ha. Kushina, please don't scare Minato. His face has turned pale. At this time, Chanzon couldn't help but dissuade him. He knows about Inuzuka Kiba. Isn't he the mother of Inuzuka Kiba, the 12 little strongmen of Konoha in the future? She is indeed a strong woman, so it is normal for Minato not to like her. Hee. Okay. Hearing this, Kushina glanced at Minato and found that he was really a little scared. Ichiraku immediately did not continue the topic. After dinner, Chanzon took Kushina for a walk towards the Senju tribe. Kushina held one of Chanzon's arms throughout the whole process and rested her head gently on Chanzon's shoulder. While enjoying the night view, she chatted with Chanzon first. Everyone who saw this scene on the road smiled like an ant, but no one bothered them. The road that could have been reached in a few minutes at the fastest took half an hour to complete. Walking into Uzumaki Mito's yard, the two of them saw Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade, and Nawaki was actually there today. Tisk tisk, are you so disgusted? It makes my teeth sore. Tsunade couldn't help but joked when he saw the two people's intimacy. Nawaki even gave Chanzon a thumbs up. Awesome. Tsunade's sister. After hearing this, Kushina immediately let go of Chanzon shyly, and then ran quickly to play with Tsunade. Then, he said to Uzumaki Mito, Grandma, Chanzon and Minato have decided to go to school tomorrow to apply for early graduation. Uzumaki Mito was slightly stunned after hearing this, then looked at Chanzon with a questioning look and asked, Is it true? Yes. Chanzon nodded affirmatively. Uzumaki Mito nodded noncommittally and said, Tell me what you think. You are a very thoughtful child, and making such a decision at this time is definitely not impulsive. In this era, the normal graduation time is usually around 10 years old. Not the 12-year-old of Naruto's generation. Chanzon immediately said, First of all, I feel that my strength has almost improved. I need to improve my actual combat ability and ability to deal with various tasks. I also have the ability to protect myself and Kushina. Secondly, you should know that in the past year or so, the conflicts in the major ninja villages have intensified, especially the conflicts with the Rain Country, Rock Shinobi and Sunagaku have become more frequent. I have a hunch that a new ninja war is about to begin. When the time comes, we senior students will inevitably be ordered by the village to graduate early and enter the battlefield. If you are so passive, it is better to take the initiative to graduate early now. Before the Ninja World War has fully started, do some less difficult tasks first and accumulate experience in combat and tasks. What do you think? He is not a passive person. At least, that's the case when it comes to your own safety. I see. Uzumaki Mito nodded clearly. You have really thought it through. Okay, I agree to this. I will let Tsunade say hello to the monkey, assign the three of you to a class, and then. With that said, she looked at Tsunade and asked, Tsunade, you will personally lead the team and become their teacher. What do you think? After hearing this, Tsunade shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't work. Due to the intensification of conflicts recently, there are many wounded every day, and I am almost overwhelmed. Let's find someone else. Besides, I don't have much left to teach them. It's better to choose another teacher so that they can learn more. Don't worry, I will talk to the old man and find a good teacher for them. Fine. Uzumaki Mito didn't object. In addition, seeing this, Tsunade then looked at Chanzon and said, The only thing left in my hand is the Wei fist that I haven't taught you. I will teach you directly later and give you a training scroll of the Wei fist. With you should be able to master this skill easily, right? At this time, Kushina also raised her hand and said, Sister Tsunade. I want to learn too. Haha, okay, then I'll teach you too. After hearing this, Tsunade smiled and did not refuse. Not to mention, Kushina is really suitable for Kylie Fist. Her physique is strong enough, she has enough chakra, and she has strong control over chakra. Thank you, Tsunade-san. Chanzon immediately expressed his gratitude. Then, he licked his face again, a little embarrassed, first looked at Tsunade, then looked at Uzumaki Mito and asked, Well, actually, I want to learn 100 healings mark from Sister Tsunade and Grandma Mito. Not sure if this is possible. As soon as these words came out, both Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito were a little surprised. Tsunade looked Chanzon up and down and said, You don't lack chakra, right? Why do you want to learn this ninjutsu? As for the appearance, Chanzon is only 8 years old, what kind of appearance does he want to maintain? That's fine. At this time, Uzumaki Mito smiled and said directly, I have taught so many ninjutsu and sealing techniques, and this one is not missing. After learning the 100 healings mark, you can also have one more trump card, and you will have one more point of protection in critical moments. Next, Take some time to come to my place and learn from me. You, Sister Tsunade, haven't fully succeeded in cultivation yet, so don't bother her. I will give you a practice method later. You can take it home to see it today, and then take time to come over and study it tomorrow. She doesn't have much time. She estimates that in another year and a half at most, she may not be able to hold on. I wish I could teach Chanzon a little more. Yes, thank you, Grandma Mito. Hee. Chanzon immediately bowed gratefully and thanked him. This is nothing more than a real grandma, right? Seeing Kushina's excited look, Uzumaki Mito said to her again, as for Kushina, you don't have the requirements to practice this technique yet. Wait until you reach the elite Jonin level and then think about this matter again. At that time, even if I am no longer around, you can still learn this technique from Chanzon or Tsunade. Grandmother. When Kushina heard this, her nose suddenly became sore. She ran over and hugged her and worriedly said, how could you not be here? You will definitely live a long life. I also have brothers Chanzon and Nawaki who are still young and can't live without you. Yes, Grandma, don't say such unfavorable words again. Tsunade was also a little depressed and said with a worried look in his eyes. If I want to say who among the few people knows Uzumaki Mito's situation best, besides Chanzon, it is Tsunade. With her keen sense, she had already sensed that her grandmother's fire of life was getting weaker and weaker. Yes, Grandma, you haven't seen me become a Hokage yet. Nawaki rarely gave serious advice. Yes, Grandma Mito, you will be fine. Chanzon also spoke at this time. His eyes were the most determined. At the same time, Chanzon thought to himself, it's almost time to give the longevity pill to Grandma Mito. In addition, I can also give some water of life. Let's learn 100 healings mark tomorrow. Chanzon prepared to avoid some people. At least, this matter is not suitable for Nawaki and Kushina to know for the time being. The two of them are young and can't hide things, especially Nawaki. Hee. Uzumaki Mito listened and smiled kindly, put the child away. Grandma is fine. However, aging, sickness and death are normal. Even if such a day comes, you don't have to be too sad. Just remember to support each other and take care of each other. Speaking of this, Uzumaki Mito looked at Chanzon and warned, especially Chanzon, I am the most at ease with you. You are the most mature and stable, and I will still have to rely on you to manage the family in the future. Do you understand? In this regard, even Tsunade is far inferior to Chanzon. Yes, Chanzon didn't say anything more, just nodded in agreement. Because of this incident, everyone was no longer interested in chatting. Immediately, Tsunade took Chanzon and Kushina and began to teach them the strange power boxing. Tsunade also gave Chanzon a ninjutsu scroll recording the practice of strange power techniques. The moment he took it, the system prompt sounded in Chanzon's mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare collectible, Strange Power Technique. Reward. Top Physical Skills Talent, Internal Boxing Technique Xingyiquan. Xingyiquan, it contains the 6 realms of Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Hua Jin, Dan Jin, Gang Jin, and Seeing Spirits and Indestructibles. It is a kind of national martial art that can temper oneself, control oneself, and break one's own limits. In addition to the top-level physical skills talent, there is also the Chinese martial art Xingyiquan. Or is it the dragon snake version of Xingyiquan? It's so developed. Chanzon was overjoyed when he saw the reward. He had already expected top-notch physical skills, but Dragon Snake's version of Xingyiquan really exceeded his 18-year-old expectations. If I can practice this national art to the level of Wajin, and cooperate with my strong physique, what level of strength will it reach? What level will it reach if combined with chakra? In addition, if Sister Tsunade learns this Xingyiquan and cooperates with her strange power fist-fighting method, what level of strength can she achieve? Chanzon himself made a rough deduction, and it can at least more than double Tsunade's strength. Well, find time to teach Xingyiquan to Sister Tsunade in the near future. I remember during this ninja war, Sister Tsunade encountered many fatal dangers. Especially when facing Hanzo of the Salamander, I almost died several times. In the end, because Hanzo had scruples and didn't want to completely offend Konoha, he let Tsunade-san, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya go, and gave them the title of Konoha Sanin. This title can actually be regarded as a shameful title to a certain extent, right? Because of this, it is even more necessary to continue to strengthen Sister Tsunade. By then, maybe she can have the strength of Hanzo the Hard Steel. Chanzon thought to himself. The Tsunade at this time is not the Tsunade from this period in the original work. She had not taken the bodybuilding pills for more than 2 years in vain. If I were to say who has been most helped by the bodybuilding pill in the past 2 years or so, well, it must be Chanzon, followed by Tsunade. Long-term practice of taking bodybuilding pills has made Tsunade's physical strength reach an incredible level. Now even if she doesn't use chakra, she still has at least elite Jonin level combat power by relying solely on pure physical skills. With the addition of chakra, a proper cage level combat power is not just an ordinary cage level combat power. Due to her physical improvement, her chakra level had officially exceeded cage level more than a year ago. This is still not long enough. In another year and a half, Tsunade is even confident that he will reach cage level with taijutsu alone. Of course, it has a lot to do with unsystematic bodybuilding exercises. Ordinary physical training has limited effects. If there was, it would have been beyond this level long ago. Now that we have Shingiquan, isn't it possible to live together? Suppressing these thoughts in his mind, Chanzon then began to learn the magic technique from Tsunade. With his physical strength, control over chakra, and understanding, Tsunade just taught him once and he initially mastered it. Weird punch. Chanzon saw that Chanzon mobilized chakra to condense in the tendons of his right hand for compression, and then punched out. Chakra suddenly burst out from his fist. Boom. Immediately, with his fist as the center, the ground with a radius of 7 to 8 meters directly shattered and sunk deeply. Hey. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Did you learn it just once? I have been studying for more than a year, and I have only just mastered it now. Nawaki on the side was shocked and exclaimed. Well, this is actually quite simple. As long as the physique of the muscles and veins is up to standard and the chakra control is sufficient, it is not difficult to understand the operating principle. Chanzon patted the dust on his hands with a calm expression and said, pretending. Nawaki looked at him secretly, as if he wanted to punch him in the face. If we don't pretend to be cool, we are still good buddies. Hey. Chanzon smiled cheerfully. Well done. You are worthy of being my disciple. You did not embarrass your master. Tsunade crossed his hands, raised his eyebrows slightly, and praised Chanzon. In fact, why wasn't she amazed? However, she had long since passed the stage of being startled. In fact, Chanzon has given her too many surprises in the past 3 years. Kushina is calmer than Tsunade. Brother Nawaki, you are too unstable. This is nothing surprising, it is just Chanzon's basic operation. Calm down. Nawaki, is this a problem with my lack of stability? Okay, Sister Tsunade, keep teaching, I haven't learned it yet. Kushina was too lazy to talk to Nawaki and pestered Tsunade coquettishly. Good. Tsunade shook his head in amusement. Then, Kushina looked at Chanzon and said, by the way, Chanzon, you learned it so quickly, you must have a trick, can you teach me together? Become. Chanzon smiled knowingly and immediately taught Kushina the magic technique with Tsunade. More than an hour passed, and seeing that it was getting late, Chanzon left the Senju tribe with Kushina's reluctant expression, and spent a while returning to his home. He did not rush to go to bed, but opened the bedroom. After several upgrades, it was already a top-level ceiling barrier. Then, a shadow clone lay on the couch, and the main body flashed into the small world. At this time, the hour will be much larger than before, and it has reached B.2 kilometers today. The layout inside is more reasonable. There are not only various functional buildings and functional areas. Many medicinal fields have also been opened up to grow various precious medicinal materials. System. Receive the reward. Chanzon appeared directly in the largest martial arts arena in the small world and said silently in his heart. The next moment, a warm current flowed throughout his body and began to transform his body. At the same time, streams of information about 12 Shingiquan continued to pour into his mind, and Chanzon quickly closed his eyes and digested it with all his strength. After more than an hour, the warmth in the body began to disappear. Chanzon has also initially digested the information of Xingyiquan and gained some understanding. Immediately start practicing according to the methods. The first is Zhuanggong 3-body posture. With Chanzon's understanding, control over his body, and his newly acquired top-level physical skills talent, he was able to master Zhuanggong in no time. Moreover, with Chanzon's continuous adjustments, after 10 minutes, Zhuanggong was directly proficient across the country and entered the stage of minor success. In another half an hour, we directly reached the Dacheng stage. At this time, the effect of practice has become obvious. A stream of warm current began to flow between Chanzon's legs, feet, waist and abdomen. At the same time, he felt that his bottom plate strength and stability were constantly improving every moment. Qi and blood also began to rise. Of course, if there is gain, there will be sacrifice. Similarly, his physical strength is also rapidly depleted. In another hour, Chanzon successfully practiced the 3-body posture kung fu to a perfect level. Of course, this does not mean that he will not need to practice Zhuangkong in the future, it just means that his understanding of Zhuangkong is in place. From now on, you will still need to practice pile exercises every day to strengthen the strength and stability of the lower body. This is a long-term process. However, Chanzon was not going to continue practicing Zhuang Kung Fu today. Instead, he stood up and started practicing Wushang Quan. Bang bang bang, swish, swish, swish. An hour later, Chanzon successfully practiced the 5-shaped Quan to a small level, and he temporarily stopped. Start practicing 12 Xingyiquan: dragon, tiger, bear, snake, turtle, monkey, horse, chicken, swallow, harrier, eagle. Practice one kind at a time. Ba bang bang. After practicing all the 12 forms, Chanzon felt that his whole body was smooth and he was twisted into one. Between his punches and kicks, the air exploded, bringing out a terrifying fist style. At the same time, Chanzon felt that his energy and blood had soared, and a certain bottleneck in his body seemed to have been broken. He felt much more relaxed and comfortable all over. Mingjin is done. Chanzon listened happily. Then, he felt that the muscles all over his body began to ache, and his stomach growled with hunger, as if he could eat a cow. Chanzon immediately made a thought and took out a bottle of bodybuilding pill. Pour one out and swallow it. The bodybuilding pill in the stomach began to be digested rapidly, turning into streams of warm current flowing throughout the body. Hunger slightly lessened, but the bodybuilding pill that usually takes an hour to consume, as the strength of the body increases, the consumption intensifies, and the time is shortened by half compared to the beginning, is now digested in just a few minutes. Chanzon immediately swallowed 7 or 8 bodybuilding pills again. More than 20 minutes later, these 4 bodybuilding pills were consumed again, and the pills no longer felt hungry. Most of the pain and fatigue all over my body was gone. He moved his body and mobilized his energy and blood. It was found that qi and blood increased by 50% again. Obviously, after the previous breakthrough, due to lack of nutrition, the growth of qi and blood was not complete. It's now, of course, because the bottleneck has been broken. In the next period of time, as long as Chanzon persists in practicing Xingyiquan, his energy and blood strength will continue to increase rapidly. Until the welfare period that breaks the bottleneck passes. Emotions, this is the correct way to use the bodybuilding pill. In the past, I suffered from the fact that there was no real bodybuilding method. Not only was the absorption speed slow, but the efficiency was also low. Now, with this Xingyiquan, the value and efficacy of the bodybuilding pill have been truly fully developed. It seems that I need to refine some more bodybuilding pills next. He is planning to teach Xingyiquan to Minato, Kushina, Tsunade and Nawaki. If Uzumaki Mito is willing to learn, he is also prepared to teach. By the way, there are also Uncle Iron and the old man between scenes. There are almost just these few people at the moment. They have been verified by Chanzon for many years and know the existence of complete trust. The war is coming, and it is necessary to improve their strength as quickly as possible. Early the next morning, after breakfast, let's go Minato. Chanzon greeted Minato and went out together, leaping across the roof and appearing at the door of the Senju clan in a short time. From a distance, I saw Kushina already waiting here. The two jumped down and appeared in front of Kushina. Gone. Kushina. Chanzon smiled and stepped forward to hold Kushina's hand and said hello. The three of them set off again and spent about 10 minutes arriving at the school. Instead of going to the classroom, he went straight to the class teacher's office, knocked on the door, and walked in. "Ha, it's Chanzon, you three. What, is something wrong?" Kurikawa Ichiro was slightly surprised when he saw the three people walking in, and then couldn't help but ask. "Teacher, the three of us are here today to apply for early graduation assessment," Chanzon said directly. Minato and Kushina on both sides also nodded. "Oh, that's it, I agree. Come on, fill out the form. I'll go find Master Hokage later." After hearing this, Ichiro Kurikawa was slightly stunned. Then, he calmly took out 3 forms from the drawer, handed them to the 3 of them, and said in a calm tone. Chanzon, Kushina, Minato. They were a little surprised by the teacher's calmness. But he forgot about it the next moment. I quickly filled out the form, handed it back to the teacher, and asked, "Teacher, when will the results be available?" Ichiro Kurikawa took the form and said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm not sure. I'll go find Mr. Hokage later. If it's quick, it will be done tomorrow. If it's slow, it will be a week or even more. It's not impossible for a long time. It is even possible to be directly rejected by Lord Hokage. Of course, based on my understanding of your situation, it is unlikely that you will be rejected. Just go back and wait." "That's right. Before that, you still have to come to school every day. Even a shadow clone." After hearing this, Chanzon and the other 2 looked at each other and thought to themselves, sure enough, the teacher already knew that they were using shadow clone to go to school. "No problem, teacher." The 3 people nodded immediately. Since the teacher said it so blatantly, what else was there to say? They formed seals directly in front of the teacher, each of them separated a shadow clone, and said to the shadow clone in unison, "I'll leave the schooling to you. Today is the day. Hold on, let's go." After saying that, the 3 of them waved and said goodbye to the teacher and left immediately. The 3 shadow clones spread their hands helplessly, left the office, and walked towards the classroom. Kurikawa Ichiro, what's this all about? Hey. After a long time, a sigh came from Kurikawa Ichiro's office. Of course it is a good thing for students to be talented, but it is not a good thing for students to be too independent. Forget it. Let's go find Master Hokage first. With this in mind, Kurikawa Ichiro immediately left the school and took some time to go to the Hokage building. After being informed, he successfully met the 3rd generation and made clear his intention. "This is the application form from the 3 of them. Please take a look at it, Mr. Hokage." After saying that, Hidao submitted the application form. 3rd generation took the application, looked through it, took a puff of dry cigarette, nodded, looked at Kurikawa Ichiro and said, "I understand. I passed their application. I will do my best here. Quickly arrange the assessment matters. As for the time, let's set it in 3 days. If nothing happens, just go back first." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Kurikawa Ichiro immediately agreed, turned and left. 3rd generation took the 3 application forms and pondered, graduate early. At this point in time, did they notice something? Or did they get some advice from Tsunade and the others? At this time, the door of Hokage's office was kicked open. With 3rd generation speechless, Tsunade walked in, glanced at the application form in 3rd generation's hand. Tsunade raised a brow and said, "Old man, it seems that you have received Chanzon's application for early graduation." 3rd generation twisted his eyebrows with his hands, looked at Tsunade helplessly and said, "So, this is why you came here today. Don't worry, I have agreed to the assessment. A new ninja war may break out at any time. At this time, it is good for them to graduate early and adapt to tasks and killings in advance. If nothing happens, you can leave." He didn't even bother to stress to Tsunade not to kick on his door. It has become a habit. Anyway, Tsunade won't change it. In the past 3 years, because of Tsunade, he has replaced no less than 30 office doors alone and raised the desk under his desk. Already numb. No hurries. After hearing this, Tsunade glared at 3rd generation and said, "This is not the main thing I came here for today, but I want you to put the 3 of them into one class. This is what Grandma meant." Third generation was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and said with some surprise, "That's what I planned." The three of them are so familiar and they graduated early together, it's naturally most appropriate to list them together at 10. However, if you take the initiative to speak, are you planning to be their teacher? That's not to say. Stop it. Before third generation could finish speaking, Tsunade interrupted him and corrected him, "I'm not planning to be their teacher. Others don't know it, but don't you know it too? There are so many patients in the hospital recently, and the front lines are constantly bringing them back. I'm almost too busy. How can I have this idle guy to lead the team in the future? Besides, I have nothing to teach them. You'd better recommend a suitable candidate yourself. The best ones are those who have enough combat experience and mission experience, and are strong enough. Otherwise, we can't suppress them. You should be aware of this. Third generation has been sending people to check Chanzon and the others for a long time, how could Tsunade not know? It's just that since third generation has no malicious intent, I just ignore it." "Oh, is that so?" Third generation was a little surprised. He thought that with the thoughts of Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito, he would not trust these three people to be arranged by him. "Now it seems that I still think too much." Of course third generation would not refuse such a good thing, and immediately nodded and said, "Okay. Since you are not free, let me arrange it. What do you think of Tsukumo?" Third generation pondered for a moment and asked. This is the most suitable candidate he thought of. He is strong enough, has rich experience in missions and battles, and has never failed a mission. The key is to be loyal enough to him, or in other words, loyal enough to Hokage to be a perfect ninja. Of course, in the eyes of third generation, Hokage is him, and he is Hokage. Therefore, Tsukumo is his die-hard loyalist, and there is nothing wrong with him. Tsukumo senpai. Of course it's the best. Tsunade listened and agreed without hesitation. Tsukumo is so qualified. Okay, let's go then. Third generation nodded with satisfaction. If there's nothing else, you can go about your business. Okay. Tsunade didn't waste any time and left quickly. Chanzon sighed. After coming out of school, he looked at Kushina and asked, "Kushina, I'm going to learn 100 healings mark from Grandma Mito. Will you come with me? Or should I separate a shadow clone to take you and Minato to practice together?" DB. Kushina thought about it and said solemnly, "I'd better go practice. Let your shadow clone continue to teach me the magic power. I haven't mastered this yet." Chanzon has already said that a new ninja war is about to begin, and since they are about to graduate and go on missions, he cannot hold back and strive to become stronger. She didn't want to be a burden to Chanzon. Good. Chanzon saw what Kushina was thinking, and moved his hand to touch her head and said, "Don't put too much pressure on me. It's all up to me." Kushina smiled happily. Minato on the side was speechless. What is this feeling of dog food flying everywhere? Can you sprinkle a little less dog food? Immediately, Chanzon separated another shadow clone and rushed to the secret training base with Kushina and Minato. Moreover, the thing that was separated this time was shadow clone. The main reason is that the strange power technique is relatively violent and can easily break an ordinary shadow clone, so it is safer to use a true shadow clone. Watching shadow clone leave with Kushina, Chanzon also quickly came to the Senju tribe. Met Uzumaki Mito. "Grandma Mito, I'm coming." Chanzon stepped forward with a smile and said hello. Uzumaki Mito nodded, pointed to the several scrolls in front of him and said, "What is recorded here is the practice method of 100 healings mark. You should read it carefully first and try to understand it. When we feel it's almost done, we'll officially start learning. Of course, if you have anything you don't understand along the way, you can always ask me." Chanzon took a look and saw that 2 of the scrolls were still new. He probably started preparations again last night. His heart suddenly felt warm. Grandma Mito. There's no rush. After gathering his mind, Chanzon shook his head and stepped on it, directly activating the isolation barrier in the yard. Then, with Uzumaki Mito's puzzled expression, he looked at her solemnly and asked, "Grandma Mito. Your time seems to be running out, right?" Uzumaki Mito was not surprised when he heard this. She had known this for a long time and could not hide this from Chanzon, who was very perceptive. "That's true. So, little Chanzon, you should hurry up and become stronger. When Grandma is gone, Konoha will probably be as peaceful as it is now. At that time, both you and Senju will face a lot of difficulties. When the time comes, Grandma hopes that you will take good care of Tsunade, Nawaki, and Kushina. If possible, help the Senju clan. They can be your helping hand and help you gain a better foothold in Konoha. Of course, there will be a lot of troubles that will follow. It's up to you how you choose. Uzumaki Mito said naggingly. I'm afraid I have no choice for a long time. Chanzon chuckled and shook his head. From the beginning, I have been bound to Senju. We can't break away, and there is no need to break away. I can't just sit back and watch something happen to the old man and the others. So, I agree to all your requests. But that's not the point of me asking this question today. He was not prepared to let Uzumaki Mito go like this. It's up to Uzumaki Mito to support the Senju clan by himself. He is still young, just a child, and he doesn't want to shoulder such a heavy burden. Living like that is too tiring. Uzumaki Mito was very surprised when he heard this, and asked a little confusedly, what's the point? Speaking of which, she mentioned today that she didn't have much time left and began to explain her funeral arrangements. Indeed, there was no trace of sadness or reluctance in Zon's eyes. Is Chanzon cold-blooded? Of course it's impossible. After 3 years of contact, Uzumaki Mito felt that he already knew Chanzon quite well. This kid is a rare good kid with a kind heart and a responsible nature. He values family affection and friendship. So what caused Chanzon to behave like this? Uzumaki Mito had a vague guess, but he was not sure. Because, that is a bit too shocking. But sometimes, people's hunch is very accurate. The next moment, Chanzon asked solemnly, Grandma Mito, I want to ask you, your lifespan is coming to an end. It may not be that your lifespan has reached its limit, but because of the ceiling of 9 tails, your vitality is constantly being affected. Is it because of the loss of time? Although Uzumaki Mito was a little surprised by Chanzon's question, he still nodded affirmatively, that's true. Compared with other people, our Uzumaki clan is a longevity clan. If there are no accidents, we will live to the end of our lives and live to be over 100 years old. What a big problem. Grandma, I'm obviously far from reaching this limit. The reason why life is coming to an end now is indeed because of the ceiling of 9 tails. Whether it is creating a sealed space in the body or suppressing 9 tails, it will cause some damage to my vitality. And both are continuous and basically irreversible. If 9 tails cooperates and helps me suppress the loss of life force caused by the sealed space, it might be better if I don't have to suppress 9 tails all the time, and it won't have much impact on my lifespan. On the contrary, not only do I have to suppress the continuous flow of vitality caused by the sealed space, but I also have to spend my vitality to suppress 9 tails. This consumes a lot of life force. Before my lifespan reaches the limit, I will die due to exhaustion of life force. Chanzon understood it immediately. If a person is compared to a container, and the container carries human life force, then creating a space to seal the tailed beast in the body is equivalent to drilling a hole in the container. Then, stuff the tailed beast into the hole to block the hole. If the tailed beast cooperates to help seal the hole, there is no need to worry about it causing trouble, and the loss of Jinchuriki's vitality will be almost negligible. But if the tailed beast makes trouble, Jinchuriki will have to spend its life force and chakra to suppress the tailed beast and let it block the entrance of the hole. However, with this method, it is impossible for a tailed beast to actively help plug it perfectly, and loopholes will inevitably appear, resulting in an extra loss of life. Coupled with the vitality required to suppress the tailed beast at all times, it is equivalent to a double consumption. If you also include the vitality that a person needs to consume every moment as he grows older, it is a triple consumption. No wonder Jinchuriki was short-lived. No wonder Jinchuriki died quickly in a very short period of time after his tailed beast was removed. Without the tailed beast to plug the hole, unless the hole can be repaired, the life force will drain out quickly, and he will die. I see. Chanzon nodded, then took out a space seal scroll from his arms, spread it on the table, opened it, and immediately released the seal. Fit. The next moment, smoke appeared. When the smoke dissipated, a transparent glass container filled with light green liquid appeared in front of Uzumaki Mito. Quote. The moment this thing appeared, Uzumaki Mito immediately leaned over and said, "Brush." He looked at the liquid in the real bottle with a horrified expression, and exclaimed, "What a rich and gentle vitality. Chanzon, what is this?" From this small bottle of liquid, she sensed a vitality far beyond her peak period. The total is hundreds of times more vitality. Even the total vitality of Hashirama at his peak is probably not as much as 1% of the vitality contained in this small bottle of liquid. The key is that the vitality here is so gentle. With just a rough perception, Uzumaki Mito can roughly judge that if this liquid is taken directly, it can quickly restore the lost vitality of the human body. It can even increase the upper limit of vitality. In addition, it should have a strong healing effect on injuries. She felt that only a small sip would be enough to restore her vitality to its peak. She even felt that if she directly extracted the 9 tails in her body and drank a small sip of this liquid, she would not only be able to restore her vitality to its peak, but also repair the loopholes caused by the seal, so that she would not die because of the tailed beast being extracted. Incredible. ... How could such a thing exist? This thing shouldn't exist. ... At this time, because Uzumaki Mito didn't sense the closed period in advance, 9 tails, who was paying attention to the situation outside, also sensed the terrifying effect of this liquid, and suddenly couldn't sit still and began to struggle madly. It was so hard that it almost killed Uzumaki Mito, the stinky woman, and now there is a rare treasure that can extend Uzumaki Mito's life. It can't be allowed no matter what. Uzumaki Mito's face changed slightly, and a trace of 9 tails chakra overflowed from her body. 9 tails. Be honest. But the next moment, Uzumaki Mito shouted in a low voice, and with a thought, he directly used the terrifying chakra to condense countless golden chains and forcibly suppressed 9 tails. It made it unable to move at all. However, this also aggravated the consumption of her few vitality, making her face slightly pale, but soon returned to normal. Chanzon, who was paying attention to all this, knew that this was just an illusion, and immediately said with concern, "Grandma Mito. Are you okay? Why don't you drink a sip of this water of life to recover first?" "Oh, is this called the water of life?" Uzumaki Mito raised her eyebrows slightly, then shook her head and said, "No hurry. This consumption can't be stopped. Introduce this water of life to me." "Okay." Seeing this, Chanzon didn't persuade him anymore, and immediately told Uzumaki Mito all the effects of the water of life. Then, he said solemnly, "Since your life is about to end because of lack of vitality, please accept this bottle of water of life to replenish your vitality. In this way, you should be out of business for a long time. In the short term, I don't have to worry about bearing the burden that I shouldn't bear at my age because of your death. What do you think?" Hee. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but smile after hearing this, and pointed at Chanzon. Zon said, "You gave me the water of life just to be lazy and live a more relaxed life. What else?" Chanzon also smiled and spread his hands and said, "Grandma, I am only 8 years old, okay. The rise and fall of the family, the oppression and intrigue in the village, it is really not something I should bear at my age. So, just help me. Drink this water of life, okay?" Of course, this is just a joke. He really regards Uzumaki Mito as his own family. Over the years, he knows how Uzumaki Mito treats him. Give whatever you want. Even a stone should be warmed up, right? Uzumaki Mito also knew this, and shook his head with a smile. You are making jokes again. But Grandma is still worried about you. Especially Nawaki, that kid is stupid. If I am gone, maybe he will be sold without knowing when. So, I can collect the water of life. But it won't take so much. I estimate there is 1 liter here, and 50 milliliters is enough for me to restore my vitality to the peak. In this way, I can at least hold on for another 20 years. By then, I think you will have grown up completely. Even, you may have surpassed Tobarama and Hashirama by then. By then, Grandma can go to the netherworld to be Hashirama with peace of mind." Obviously, Uzumaki Mito himself has long let go of life and death, and doesn't miss it much. "I want to live a few more years now, just because I am worried about Nawaki, Chanzon and the Senju clan." "Don't." Chanzon didn't agree after hearing this. "Keep this bottle. Take a sip when you need it and recover. Even if you are not happy one day in the future and the village no longer needs Jinchuriki, we can completely extract 9 tails from your body. Then use it to completely repair the damage caused by sealing the tailed beast, so that you can live comfortably. Anyway, I still have a bottle of this thing, so it doesn't matter. You are our elder, you have to watch us get married and have children, and then have another one. That is to say, the immortality method has not been obtained yet, otherwise, Chanzon would not hesitate to give Uzumaki Mito a copy and take her to immortality together. With the existence of the system, he will definitely be able to achieve immortality in the future. But the road to immortality is too lonely, so it is better to thank relatives and friends for their company. Otherwise, what is the meaning of immortality? Anyway, he can't do the kind of practice all the time, cut off emotions and love, and only practice immortality. What's the meaning of immortality in that way? Immortality itself should be the process of enjoying immortality, not the result of seeking immortality. Otherwise, it would be putting the cart before the horse. How can it be possible to live so long? Wouldn't that make you an old monster? Uzumaki Mito was somewhat amused and embarrassed after hearing this. At the same time, he was also very moved by Chanzon's filial piety. She did not continue to refuse, and immediately picked up the bottle of water of life and said to Zon solemnly, "Since you said so, Grandma does not want to disappoint you, I will accept this bottle of water of life for the time being. I definitely can't use so much, when you need it, just come to Grandma to get it." In addition, at this point, Mito warned with a serious face, "Don't mention this thing to anyone except me for the time being, otherwise, you will be in danger, understand? Even today, you are a little reckless. If Grandma has bad intentions, you are finished." Seeing her like this, Chanzon smiled and said, "Don't worry. At present, you know that I don't even know Kushina, Minato and sister Tsunade didn't say it. Besides, I'm not stupid. I can still judge clearly who is good to me and who can be trusted. Let's not talk about other things. Have you forgotten that I have Kagura's mind eye, which can sense good and evil and distinguish the destruction in a person's heart? Yes, the deeply developed Kagura's mind eye is so magical. It is worthy of the name of the mind eye. It can be developed to this extent so quickly, thanks to the teaching of Uzumaki Mito. Yes, telepathy is more effective in this regard. Okay, you are not stupid." Uzumaki Mito shook his head with a smile, and immediately opened the bottle of water of life, controlled it with chakra, and accurately took out 50 milliliters and drank it. The next moment, Uzumaki Mito's life fire, which was almost extinguished, began to recover rapidly and became bright and stable. Uzumaki Mito only felt that a stream of vitality was spreading rapidly from her stomach to the whole body, constantly filling every cell of her, filling the vitality she had lost over the years. However, in a few breaths, every cell in her body was rejuvenated and became full of vitality. The missing life source was also restored. If she removed the effect of maintaining youth of 100 healings mark at this time, her appearance would not change much. No, Chanzon kid, you deserve to die. At this time, in the sealed space in the vortex Mito's body, Ninetales felt that Uzumaki Mito's vitality had recovered to its peak in an instant, and immediately let out a desperate wail. Decades of hard work were wasted in one day. How long would it continue to stay in this black prison? After wailing for a while, Five Tails fell into autism. Uzumaki Mito saw and heard the reactions of Nine Tails, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Obviously, she was in a beautiful mood at this time. Chanzon was a little happy when he saw all this. Sure enough, Grandma Mito also has a lively side. However, this way, there is no need to rush to give Grandma Mito life-extending pills. You can continue to keep it a secret until later. Chanzon thought as he sensed the vortex Mito's vitality became extremely majestic and the fire of life. It can only be said that plans cannot keep up with changes. Okay, Grandma is fine. You don't have to worry about me handing over the burden of the family to you in the short term. Come on, let's start learning 100 healings mark. Master it sooner, and you'll have an extra trump card sooner. Uzumaki Mito became energetic and pushed the scrolls in front of Chanzon and said positively. He showed more concern than Chanzon himself. Good. Naturally, Chanzon would not refuse, and immediately took the scrolls and began to examine them carefully. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host for obtaining the treasure collection, 100 healings mark. Rewards. Zifu Divine Refining Technique and Sha Shen Dan Quartet. Purple Mansion Divine Refining Method, Spiritual Cultivation Method. If you practice it, you can open up the Purple Mansion in the Upper Dantian, continuously refine and improve your mental power and even your soul, and achieve your soul. BIBC Resurrection Pill. Taking it can quickly restore lost mental power and eliminate mental fatigue. At the same time, it slightly increases the upper limit of mental power and increases the speed of mental cultivation by 50% within 2 hours. This reward is so developed. I actually got the spiritual cultivation method, and it also includes the advancement of opening up the Dantian Z Mansion. Seeing this reward, Chanzon was very prepared and couldn't help but get excited. He couldn't even completely suppress the excitement. Fortunately, from Uzumaki Mito's perspective, Chanzon should have just seen the 100 healings mark practice and was very excited. Not surprising. In fact, Chanzon thought to himself at this time, with this Zifu Divine Refining Method, my mental power and soul can continue to improve with practice. Among the 3 elements of essence, energy and spirit, if Zifu Cultivation Method cultivates spirit, then the energy and blood cultivated by Xingyiquan is actually essence. Chakra can barely be regarded as energy, but it is not pure and not systematic. At least, chakra cannot be permanently stored and improved through practice. I also need a complete method of cultivating qi. Since the 100 healings mark system can reward spiritual cultivation methods, and the strange power technique can reward physical cultivation methods, then can you obtain a complete qi cultivation method by collecting the ninjutsu cultivation methods from the ninja world? He felt that his guess was very likely. It seems that I will find a way to practice immortality later. Chanzon thought again in his heart. Currently, the only places where senjutsu cultivation methods exist are the 3 holy lands in the ninja world. Among them, the side of Mount Myoboku is inconvenient to go because Chanzon hates Kamamaru, the sacred stick, and he is not a disciple of Jiraiya. Ryachi Cave can be entered by trading with Orochimaru to obtain a contract. But that ghost place is quite dangerous. Both the snake immortal and the 3 goddess are moody. With his current strength and the flying thunder god technique, he can escape easily. But whether he can master magic is unknown. In addition, Orochimaru is not a fuel-efficient lamp. If you want to trade with him, it's probably impossible without giving him something that really makes him excited. Well, the deal with Orochimaru will have to happen sooner or later. If nothing else, if you want to obtain Hashirama cells, it's best to start from Orochimaru. I wonder if Danzo approached Orochimaru and started experimenting with wood style at this time. Chanzon himself is not sure about this. If there is, then it's time to trade with Orochimaru. If not, then you have to wait. Sure enough, let's get the summoning contract of Shigu Forest from Sister Tsunade, and then go to Shigu Forest to see if there is any magic cultivation method. Chanzon made up his mind immediately. It just so happened that he would give Tsunade Xingyiquan training methods later, so he could make this request conveniently. Tsunade would have agreed even if he wasn't given Xingyiquan training methods, let alone given Xingyiquan. After thinking about this, Tianzon began to study 100 healings mark wholeheartedly. In fact, with the Zifu Divine Refining Method, he no longer needs to practice the 100 healings mark at this time. But think about it and learn it first. At least it can have one more whole card and store a spare chakra, right? Of course, Chanzon did not plan to practice 100 healings mark step by step, but planned to combine the 2 to practice after receiving the Zifu Divine Refining Technique. At this time, he had already roughly reviewed the 100 healings mark practice method. This thing can actually be regarded as the prototype of a method to open up the Purple Mansion in the Upper Dantian. Because it is extremely incomplete, it requires the cooperation of extremely accomplished sealing techniques to forcibly open a special sealing space for storing chakra in the Upper Dantian. It seems that I don't need to practice this thing at all. In fact, I can directly practice the Zifu Divine Refining Method and directly open up the real Zifu in the Upper Dantian. At most, before you get the Qi training method and find a way to permanently store and accumulate chakra, you can first accumulate and store part of the chakra in the Upper Dantian Zifu for a long time. Chanzon judged in his heart. In this way, you don't have to go to the upper dantian to open a sealed space, and you can easily achieve the effect of storing chakra. That's it. Chanzon made up his mind immediately. Of course, I definitely can't tell Uzumaki Mito clearly now. Therefore, you must ask what you need to ask, and you must not learn what you need to learn. It's just that in the end he won't follow what he learned, but will use his own methods to achieve his goal. At most, you can just apply a disguised sealing technique on the surface of your eyebrows to avoid being seen through by Uzumaki Mito. It's not that I'm afraid that she will find out or anything, but it's not the time to give her the Z Mansion's divine refining method yet. Let's talk about it later. It's hard to explain the source now. After a few years, I can find an excuse to say that I created it myself, That's it. Chanzon thought with determination. Not only the Zifu divine refining technique, but also the Xingyiquan given this time, he was also prepared to make this excuse. However, in order not to leave too many obvious flaws, Chanzon was prepared to wait for a while, at least until he could practice Xingyiquan to the level of Wajin. When the time comes, Wajin and its following parts can be taught to Tsunade and others first. Soon, half a day passed in learning. During this period, Chanzon really carefully studied the practice of 100 healings mark. I also asked Uzumaki Mito many related training questions. Finally, Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction. Very good. According to this progress, maybe you can officially start practicing 100 healings mark in less than half a month. This is much faster than Tsunade. Let's stop here today. Go and call Kushina and Minato. Grandma will cook today and we will have lunch together. The vitality has returned to its peak, and Uzumaki Mito's mentality is more relaxed and younger. Without the pressure, I can do things more freely. Okay, then I'll leave now. Chanzon immediately smiled and nodded in agreement, said goodbye to Uzumaki Mito, and left quickly, finding Minato and Kushina at the secret training base. Zit. Over there, Kushina was still practicing the strange power technique under the guidance of Shadow Clone No. 1. Suddenly, Number 1 exploded into a cloud of smoke. Kushina was stunned for a moment, and then she caught a glimpse of Chanzon's true form, which was speeding towards this side. In 2 breaths, Chanzon rushed to Kushina. Chanzon, why are you here? Kushina happily rushed over, and after being caught by Chanzon, she asked doubtfully. Chanzon immediately explained. Grandma Mito is happy today and is going to cook for us in person. Let me call you and Minato. How's it going? How's your practice of the strange power technique going this morning? While talking, Chanzon also looked at the potholes of different sizes scattered all around on the ground. Good. Kushina raised her beautiful chin slightly proudly and said, I have really gotten started. But the power is not stable enough. In addition, it takes a long time to accumulate power and prepare, so it is not suitable for actual combat at the moment. If you want to use it in actual combat, it will take a while. There is nothing we can do about it, not everyone is Chanzon. You can master it stably after learning it once, and you can perform it skillfully after practicing it a few times. One morning passed, Chanzon's number 1 shadow clone was not idle while teaching Kushina, and was also practicing in depth. Kushina saw with her own eyes that number 1 needed a short period of time to accumulate energy and prepare at the beginning, but in the end, it turned into instinct, and he could perform the strange power technique at will with a punch or a kick. Looking at that level, I am almost catching up with Tsunade, the teacher. Just like an animal, if Kushina hadn't gotten used to Chanzon's pervert, her mentality would probably have broken down again. Is that so? At this time, Chanzon has also finished digesting the memory and strange power practice experience reported back by No. 1. He nodded clearly and said, there's no rush, we still have time, you're already great. Even Sister Tsunade didn't learn this technique as fast as you. Hehe. Right. Kushina also smiled sweetly after hearing this. Sure enough, as long as she didn't compare with Chanzon, she would be happy instantly. Okay, let's get here first this morning. As he said that, Chanzon looked up at Minato in the distance and shouted loudly, Minato is gone. Grandma Mito invited us to have a meal. Let's do some cultivation. Let's finish the meal. Minato over there was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He turned around and saw Chanzon holding Kushina, and suddenly understood. the feelings are coming from the original body. You know, if it was a shadow clone, it would not hug Kushina like this, and Kushina would not embrace Chanzon's shadow clone. Although they can all be regarded as Chanzon, they did so subconsciously. Okay, I'm here. Minato immediately waved in agreement, quickly put away the ninja tools scattered around, and came to Chanzon and the others in a few flashes. He said with a bright smile, "Let's go. I haven't tasted the food cooked by Mito's grandma for a while." Got it. By the way, why is Grandma Mito in the mood to cook today? She has rarely cooked in the past year and a half. I feel like she's a little worried. After listening to this, Kushina remembered what Uzumaki Mito said last night that she wouldn't live long. She immediately understood the answer to Minato's question and her mood instantly dropped. Chanzon noticed the change in her mood, and immediately smiled and touched her head to comfort her. "Don't worry. Now that Grandma Mito is in a good mood again, maybe the problem has been solved, so you don't have to worry. Grandma Mito will be fine." There is Anbu's spy nearby. Chanzon can't tell clearly, and plans to tell Kushina the truth in private. Anyway, Kushina is completely devoted to him, and it is absolutely impossible for her to betray him or sell him out. This has been system certified. Hopefully, Kushina nodded and regained some of her mood, but obviously did not really believe what Chanzon said. If it had been so easy to solve, Grandma Mito wouldn't have dragged it to this point. But it was rare that Grandma Mito was in a good mood, and she didn't want to dampen her old man's interest, so she had to cheer up. Minato, who was standing by, listened to the conversation and frowned. He asked, "What do you mean Grandma Mito will be fine? What happened to her? Are you hiding something from me? This is a bad feeling. Uzumaki Mito has always been very good to him, just like his own grandmother. Grandma is in trouble, and he doesn't even know about it. This is too wrong. Don't worry." Seeing this, Chanzon quickly comforted her, "It's no problem now. This involves the taboos of the village. We accidentally learned about it when we were chatting last night. If you want to know, find a chance to ask Grandma Mito yourself. We can't reveal it casually. It's not good for Grandma Mito in the village." This kind of thing is really hard to explain to Minato. You can't say that Uzumaki Mito is dying, right? At that time, Minato will definitely react strongly and run to ask Uzumaki Mito. It's also easy for the nearby Anbu to know. Reporting to the third generation at that time will only lead to more trouble. It's not that the third generation didn't know the general situation of Uzumaki Mito. The third generation and Danzo had long realized that Uzumaki Mito wouldn't last many more years. Life force normally wouldn't lie, and they had gotten certain answers from Uzumaki Mito in the past. That's why Tsunade went to Uzumaki country to pick up Kushina. But after a few years, what was Uzumaki Mito's situation? How long could he live? The third generation obviously didn't know, and it was even more impossible for them to go directly to Uzumaki Mito to ask. They could only wait quietly. But the fact was that Uzumaki Mito's problem had been solved by him. Chanzon couldn't speak out on behalf of Uzumaki Mito, so as not to disrupt her arrangements. It would be better for Uzumaki Mito to reveal this kind of news himself. Chanzon, who was afraid of trouble, thought that it would be better to let Minato ask Uzumaki Mito directly and let Uzumaki Mito explain it to him. How good is that? Is that so? I understand. Minato listened, his expression suddenly became serious, and he nodded solemnly. Okay, don't be so stern, otherwise you'll affect Grandma Mito's mood. Let's go. Chanzon patted Minato's shoulder, breaking his stern face, called him, and took Kushina's hand to walk towards the Senju tribe. When they returned to Uzumaki Mito's yard, Kushina carefully observed that Uzumaki Mito really seemed to be in a lot of spirits, with a rosier complexion, and looked at Zon with some surprise. Seeing this, Chanzon smiled knowingly, and immediately used telepathy to tell Kushina the whole story. And warned Kushina not to show it, let alone leak it out, and let Grandma Mito handle everything herself. Yeah, Kushina just nodded happily, and made a zipper gesture on his mouth, indicating that he would keep it secret. After dinner, Minato also found an opportunity to meet Uzumaki Mito alone. I don't know what they talked about during the period. Chanzon only knew that Minato worked harder afterwards. Moreover, he smiled less and was more worried. The next day, when he went to Uzumaki Mito to learn 100 Healings Mark, Chanzon asked Uzumaki Mito about Minato's changes. Grandma Mito, what did you say to Minato yesterday? Why do I feel that he is worried and his training is more inward? In addition, you don't seem to tell Sister Tsunade and Nawaki that you are fine. Even, why do I feel that you don't seal and hide most of your vitality? If his perception had not become extremely strong under Kagura's hard eye and super spiritual talent, and he had mastered the top sealing technique, he would really be deceived by Uzumaki Mito. Hee. Uzumaki Mito blinked playfully and said, I didn't tell anyone and I hid my situation. One reason is to continue to confuse the monkeys so that they can continue to wait for my death. After all, they have been so honest in the past few years because they know I am dying soon. I haven't touched Senju and you guys. They were afraid that their excessive behavior would cause me to fight them desperately, so I would just take them away and die with them. Anyway, I'm about to die. The worst they can do is just wait a few more years. There's no need to force me like this. If we really let them know at this time that my vitality has been completely restored and I can live for at least a few decades, they will not be able to sit still and start making small moves in secret. Because they can't wait that long. I am also worried that my long-term presence will make Senju gradually recover. They cannot allow this. Now, how long can it be delayed? She kept her breath to the outside world and only had the strength to fight. Quote. When Chanzon heard this, he couldn't help but clicked his tongue. You are really thoughtful. I was just happy and wanted to keep it simple. I even secretly told Kushina your true situation. However, I told her not to reveal it. Uzumaki Mito nodded clearly. I saw this yesterday from Kushina's emotional changes before and after. Even after I finished it, I specifically told her not to reveal anything to Tsunade and Nawaki. And this is the second reason why I don't disclose my true situation to the public. To continue to create this atmosphere of sadness and crisis in order to put pressure on Tsunade, Nawaki, Minato and even the Senju clan. In this way, they can continue to work hard to become stronger and work hard to grow and mature quickly. Little Chanzon, you have to understand Grandma and my good intentions. Also remember not to reveal it to anyone for the time being, especially Tsunade, Nawaki and Minato, understand? When Chanzon heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes slightly, and nodded in a dumbfounded way. I've written it down. Then, he gave Uzumaki Mito a thumbs up. Grandma Mito, you are still good at playing. This directly counts everyone into it. She is worthy of being a first-generation wife. She is not so old. But why does he think this is good? Well, maybe I also have a fun-loving heart. Hee. Chanzon thought happily in his heart. One thing he agrees with is that Tsunade, Minato, and Nawaki need pressure. Time goes back to the previous day. After having lunch, we left from Uzumaki Mito. Chanzon still didn't have a body to accompany Kushina in practicing the magic technique, so as usual, he created the number 1 shadow clone instead. He returned home, opened the ceiling barrier, returned to the bedroom, left a shadow clone, and then entered the small world. Entering the retreat room in the small world, he said silently in his heart, System, collect the reward. The next moment, a large amount of information about Z Mansion's divine refining method and the formula for reviving the divine elixir flooded into his mind. It took more than 10 minutes to initially sort out and digest this information. Chanzon opened his eyes and exclaimed in amazement, this Zifu divine refining method is more powerful than I expected. If you can cultivate the soul, theoretically the soul can initially overcome the limit of soul life. Of course, the soul cannot leave the physical body for a long time, otherwise, it will still not be immortal. Only by relying on the physical body for constant support can the soul achieve relative immortality. Therefore, it is impossible to achieve immortality simply by relying on Zifu's divine refining method. The two have to go hand in hand. Of course, even if both achieve immortality, this immortality is only relative immortality. Can still be killed. It is completely different from that kind of conceptual immortality. Conceptual immortality, such as the mythical Deluo, is an existence that cannot be killed. Too far off topic. In short, this Zifu divine refining method is already the top spiritual cultivation method for Zon. Immediately, he began to understand deeply. More than 2 hours later, Chanzon temporarily stopped studying and began to practice according to the content. Of course, with his current mental strength, he still cannot reach the level of opening up the Purple Mansion in Upper Dantian. Chanzon estimated that he would need to at least double his mental power to initially meet the requirements for opening the Z Mansion. If it were the past, this would be difficult. But now with Zifu's divine refining method and the assistance of the God reviving pill, Zon believes that this time will not be too long. He has also seen the recipe for the God reviving pill. With his current alchemy skills, it is not difficult to refine it. As for medicinal materials, they are all people he knows and can be found in the ninja world. Except for a few main medicines that are relatively precious, the others are not that precious. Mainly, the ninja world has existed for so many years, and there is no decent systematic medical inheritance. It is all relatively superficial and rough. The utilization rate of herbal medicines and drugs is very low. Not to mention alchemy. Therefore, there are relatively abundant precious herbs and medicines found throughout the ninja world. In the next 2 days, Chanzon continued to go back to Uzumaki Mito's place to study 100 healings mark every morning, and secretly began to practice the Zifu divine refining technique. He also asked Uncle Tiamu, who was responsible for purchasing medicinal materials for him, to purchase the medicinal materials needed for the restoring pill. Although he no longer needs the 100 healings mark, the knowledge of sealing techniques is still valuable to learn. In addition, it also contains the prototype of ninja art, meiotic regeneration technique and Baihao technique. Yes, it's just a prototype, not perfect. Therefore, Chanzon was not in a hurry to collect these 2 secret techniques to avoid affecting the rewards. He planned to wait for Tsunade to perfect it before collecting it. Or, he can take time to perfect it himself. The complete secret collection value is definitely much higher than the incomplete version. Chanzon also asked Uzumaki Mito why these 2 secret techniques are only prototypes and not perfect. Uzumaki Mito answered this way, because I, the Uzumaki clan, have a strong ability to improve recovery. It is enough to have a prototype to match our physique. There is really no need to further improve it. This reason is really powerful. So, Tsunade developed the complete ninja art, meiotic regeneration technique and the Baihao technique because his body's physical recovery was insufficient. Chanzon doesn't think so. The Uzumaki clan really doesn't need further refinement of ninja art, meiotic regeneration technique and Baihao technique. Not necessarily. I guess another main reason is that they don't have the complete medical knowledge of Konoha to help them perfect these 2 secret techniques, right? Early the next morning, Minato, let's go. It's time to go to school to take the graduation exam today. Good. After breakfast, Chanzon greeted Minato and went to pick up Kushina first. Then, the 3 of them came to the ninja school together. At this time, the school was already ready. Even 3rd generation, Danzo, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Hitaki are here this time. In addition, many important figures from the ninja clan also attended. Is this going to be so big? We just graduated early. Isn't this kind of situation very common? After Minato walked into the assessment venue, he saw the people standing on the high platform around him, smiled wryly, and complained in a low voice with some nervousness and excitement. Calm down. Chanzon shrugged slightly and said, You are Uncle Jiraiya's disciple, I am Sister Tsunade's disciple. Kushina's identity is not simple, it is normal to attract such attention, just be normal. It's just a graduation exam, where else can I go? It's not like we have a Jonin or something to test them, right? Half an hour later, but Chanzon stood at one side of the test site, looking at Hitaki Tsukumo standing opposite him, smiling at him, and couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Looking up at the 3rd generation, Tsunade and Hitaki Tsukumo on the opposite side, he shouted, Are you serious? Is it wrong to let a strong man like Konoha's White Fang test me, an 8-year-old newbie who hasn't graduated from school yet? Too much. This joke is not funny at all. Who can beat this? He knew with a little sense that the amount of chakra of Hitaki Tsukumo on the opposite side was actually about the same as his at this time. This amount of chakra is actually quite ordinary in cage level. But the quality of that chakra is high. Moreover, through perception, Chanzon can clearly sense the extremely sharp breath and deadly sense of danger from Hitaki Tsukumo. Cage level peak. This is Chanzon's judgment of Hatake Tsukumo's strength. Even if the gap in combat experience is excluded, he doesn't think he can defeat such a Hatake Tsukumo. At most, he could rely on Flying Thunder God technique and many ninjutsu to deal with or even escape. Give me another year or two, and I will beat you, Hatake Tsukumo. Chanzon couldn't help but complain in his heart. Or the Purple Mansion refining spirit method and Xingyi Quan came too late. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive. Haha. At this time, third generation, Tsunade and others heard Chanzon's words and saw his depressed expression, and they couldn't help laughing. However, other important figures of the ninja clan who were watching the battle looked condensed, thinking, third generation actually let Whitefang to conduct graduation assessment on Chanzon, it must not be free zoo. It seems that this kid is much stronger than what is spread outside. Chanzon's reputation as a genius has long been spread in the village. But everyone thought he was just an ordinary genius. Now seeing this scene, they know that they probably underestimated Chanzon. Hehe. At this time, Hatake Tsukumo, who was opposite Chanzon, chuckled and said, "You are not an ordinary newbie. The third Hokage and Tsunade told me that you are a super genius who is not inferior to the second Hokage, and your strength is at least Jonin level. So, go for it. Your opponent today is me. Let me see where your limit is. Of course, this graduation test is special, and you are not required to defeat me. As long as you can last for 3 minutes under my hands, it will be enough. At the same time, this is also a test for you as your future class teacher. Go for it." While speaking, Hatake Tsukumo has lowered his body slightly, and his right hand is holding the White Fang short sword on his back, entering the battle state. Is that so? Then I'm sorry. Seeing this, Chanzon knew that he could not change anything, and could only helplessly take out 2 Flying Thunder God short swords from the ninja tool bag behind him. This rune is. Hatake Tsukumo and many people in the stands narrowed their eyes when they saw the seals on the 2 special short swords in Chanzon's hands. Fight! Crack! Chanzon shouted, stepped on the ground, and the ground suddenly exploded. Chanzon turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Hatake Tsukumo at an extremely terrifying speed. He was less than 10 meters away in an instant. Chanzon swung the pair of short swords in his hands and went straight for Hatake Tsukumo's neck. "Oh, you chose swordsmanship. Good timing. OJ." How quick was Hatake Tsukumo's reaction? He drew his sword in an instant and blocked Chanzon's right hand. White Fang short sword and Flying Thunder God short sword collided with each other, making a harsh metallic sound. Chanzon could clearly feel that there was a small gap in the Flying Thunder God dagger. This is the result of injecting a certain amount of wind attribute chakra that has undergone nature transformation into the dagger. Sure enough, compared to a pure chakra weapon like the White Fang short sword, my Flying Thunder God short sword is still not strong enough. At the same time as this thought came to his mind, Chanzon's dagger attack with his left hand hit Hatake Tsukumo's neck. Ding! Hatake reacted faster, sheathed his sword and swung it, blocking Chanzon's dagger attack again. Ajajajaj. Next, Chanzon did not stop at all. With extremely terrifying hand speed, he wildly waved the dagger in his hand and continuously attacked Hatake Tsukumo's vitals. Hatake Tsukumo continued to resist easily. He did not take the initiative to fight back at the beginning, but continued to guide and test. I want to see where the limits of Chanzon's swordsmanship are. Obviously, Chanzon chose to use swordsmanship on him, and judging from the current performance, Chanzon is indeed not fooling around but has really mastered a certain amount of swordsmanship. This made Hatake Tsukumo interested. Hatake Tsukumo sees shadows of the swordsmanship style of second Hokage Senju Tobarama in it. Obviously, not only did he get some of the swordsmanship inheritance from second Hokage, but he also had quite good talent in air swordsmanship. Otherwise, it would be impossible to show this level of swordsmanship at this age. In just tens of seconds, the two fought hundreds of times. Hatake Tsukumo even saw Chanzon's own unique insights into swordsmanship in Qian Xuandu's swordsmanship, and he was not blindly copying Master Second Hokage's swordsmanship. It has initially formed its own style. However, because he seems to have mastered and been exposed to relatively few swordsmanship, he has not yet completely taken the crucial step. This was a huge surprise for Hatake Tsukumo, who had been obsessed with kendo his entire life. He has even begun to think about how to teach Chenshuan swordsmanship in the future. This is his chosen successor. Of course, whether or not to teach Chanzon the core inheritance of the Hatake clan requires further assessment. Assessments such as character and character are essential. Too far off topic. At this time, Hatake Tsukumo was really forcing Chanzon to show off his swordsmanship, but was he actually giving Chanzon tricks to help him grow? Chanzon, who realizes this, will certainly not let go of such a good opportunity. Immediately while attacking, he used his brain with all his strength, his understanding was fully opened, and he began to continuously absorb the lessons learned, and even began to absorb Hatake Tsukumo's swordsmanship moves. He is constantly adjusting his attacks every moment. Apply what you have learned from experience and immediately cash it into your attacks. From the perspective of others, Tianzon's swordsmanship, fighting rhythm, and experience are improving at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. This is scary. Hiss. This kid is so terrifying. Monster. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by Tsunade and was given such a test. With this strength, it's not an exaggeration to call him an elite jonin, right? A group of people started talking. This kid actually mastered such a powerful swordsmanship. The style seems to have the shadow of the teacher's swordsmanship, which I didn't expect. Tsunade, do you know? Third generation also muttered to himself with a look of astonishment, and then looked at Tsunade aside. I know. Tsunade shrugged and said calmly, this seems to have been left to him by his grandfather. It should have been brought by his grandfather when he integrated into the common people. I see. Third generation nodded understandingly. This is not surprising. At this time, Tsunade looked down and was fighting Hatake Tsukumo with swordsmanship. The swords and shadows of the two were so fast that ordinary Chunin could not keep up with the rhythm, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, she just lied. She had never seen Chanzon actually practice swordsmanship. I learned that Chanzon knew swordsmanship from Kushina. It also includes the origin of Chanzon's swordsmanship, which Kushina mentioned inadvertently. This kid, he secretly practiced such a powerful swordsmanship without telling me. This is too much. No, I have to teach him a lesson later. Tsunade thought while gritting his teeth in his heart. She felt she had been cheated. He thought Chanzon practiced swordsmanship just for fun. Sliu, Esbarasi. At this time, Orochimaru, who was standing on the other side of Tsunade, looked at the battle below and couldn't help but licked his long tongue and praised, this child really exceeded my expectations. Then, he glanced at Tsunade aside and said, Tsunade, I'm behind you. He admitted that he was moved and regretted it. If I had known that Chanzon was so talented, Orochimaru would have agreed when Tsunade asked him if he wanted to take him on as his disciple. At this time, he has not experienced Naoki's death and the subsequent series of changes. He is not as pervert as in the future, and he has no idea of coveting Chanzon's body. Well, even if Orochimaru in the future sees Chanzon at this time, he does not know that Chanzon has the top Whirlpool Sage body, top physical skills talent, top neurological reaction talent, telepathy, and other talents. You shouldn't be tempted by Zon's body, right? After all, the future Orochimaru covets the body of the steel genius and pays more attention to his bloodline talent and so on. Hey. After Tsunade heard this, he immediately Ichiraku, glanced at Orochimaru proudly and said, do you regret it now? It's too late. You were unwilling to accept me as a disciple, but now you have no chance. It's fortunate that you refused at the beginning, so I was able to receive such a good disciple. She actually thought it was troublesome at the beginning and was not prepared to accept a disciple. All I can say is that good fortune opens people up. Ha ha. Jiraiya on the side listened and couldn't help but mock and show off to Orochimaru. It's useless for you to regret it, Orochimaru. You rejected it yourself. In addition, although my disciple Minato is not as evil as Chanzon, he is still a genius among geniuses, at least not worse than me, Det. Orochimaru listened and glanced at Minato over there. He could clearly feel that Minato had reached the peak level of Chunin in chakra alone. His pupils suddenly shrank slightly. This Namikaze Minato is indeed a super genius. He is only 8 years old and already has such strength. It's a shame to be Jiraiya's apprentice. With this thought in his mind, Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya unforgivingly and mocked, "It's almost the same as you. Isn't that the last one on the crane?" After hearing this, the smile on Jiraiya's face gradually disappeared, and then he growled at Orochimaru with a ferocious expression, "Orochimaru, do you want to fight?" If it weren't for the inappropriate situation now, he would have been so angry that he took action. "Can you stop teasing him about the incident at the end of the crane? Is that all a matter of the year of the monkey? He, Lord Jiraiya, has long been different. Now please call him Z Supergenius Mount Myoboku Toad Sage Great Rider Laya." Orochimaru completely ignored the frantic Jiraiya and continued to watch the battle. Ajajajaj. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 minutes passed. Seeing it, the agreed 3 minutes are coming. Chanzon's rapid growth seems to have no end. In such a high-intensity sword fight, his physical strength has not bottomed out at all. In fact, Chanzon became more energetic and excited as he continued to fight, and Hatake knew that he could not continue like this. Today is not a teaching bureau, but a graduation assessment. In addition to swordsmanship, he also wanted to see Chanzon's other abilities so that he could teach him in the future. Immediately, Hatake Shuamao knocked back Chanzon with a sharp knife. Then, the white fang in his hand lit up with lightning, and he chuckled and said to Chanzon, "I'm going to be a little more serious. Let me see your skills other than swordsmanship. Ninja swordsmanship shun." The next moment, Hatake Shuamao's whole body turned into a white light, wrapped in thunder and lightning, and instantly rushed towards Chanzon, who was more than 10 meters away. The white fang short sword in his hand condensed the sword light formed by the terrifying thunder attribute nature transformation, and struck Chanzon. Earth style wall change 5 layers of earth style wall. Chanzon made a seal with one hand without hesitation and stepped on the ground with one foot at the same time. Boom! An earthen wall with a thickness of 5 meters, a height of 8 meters, and a length of more than 10 meters rushed out of the front, blocking Chanzon and Hatake Shuamao in an attempt to block Hatake Shuamao's attack. As this, a one-handed seal. Using the feet as a medium to activate ninjutsu. What a genius! Orochimaru and others noticed Chanzon's movements, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they all expressed wonder. Click! Hatake Sakumo saw the sudden appearance of the earthen wall and slashed through it without hesitation. During the slashing process, he clearly felt that the resistance was abnormal. There is actually a gap in it, and there is more than one level. It was obviously left on purpose. Is there any improved ninjutsu? Very good. But it's not enough. These thoughts flashed through Hatake Sakumo's mind. The earthen wall failed to stop Hatake Sakumo's attack at all and was cut open instantly. Continue charging towards Chanzon. At this time, Chanzon flew back more than 10 meters after successfully performing the earth current wall. Then, he continued to form seals with extremely terrifying hand speed. The moment Hatake Sakumo cut through the earth flow wall and rushed out, his new technique arrived. Lightning-style thunder field. A thunderball appeared directly in front of Hatake Sakumo less than 1 meter away. Hatake Sakumo chopped it open without waiting. The thunderball exploded automatically and spread into a lightning field that enveloped Hatake Sakumo. Zetsu. The lightning attempted to fall on Hatake Sakumo and paralyze him. The tactics are very good. The ninjutsu has been improved even better, but it's a pity that they met me. Hatake Sakumo was surprised, but he was also a little lucky that because of the lightning-style ninjutsu, his whole body was covered with a light thunder field, which just offset Chanzon's lightning-style attack. Otherwise, he will really be tricked by Chanzon this time because of his carelessness and enter a temporary state of paralysis. Tisk, it's this move again, it seems to have been further improved and strengthened. This kid still controls the rhythm of the battle so well. In the stands, Tsunade couldn't help but clicked his tongue when he saw this familiar scene. She had suffered from this move before. At that time, she was directly hit and was paralyzed for a moment. But Chanzon had only been practicing ninjutsu for a few days at that time, and the power of this lightning-style move was far less than it is now. If, at this moment, she was hit by this trick, she would be paralyzed. Well, just 2 or 3 seconds. No more, because, in the past few years, thanks to Chanzon, she has taken a lot of bodybuilding pills, and her physical strength, defense, resistance and even recovery have been beyond compare. In the field, water-style double water dragon bites and explodes, breaking out of the lightning field in Hitaki Tsukumo. At that moment, Chanzon's new ninjutsu was also completed. One after another, 2 water dragons rushed out from under his feet, and the huge dragon heads bit towards Hitaki Tsukumo. Ninjutsu lightning-style sky-breaking slash. Tear. A huge lightning strike flashed past. The 2 water dragons were cut in half in an instant. At the same time, Chi Dainmao also rushed to Chanzon. The blade turned into the back and struck Chanzon. Not good. Hitaki Tsukumo instantly felt something was wrong. Puff. The next moment, Wang Zan turned into a ball of smoke. Shadow clone. When? Is it the moment when the earth current wall rises? Hitaki Shuamao was thinking rapidly. Hitaki Shuamao had used his perception to relock Chanzon's position. Without any hesitation, he turned around and slashed at Chanzon, who had stabbed Chanzon behind him with the Flying Thunder God dagger. However, before his slash came, Chanzon disappeared from the place with a swipe and appeared on the incomplete wall more than 10 meters away. He looked at Hitaki Tsukumo with a smile and reminded, "Tsukumo-senpai. 3 minutes have passed. Is the assessment over?" "Is this Flying Thunder God technique?" Hitaki Shuamao looked at Chanzon on the earth wall with a shocked face and exclaimed. "This feeling is absolutely unmistakable. It is definitely a time and space ninjutsu. Just relying on the body flicker technique, Chanzon couldn't beat him when there was thunder. At least, the current Chanzon cannot." The audience on the stage were also shocked when they saw Chanzon performing the Flying Thunder God technique. It is indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. I had already guessed it when I saw his special dagger and the sealing technique on it. Yes, I didn't expect that this boy could even master Second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. It's a bit too powerful. A real monster is coming out of Konoha. With this Flying Thunder God technique, coupled with the strength and methods he has shown before, he can definitely go to this ninja world. As long as he is careful, there is basically no chance of premature death. Danzo looked at Chanzon, who was high-spirited on the wall, and his face with silver hair and red eyes. He was slightly absent-minded and murmured in a low voice, "Teacher. It's very similar, isn't it?" At this time, the voice of third generation came to his ears. Danzo immediately calmed down his emotions, pulled a straight face again, glanced at third generation, and said in a low voice, "I'm waiting for the day you regret it." Humph. After saying that, Danzo turned around and left without looking back. On the way back, Danzo sneered in his heart, "Haha. Hiruzen, it's only been 3 years since, and this kid has already grown to this point. I think in a few years, how will you control him? When he is out of your control, I want to see how you are going to treat him. Killed. I'm afraid it won't be that easy anymore." Moreover, Chanzon is a descendant of Senju. Although, Senju has been very low-key in recent years. But can Danzo and third generation not know about Senju's secret plans and actions to support the Senju descendants who have integrated into the civilian population? Obviously, Senju is unwilling to be lonely and wants to make a comeback and rise again. This is something that vested interests like third generation, Danzo and others will not allow. And when the conflict between the two sides breaks out, and when Chanzon's strength exceeds the control of third generation, the situation of Chanzon, a descendant of Senju, will become more embarrassing. Danzo wants to see if third generation will come out proudly. Of course, secretly, Danzo will also arrange it. Strive to control the threat to Chanzon when necessary and let it be used for yourself. The worst thing is to be prepared to kill Chanzon at any time. He is not so naive as to think that he can really control Chanzon. In the past few years and the past 2 years, he had had frequent contact with Chanzon. But when he realized that Chanzon was duplicitous towards him and was too smart and cunning, Danzo never talked to Kaizan again. Because it's no longer necessary. Such a smart and cunning Chanzon will definitely be different from him in the future. Sooner or later it will become a threat to him. If Uzumaki Mito wasn't still there, he wouldn't even be able to bear it and attack him directly. Let's wait until Uzumaki Mito dies. Kid, I don't have much time left for you. Haha. Thinking of this, Danzo turned around and glanced at the high-spirited young man in the distance and smiled coldly. Then, I almost never left. Oh, at this time, Chanzon was recognized by Hitaki Sakumo and third generation and passed the assessment. He gave up the venue and began to watch Minato's assessment. He sensed Danzo's gaze and looked back. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Chanzon narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, Danzo, you have already missed the best opportunity to attack me. Now Chanzon has the ability to protect himself from Danzo and even third generation. Well, next, we need to strengthen the safety of those around us. Perhaps, we can combine the sealing technique and the flying thunder god technique to develop a special seal, leaving a life-saving trump card for those around us to ensure their safety when encountering fatal dangers. Chanzon thought to himself. He had a premonition that as he became famous in Konoha and even the ninja world, the conflict between himself and the Senju clan and Danzo and the others would become increasingly acute. Have to guard against it. You can never be too careful when dealing with an old coin. As for killing Danzo, the conditions are not yet mature, unless he is ready to give up everything in Konoha and defect from the village. This is not what Chanzon wants. Besides, why did he defect from Za? Even if he wants to defect, shouldn't Danzo or even third generation defect? As a member of the Senju clan, you naturally have a strong claim on Konoha, right? In the future, he also wants to control Konoha, unify the ninja world with Konoha as the core, gather all valuable collections in the ninja world, and improve himself. He even wants to travel to other worlds in the future. Then, he used his power in the ninja world to go to other worlds to collect various valuable collectibles. Therefore, he will not defect. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Wind-style vacuum wave. Fire-style Haoyanwo technique. Fire-style Haolong fire technique. In the field below, Minato's assessment battle began soon. Compared to Chanzon, Minato's opponent is much more normal. Just an ordinary jonin. From the beginning, Minato used several wind-style and fire-style ninjutsus one after another, completely giving his opponent no chance to counterattack. And because of his carelessness, his examiner lost the initiative from the beginning and was passively beaten throughout the process. Facing Minato's ninjutsu combos one after another, he could only respond hastily. In the end, they were defeated in less than 2 minutes. Accepted. 18 inches. When Minato saw the examiner who was saved by the referee's ninjutsu, he smiled and gave a slight salute. I failed. I was careless. After the examiner Haoran said this, he had no shame to stay any longer and walked away without even bothering to say hello to third generation. Third generation can understand him. If it were any jonin in the village who was defeated by such an 8-year-old child, he would feel embarrassed, right? It can only be said that this person was indeed careless from the beginning. He underestimated Minato's strength. I underestimated Minato's control over ninjutsu, his speed in casting, and his control over the rhythm of the battle. Why do I feel that Minato is very familiar with controlling the rhythm of combat? The same goes for the use and connection of ninjutsu. In the stands, Orochimaru held his chin and groaned. As he said that, he also looked at Chanzon who was sitting next to Tsunade. Chanzon smiled back. Orochimaru, what do you mean? Couldn't I be the one who taught you? When Jiraiya saw it, he immediately stopped and said directly to Orochimaru in disbelief. You, just forget it. After hearing this, Orochimaru looked Jiraiya up and down, and then withdrew his gaze in disgust. Jiraiya was immediately furious, but before he could speak, Tsunade on the side couldn't help but answered, Jiraiya, you are so shameless. Minato learned these things from the process of discussing with Chanzon and asking for advice. What does it have to do with you? In fact, Chanzon taught Minato much more than you, the teacher. Tell me, what have you taught Minato these past few years? This guy is really irresponsible as a teacher. Minato was basically given free rein by Jiraiya. Fortunately, Minato is self-disciplined and has the help of Chanzon. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve what he has today. Why didn't I teach you? After Jiraiya heard this, he immediately quit. I taught Minato. I taught Minato, He remembered that it seemed that he had never taught Minato any ninjutsu. As for the other things, such as chakra control training, Minato has already mastered it, so he doesn't need to teach him. In terms of theory, Minato is even more grandmaster than him. Oh, I taught Minato how to practice ninjutsu. Humph. Jiraiya argued. Tisk tisk. After hearing this, Tsunade and Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with disgust and contempt. How dare you say that you really haven't taught Minato a ninjutsu that he doesn't know about feelings, right? Is this what a teacher should do? Even third generation couldn't stand hearing it anymore and couldn't help but said, Jiraiya, you are really going too far. He thought that because Minato was so good, he was taught by Jiraiya. Now it seems that Minato's master is not so much Jiraiya, but rather Sen, right? DB. When Jiraiya heard his teacher scolding him, he immediately shivered and said, I was wrong. I will teach Minato a few ninjutsu in the future. In addition, I am also planning to let Minato contract the Mount Myoboku ninja clan. Actually, I mainly worked hard on this matter before. Tsunade and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes after hearing this. God worked so hard for this. You said you went everywhere to spy and forgot about Minato, so we believe it even more. With your relationship with Mount Myoboku, it will take another 3 years for multiple contractors. However, since Jiraiya is ready to teach Minato something, it's hard for everyone to continue talking about him. Hehe. At this time, Minato came over and explained to Jiraiya with a smile, Seniors, you don't need to say this about Mr. Jiraiya. He did teach me something. Also, they didn't teach me ninjutsu. That's because I already had a lot of ninjutsu in my hands before, which was enough for me to practice for a long time. Sensei was afraid that I would bite off more than I could chew, so he didn't continue to teach me new ninjutsu. The teacher has good intentions, I understand. After Chanzon heard this, he glanced at Minato speechlessly and thought to himself, that's not what you said when you complained to me in private in the past. You said that your teacher is too irresponsible and often cannot see anyone for months or even more than a year. He also always likes to peek, tell jokes about the emperor's uncle, and lead children into mischief. Speaking of which, Minato seems to have been picked up by Jiraiya. In the original work, after World War II, didn't Jiraiya leave Konoha and Minato behind and go to teach Yahiko, Nagato and Konan? 3 whole years. At most, the original Jiraiya may have exchanged a copy of the Flying Thunder God technique for Minato, and then it was basically gone. Minato naturally noticed Chanzon's expression, and immediately cast a pleading look secretly at him. Chanzon rolled his eyes at him. He didn't intend to expose this matter himself, right? He's not an 8-year-old kid who really doesn't understand the ways of the world. If this matter is revealed, it will only embarrass both Minato and Jiraiya. It may even lead to the breakdown of the master-disciple relationship between the two. Minato. At this time, Jiraiya burst into tears and was so moved by Minato's words. What a good disciple. He also knows how to protect the teacher's face. Jiraiya decided to pay more attention to Minato from now on. Speaking of summoningmon, Tsunade-san, can I make a contract with the Katsuyu clan? At this time, Chanzon suddenly remembered something and said to Tsunade. He also wanted to try collecting immortal skills to see if he could obtain a truly complete chi cultivation technique. After hearing this, Tsunade was a little surprised and said, don't you like Katsuyu very much? I remember that you bought a few ninja dogs as summoning beasts. Why do you suddenly want them again? She remembered that she once summoned a large number of Katsuyu to treat the wounded, and Chanzon showed some resistance to Katsuyu. DB. After hearing this, Chanzon rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said, it's not that I don't like it, it's just that I was a little uncomfortable with Katsuyu's slimy appearance at first, but now I'm used to it, haven't I? In addition, he was afraid of slimy mollusks in his previous life. Some of it affects this life. Not only Katsuyu, he was also afraid of poisonous tongues, poisonous insects, etc. in his previous life. However, after several years of practice and adaptation in this life, he has almost lost the fear and rejection of these things. All I can say is that my heart has become stronger. That's it. Tsunade nodded clearly. She saw that Chanzon had something to say, but she did not continue to ask. The situation was not suitable now. She nodded immediately and said, okay. I agree to this. Come back with me to get the summoning contract after the assessment is over. Hey, okay. Thank you Tsunade-san. Chanzon immediately thanked him happily. At this time, Kushina's assessment began again below. Her opponent is also a regular Jonin. With the lessons learned from the previous Jonin who overturned under Minato's hands, this Jonin is much more cautious this time. After all, he didn't want to overturn like the former. Otherwise, it would be a shame and a big loss. As soon as the battle began, the Jonin showed superb fighting skills, throwing out a few shurikens and kunai in an attempt to harass Kushina. Then Jaein began to perform ninjutsu. Fire-style great fireball technique. My feet hurt. Kushina didn't even think about it and kicked her directly in front of her. Boom, the ground directly shattered, and several huge rock formations rose into the sky, blocking the great fireball. Sealing technique: adamantine sealing chains. Then, more than a dozen chains composed of golden chakra sprang out from her body, wrapping around the Jonin quickly from all directions. Wind-style great breakthrough. When the Jonin saw this, his expression suddenly changed, and he formed a seal and used wind-style in an attempt to blow away the chains. But he wanted to keep the properties of adamantine sealing chains unknown. I saw that those golden chains directly penetrated his wind-style, and with lightning speed, they wrapped around his four branches and drives. Tie it tightly so that it cannot move. My body can't move. Even chakra has been greatly suppressed. How is that possible? What exactly is this chain? Jonin's face changed drastically and he shouted. He knew that he had lost and could only admit defeat helplessly. When Kushina let go of him, he didn't have the shame to stay any longer and just wet it. Tisk tisk. Tsunade's strange power technique plus the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains. It seems that Mito-sama and Tsunade attach great importance to her. Aside, Orochimaru couldn't help but clicked his tongue when he saw this scene. In other words, Kushina is still young, otherwise, she would be an enhanced version of Tsunade. Adamantine sealing chains. Orochimaru also knows a little bit about it. It is an extremely powerful and extremely practical sealing technique. If this sealing technique wasn't a half-blood sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, he would have wanted to learn it. This is a powerful sealing technique that can suppress tailed beasts. Quote. At this time, Jiraiya couldn't help but look at Chanzon, and said with some schadenfreude, "Chanzon boy. I remember this little girl is your girlfriend, right? Strange power plus binding, hope. I hope you can bear it in the future." Speaking of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but glance at Tsunade secretly, feeling a dull pain in his chest. Thinking of the countless times in the past when Tsunade almost beat him to death with strange punches, he couldn't help but shudder. Horrible. After Chanzon heard this, he glanced at Jiraiya speechlessly and said, "Don't worry about this. My body is hard enough and I can hold it in my anus. Besides, isn't it just magic power? It's not like I don't know how to do it. I was the one who taught Kushina so she can master it so quickly. What's there to be afraid of? Uncle Jiraiya, aren't you psychologically affected by Tsunade-san?" He didn't even tell Jiraiya that he even knew adamantine sealing chains. This thing, Uzumaki Mito, since he awakened Kagura's inner eye, should have the blood successor of the Uzumaki clan, so he taught it. Therefore, if he were not worried about being known by third generation and Danzo and causing unnecessary trouble to himself, he could even use it openly. Oh haha, really, Jiraiya. After hearing this, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya before Jiraiya could speak, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked cheerfully. Jiraiya. How can it be repaired? This brat is so good at burying people. I haven't been hammered out of my heart. Also, this kid has a girlfriend when he is only 8 years old. It is so enviable. Ahem, I despise him. Besides, why does this brat call me Tsunade's sister and call me uncle? I'm obviously still very young and handsome. Jiraiya was very unconvinced, but he couldn't refute it openly. Otherwise, God knows, will Tsunade, a crazy woman, just hit him with a strange power fist in order to test whether he has any shadow towards her. He didn't want to lie down for a month. Ah, I remembered. I have something urgent to do. Since I have finished reading the assessment, I will leave first. After saying that, he disappeared instantly with a brush. His voice came from a distance. By the way, Minato, remember to come see me in the afternoon. Okay, teacher. Minato responded quickly. After Kushina came over, third generation also came over with a smile on his face, and congratulated gently, "Congratulations to the three of you for successfully passing the exam. From today on, you are the regular ones. Shiki's Konoha is making up ninjas. Remember to go to the Hokage building to pick up the forehead protector later. Also, don't forget to take photos and register. Speaking of this, third generation looked at Hitaki Tsukumo on the side and said, Tsukumo, you are their teacher, I will leave these arrangements to you. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hitaki Tsukumo immediately took the order. Thank you Hokage-sama. Chanzon and the other three also bowed slightly to third generation. Haha, you're welcome, I'm leaving first. Third generation laughed loudly, then turned and left. Next, Chanzon and the others, led by Hitaki Tsukumo, first went to the Hokage office to receive the forehead protector. It was handed to them personally by third generation. He also took the three of them to chat in Hokage's office for more than 2 hours. During the chat, I never forget to instill in them the so-called will of fire from time to time. Obviously, third generation has its own little ideas. He never forgets to leave an impression on the minds of Chanzon and the others, trying to influence them at all times. Unfortunately, his plan was destined to be in vain. In the past few years, Chanzon has been analyzing Konoha's internal problems, power divisions, disputes, etc. in private with Kushina and Minato. Under Chanzon's image, Kushina and Minato have long seen the true face of third generation. I also have my own mature thoughts and judgments, and it is impossible to accept the images of the third generation easily. Of course, when these were discussed, they were all at Chanzon's home, with the ceiling barrier turned on. It avoided being heard by Anbu's people. In this regard, Chanzon is still relatively cautious at the moment. Then take photos and register. It was already half an hour later to get this done. Hitaki Tsukumo looked at the sky, and said to the three people with a gentle smile, it's almost noon now. As your newly appointed class teacher, I will treat you to barbecue. How about it? Chanzon found that Hitaki Tsukumo in combat state is different from Hitaki Tsukumo in normal state. In combat, he gives people the feeling of a cold and ruthless knife. But on weekdays, he is a warm and gentle uncle. Okay, thank you, teacher. Chanzon and the other two certainly had no objection and nodded in agreement. After a barbecue, the four people were also initially familiar with each other. During the period, they also introduced some basic information to each other. Hitaki Tsukumo even asked what the three were good at and how they trained on weekdays. After eating, Hitaki Tsukumo said to the three people, from now on, our Tsukumo class is officially established. We will gather downstairs of the Hokage at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to officially start the first mission. Any questions? No. Chanzon and the other three shook their heads. Kushina and Minato were even more eager to try. Obviously, they were full of expectations for the next ninja mission life. Chanzon was very calm. Then, disband. After that, the four of them went their separate ways. Tsukumo returned to the Hokage building, Minato went to find Jiraiya, Chanzon took Kushina back to the Senju clan, and met Tsunade who was telling Uzumaki Mito about the assessment process of Uzan and others. Sister Tsunade, Grandma Mito, we are back. The two hurried forward to greet. Haha, it's good to be back. I heard that you all performed well. Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded, and asked. Hehe, I'm okay. That Jonin was careless and didn't understand the characteristics of adamantine sealing chains. I caught him and ended the fight right away. Chanzon is still more powerful. He was able to fight back and forth with teacher Tsukumo and lasted for 3 minutes. Kushina heard Uzumaki Mito's exaggeration and immediately couldn't help but start to tell Uzumaki Mito about what happened. Uzumaki Mito listened patiently with a kind face. Chanzon didn't disturb them and listened quietly. He felt that it was good to have a half day of leisure. But he also knew that such a peaceful life would not last long. In order to continue to live a peaceful and happy life in the future, he had to work hard next. After Kushina finished her story, Chanzon looked at Tsunade and said, Sister Tsunade. Where is the summoning contract you promised me? When do we sign it? Anytime. It's already ready. Tsunade rolled her eyes after hearing this. But she didn't rush to get the summoning contract. Instead, she folded her hands and looked at Chanzon and asked, I thought the reasons you gave were a bit perfunctory before, and I felt that you didn't tell the truth. Now there are no outsiders, tell me. Why do you suddenly want to contract Katsuyu? If you don't tell the truth, I won't give you the contract. You can't fool her. DB. Chanzon saw it, and spread his hands helplessly and said, okay. I'll tell you. Actually, I heard Uncle Jiraiya say that he knows some magic. And, magic is very powerful, it has a great effect on the strength of ninjas. So, I have a great interest in magic. And, Uncle Jiraiya's magic is not learned from Mount Myoboku. Therefore, I guess, the Wet Bone Forest and Ryachi Cave, which are also the 3 holy places of summoning, do they also have the inheritance of magic? Ryachi Cave probably needs to find Lord Orochimaru. I'm not very familiar with him, so I thought of you, Sister Tsunade. Hehe. I see. Tsunade listened and nodded in understanding. It seems that you are here for the inheritance of magic. I can tell you in advance that the Wet Bone Forest has the inheritance of magic. My grandfather, the first Hokage, seems to have learned the magic from the Wet Bone Forest. However, didn't Jiraiya tell you that the conditions for practicing senjutsu are extremely demanding, and most people simply cannot meet the requirements? Even I failed to study because I didn't meet the requirements. Also, even if you can meet the requirements, the cultivation process is extremely dangerous. If you fail, you will die. She felt that she needed to teach Jiraiya a lesson in the future. You really don't want to talk about anything. Is immortality so easy to practice? Chanzon is still so young and is not suitable at all. If there is an accident, Jiraiya will definitely be blamed for his death, huh? Ah, that's right. Chanzon saw that Tsunade was a little angry, and quickly explained and reassured, however, I am not going to practice now. I am going to understand it first, figure out the training problems, and then make preparations early. Just wait until the time is right to practice. To become stronger. Not shabby. Immortal magic must be obtained, even if there is no system reward, it is still necessary. In the future, there will be extraordinary enemies one after another in the ninja world. How can he feel at ease if he doesn't improve his strength as soon as possible? Against the Otsutsuki clan, senjutsu is more effective. This is not a matter of preparation or not. Tsunade shook his head and wanted to explain, but finally gave up. Forget it. With your character, if you succeed in this matter, I'm afraid you won't be willing to do it. Maybe you will be involved in danger because of this, I'd better grant your wish. However, I have to remind you, magic is really not what you think. Preparation alone is useless. This thing is almost destined to determine whether you are qualified or not. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, it's useless to force it. In fact, the more forceful you are, the faster you will die. That's it. After saying that, Tsunade directly formed a seal and pressed his palm to the ground, and directly used the summoning technique. Tongli created a small Katsuyu with 10 arms long. Tsunade-sama, why did you summon me? As soon as little Katsuyu appeared, he asked. Then, it discovered that Senju and Uzumaki Mito were both there, and immediately greeted them, obviously knowing them. Chanzon and others also responded one after another. As such that, Tsunade immediately said, Chanzon is going to sign a summoning contract with Shigulan. Is that okay? Lord Chanzon, of course it's okay. Katsuyu listened, turned his head and looked at Chanzon, Kaido with a gentle voice. Then please get the summoning contract scroll. Tsunade immediately ordered. Okay, just a second. With that said, Katsuyu reversed summoning and disappeared in front of several people. Puff. A few minutes later, a cloud of smoke appeared again, and then the little Katsuyu from before appeared again, carrying a huge summoning contract scroll. Master Tsunade, Master Chanzon, I brought the summoning contract. Thanks, Katsuyu. Just wait. Tsunade thanked him, then opened the summoning contract scroll and placed it in front of Chanzon. Come. Just sign the contract with your own blood. Good. Chanzon immediately bit off a finger and quickly signed his name in the blank space of the summoning contract with blood. That's it. Tsunade nodded and prepared to put the contract away. At this time, Kushina on the side couldn't help but said, Sister Tsunade. Master Katsuyu, well, can I also sign a summoning contract with Shigulan? First, she is curious and quite fond of Katsuyu. Secondly, I feel that since Chanzon has signed a contract, shouldn't I have to follow the contract? Oh, after hearing this, Tsunade raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked at Katsuyu and asked, Katsuyu, what do you think? Katsuyu immediately looked at Kushina, moved his 2 tentacles, and said, you are from the Uzumaki clan, right? What a strong vitality. Yes, yes, Shigulin is willing to sign a contract with you. This vitality is very suitable at first glance. Really, that's great. Katsuyu-sama, you are so kind. Thank you. After hearing this, Kushina jumped up happily, then hugged Katsuyu and spun around happily. After doing this, he put Katsuyu down and happily signed his name on the contract. Then, she felt connected to a space. At this time, Chanzon looked at Katsuyu and asked, Master Katsuyu, I would like to ask, is there any immortal magic inheritance in Shigulin? Can I learn it? If so, what are the requirements for learning this? Katsuyu was a little surprised when he heard this. Master Chanzon actually wants to learn immortal arts. Shigu Forest has it, and is willing to teach it to people who meet the requirements. Well, please extend a hand and let me test whether you meet the basic requirements. With that said, Katsuyu climbed up to Chanzon. Chanzon also followed the instructions and put a hand on Katsuyu's back. Buzz. The next moment, Katsuyu's body emitted light green chakra light, extending along Chanzon's hand. Soon, Chanzon's whole person was enveloped. Chanzon could feel that Katsuyu's chakra briefly explored his body and then withdrew it. That's it. Then, Katsuyu said, I have tested it. Sir Chanzon, you have a very good physique. You have a very pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and you have a top-notch sage body of the Uzumaki clan. In addition, there are some blood descendants of the Senju clan, but their awakening level is not high at the moment. However, your Whirlpool sage body alone is enough to qualify you to practice immortal arts. This is the second time I've seen such a pure sage body. The last time was Hashirama-sama. However, there are some differences between the Uzumaki sage body and Hashirama-sama's sage body. In addition, when Hashirama-sama was practicing senjutsu, his sage body was fully activated, and Tianfa reached a very high level. Sir Chanzon, although your sage body is top-notch, it seems to have been awakened not long ago and has yet to be developed. Little Katsuyu behaved very understandingly. However, it is not surprising that all Katsuyu are actually one, and perhaps the knowledge memory should be two. Even if they are not completely synchronized, they should still have a considerable part of Katsuyu's original memory and knowledge. Uzumaki Mito on the side listened and didn't feel strange at all. She has long known that Chanzon possesses the extremely pure vortex sage body. Otherwise, Chanzon would not be able to awaken Kagura's inner eye. Only the Uzumaki tribesmen with extremely pure bloodline are more likely to awaken this bloodline talent. If the purity is not enough, the probability of awakening will be very low. If a child as young as Chanzon can awaken Kagura's inner eye, the purity of his bloodline will never be lowered. Is Chanzon's Uzumaki bloodline very pure? Kushina on the side looked at Chanzon curiously, especially his hair, and wondered, then why is Chanzon's hair not red? She used to think that Chanzon's Uzumaki bloodline was not pure enough, so his hair was white. This is not clear. Uzumaki Mito smiled and shook his head. On the other hand, Tsunade touched his chin and thought, perhaps Chanzon's Senju blood successor is also very pure and stronger than his Uzumaki blood successor, but his Senju blood successor has not yet fully awakened. Otherwise it's impossible to explain, right? It's really possible. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina both nodded in agreement. Maybe. Haha. Chanzon listened and shrugged with a smile. He thought Tsunade's assists were good. When one day he obtains the top Senju sage body, he will have a ready explanation. Even in the future, if he obtains the Uchiha blood successor and awakens the Sharingan, can he also use this reason? Anyway, Uchiha and Senju have been fighting each other for more than 1,000 years. Who knows how much they have combined with each other? Suppressing these thoughts temporarily, Chanzon looked at Katsuyu and responded, Master Katsuyu, after all, I am still young, and I have only been practicing for 3 years. Awakening the blood successor is something that happens after practicing. It's normal for sage body to be underdeveloped. Since I have the talent for cultivation, can I go to Shigu Forest to practice immortality now? He has been working very hard on development. But this thing, in addition to human development, will also improve with age. If you are not old enough, there are limits to human development. Faced with Chanzon's question, Katsuyu immediately Kaido, I can take you to the Shigu forest to see my true form and see what the true form says. Shouldn't be a problem. However, I would like to remind you, Mr. Chanzon, that to practice immortality, it is not enough to have sufficient qualifications. You must also have a state of mind that meets the requirements of the unity of heaven and man in order to practice successfully. Otherwise, it will be impossible to cultivate. That's what Tsunade-sama was like back then. Her qualifications actually met the requirements, but because her mood was not enough and her thoughts were too complicated, she could never calm down. Therefore, her practice failed and she still hasn't succeeded yet. You're so verbose, Katsuyu. After hearing this, Tsunade glared at Katsuyu with some discomfort and embarrassment, and forcefully defended, this thing is not suitable for a very smart person like me to learn. Look, so far, the only people I know who have learned it are my great-grandfather, Zunuo and Jiraiya. And me, Orochimaru, and my second-grandfather all failed in cultivation. Besides their qualifications, what is the biggest difference between Grandpa and Jiraiya? It's just that they are stupid enough. So, they can easily calm down and naturally learn it easily. Of course, this idiot Jiraiya can't compare with me. Therefore, he has only half learned the magic of magic so far. It can be heard that Tsunade is also full of resentment towards the practice of senjutsu. You girl, how could you say that about your great-grandfather? After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito shook his head in amusement and pointed at Tsunade. But she actually recognized this in her heart. Because, she also tried fairy magic, but also failed to learn it. However, Tsunade didn't know this. But Katsuyu knew this very well. At this time, he turned to look at Uzumaki Mito and was touched. But under the threat of Uzumaki Mito's eyes, he chose to keep it secret. I'm not wrong. Tsunade heard Uzumaki Mito's words and said disapprovingly, I think, Grandma, you actually have the qualifications to practice, but you are so smart, you must not be able to learn it. Uzumaki Mito thought, what nonsense are you talking about? Then, Tsunade looked at Chanzon and persuaded, I have said all this just to tell you that there is a high probability that you will not be able to learn magic, because you are too smart. That's not necessarily true. Chanzon listened, but chuckled and shook his head and said, from Sister Tsunade's analysis just now and the conditions Master Katsuyu said, I probably understand why you can't practice successfully. Oh, Tsunade heard this and raised his eyebrows. Talk about crazy. Uzumaki Mito also pricked up his ears and looked over curiously. Same goes for Katsuyu and Kushina. Chanzon thought for a moment and concluded, in fact, it's because your mood is not up to standard. 2. After hearing this, Tsunade suddenly looked disappointed and said, it's as if you said it as if you didn't say it. Isn't this what Katsuyu said? What are you doing here? No, you didn't understand what I meant. Chanzon shook his head and said, in other words, you don't understand what Master Katsuyu is talking about. In my opinion, state of mind is actually a psychological state. A person with a strong enough state of mind can control his thoughts, emotions, and distracting thoughts. Although I haven't come into contact with the cultivation of immortal arts yet, based on the information currently available, I can roughly infer it. Immortal magic probably requires people's minds to calm down as much as possible during the practice. Get rid of all random thoughts and mood swings, and reach a state of mind like Shisui, without any distracting thoughts, or a state of mind where heaven and man are one. Katsuyu-sama, am I right? This is certainly not something Chanzon could infer based on the information he has obtained so far. It is inferred based on past life memories. Master Chanzon, you understand correctly, this is the state of mind. Katsuyu listened and nodded affirmatively. Actually, Tsunade-sama said that people who are too smart cannot learn. Because smart people tend to think too much, have greater mental and emotional fluctuations, and have many distracting thoughts. It is almost impossible to get them to completely calm down and reach a state of mind like Shisui, without any distracting thoughts. Unless we can find a way to cultivate our state of mind. But it's a pity that there is currently no such thing as a Dharma ninja world where people can practice the state of mind. Otherwise, Tsunade and the others will be able to successfully practice senjutsu. When Tsunade and the others heard this, they all looked regretful and disappointed. After hearing this, Chanzon smiled and shook his head. Actually, there is. What? Tsunade stared, suddenly looked at Chanzon, and asked, you said there is a spiritual practice method in the ninja world. Where is it? If she could get this, wouldn't it mean that she could practice immortality? By then, she would be able to avenge her shame in front of Jiraiya and no longer have to suffer his ridicule. You know, since Jiraiya successfully mastered senjutsu and suddenly became powerful, Tsunade and Orochimaru, as companions, were naturally not willing to be outdone by this idiot. They all found a way and tried to practice the magic of immortality. No, Orochimaru didn't try it, he just asked Orochimaru about the conditions for practicing senjutsu. But because the process was too dangerous and he would be eaten by the three goddess if he failed, Orochimaru gave up. Because he judged that his state of mind did not meet the requirements. Tsunade tried, but failed without a doubt. As a result, the two of them were laughed at by Jiraiya to this day. As long as the magic of magic is mentioned, they will be shown off by Jiraiya. It is simply suitable for what is tolerable and what is intolerable. Now that she knew the key to the problem and heard Chanzon say that the ninja world had a solution, it was strange that she wasn't excited. Not to mention, even Uzumaki, Mito and Kushina looked over expectantly. Want to. Seeing this, Chanzon pressed his hands and said, be patient. It may be a little different from what you imagined. Stop it. Say it quickly. Tsunade glared at Chanzon and urged. What kind of riddles are you talking about? Chanzon did not hesitate and said bluntly, the monks in the temple meditate day after day. It is actually a kind of state of mind practice. Think about it, are those truly enlightened monks able to control their thoughts and emotions and put themselves into a state of no thought? Tsunade and others were stunned when they heard this, and nodded, it seems to be true. Katsuyu also shook his tentacles and nodded. What Master Chanzon said is true, I didn't pay attention to it before. Indeed, a truly enlightened monk does have the conditions to practice immortality. Ah, that's right, I remembered it. It seems that the fire temple in the Kingdom of Fire had so-called immortal talents in the past. What it actually means is that their state of mind meets the psychological conditions for practicing immortality. Tsunade heard this, but he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he looked down and said, but what's the use? I can't go to a temple and become a nun, meditate every day, right? On a day like that, you might as well kill me. Speaking of this, Tsunade's face straightened and he said, sure enough, it's okay if you don't learn magic or anything like that. Anyway, without this, I can still become stronger, right? Tsunade comforted herself like this. Uzumaki Mito pondered and said, in that case, because I became a Jinchuriki, I need to suppress the malice in my heart to avoid being taken advantage of by Nine Tails. Isn't it also considered a kind of mental training? I seem to be able to achieve a state of mind like Shisui many times. Could it be that I also meet the requirements for practicing immortality? As she said that, she looked at Katsuyu and signaled with her eyes. Let it stop talking nonsense. After hearing this, Chanzon was a little surprised and said, this seems not really possible. Grandma Mito, you might as well give it a try. Quote, if Uzumaki Mito can learn senjutsu, not only will his strength be greatly increased, but perhaps he will also be able to delay the loss of vitality. Katsuyu also said at this time, Mito-sama, if you really do what you said, it should be okay. But are you sure that Nine Tails won't come out to cause trouble when you are practicing immortality? If it doesn't cooperate, it might be impossible for you to completely concentrate on practicing magic, right? It still has some understanding of the situation of Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. Ah, it's true. Uzumaki Mito was stunned after hearing this, then sensed the Nine Tails sealed in his body, and shook his head helplessly. It seems that unless I can reach a reconciliation with Nine Tails one day, or take out Nine Tails, it will be impossible. He has mastered the art of immortality. She couldn't help but think of what Chanzon proposed to her that day, to extract Nine Tails from her body in the future, and then drink the water of life to repair the damage to her body and open up a sealed space. She was a little unimpressed at the time. But now it seems like a good suggestion. In this way, she can practice immortality. After hearing this, Tsunade frowned and scolded, "Grandma, what are you talking about? If you take out the tailed beast, wouldn't you have to? In short, this will definitely not work. You should give up the idea of practicing magic like me." Although, even if Grandma doesn't take out the tailed beast, she probably won't be around for long. But one more day can make things happen. Tsunade would never allow his grandma to die early due to an accident. On the other hand, Kushina on the side heard the words of the two, especially Tsunade, and a strange look flashed in her eyes, and she thought, "Oh. I just remembered. Sister Tsunade doesn't know that Grandma has regained her vitality." Chanzon noticed something strange in her expression and quickly patted her back quietly and gave her a wink to remind her. Kushina reacted immediately and quickly calmed down her emotions. She looked at Uzumaki Mito seriously and said, yes, Nate-san is right, Grandma, we can't live without you." "Yeah, right." Chanzon also nodded. Okay. When Uzumaki Mito saw these two actors playing Tsunade here, he also immediately nodded as Ichiraku, "That's what Grandma said. I'm not stupid. I won't do anything random." Tsunade heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Tsunade turned to Chanzon and said, "So, you are still planning to practice immortal arts? With your brain, can your state of mind meet the requirements? Or do you have other ways to quickly improve your state of mind?" "Indeed." Chanzon nodded at Tsunade's surprised look and said, "That's meditation. If you persist for a long time, you can gradually meet the requirements. In addition, I feel that I am born with the ability to control my emotions and suppress the anger in my heart. Meditation does help, but it is pure nonsense to say that one is born with the ability to control one's emotions and suppress distracting thoughts in one's mind. In fact, there is a corresponding practice method in the Zifu Divine Refining Method. It can continuously improve people's mood step by step. In fact, it's easy to understand. If you don't have enough state of mind, and if your mental power and soul are too strong, you will easily go berserk. Refining the spirit itself is also a process of cultivating the mind. But now is not the time to teach Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito the purple god refining technique. Because it's hard to explain. But Kushina can teach it in advance." Chanzon thought to himself. After all, Kushina is in the collection, so there is no need to worry about her being detrimental to you. Real or fake. However, after Tsunade and the others heard it, although they thought it was ridiculous, they actually believed it. It is true that Chanzon behaved too evilly in the past. Always unexpected. It doesn't seem impossible to have another talent for controlling emotions. Real. Chanzon nodded without hesitation. So, practicing immortality shouldn't be difficult for me. Also, I want to correct Tsunade-san on your previous comments about first generation and Uncle Jiraiya. It is not that a fool who meets the qualification requirements can successfully learn magic, but a smart person cannot learn it. I prefer to call first generation people with innocent hearts. This type of person is often born with a simpler and simpler mind, and fewer distracting thoughts in his mind. It is easier for him to enter a state of mind like Shisui. Aha! Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded in agreement. Don't tell me yet, Hashirama is indeed such a person. He's not really stupid, he's just simple. But it feels silly and cute. Ha! After hearing this, Tsunade was immediately unconvinced and said, I admit that my uncle can be described as innocent as you said, but why does Jiraiya? He's just a pervert. Why is he so simple-minded? How can he be so simple? She felt that there was no one in the world who was dirtier than Jiraiya. This guy's head is full of yellow waste. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito smiled and said nothing, and looked at Chanzon to see how he would explain. Chanzon shook his head in a funny way and said, this guy is indeed very lecherous, but you can't deny that he has an innocent side. It can only be said that he was born with a pure heart. Unfortunately, due to acquired influence, he awakened special attributes, and his heart became not so pure. I heard him say that he had been studying magic for many years before getting started, and he had never been able to master the perfect magic. Obviously that's the reason. Tsunade-san, what do you think? Normally, it would be very easy for people with an innocent heart to practice immortality. Such as first generation in Naruto. But who misled Jiraiya? There is no doubt that it is his teacher third generation. Of course, this has a lot to do with the lustful gene in Jiraiya's nature. In the future, Naruto will also have a harem technique. He also has a pure heart, and even has a. After experiencing a dark childhood, why didn't Naruto become the virtuous Jiraiya? This is also the reason why Naruto can learn senjutsu and master the perfect sage mode in a very short period of time. Of course, Chanzon was very suspicious that Naruto and even the first generation had such a psyche and were influenced by Ashura's chakra will to be like this. The mental state of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke were also affected by the will of Indra chakra. DB. After hearing this, Tsunade was stunned for a moment, holding his chin and thinking, what you said is not unreasonable. So, it took Jiraiya several years to learn senjutsu and he has never been able to master the perfect senjutsu because his heart was contaminated. As for the person who polluted him, it was undoubtedly the old man. No, but at this point, Tsunade shook his head with disdain and determination. The two of them should have influenced each other, and they have the same bad smell. I can only say that Jiraiya has a lustful tendency in his nature, but it was stimulated by the old man. So, it is right to despise Jiraiya. After hearing this, Kushina looked at Tsunade with surprise and shock and asked, Sister Tsunade, the old man you just mentioned is not the third generation, right? Trade. Tsunade curled her lips. Isn't it this old man? Don't be fooled by his serious image. This is actually an old pervert who is no less than Jiraiya. It's just that he disguises and hides better than Jiraiya. You know the crystal ball on his desk. Kushina nodded repeatedly. Of course she knew, she could see it every time she went to the Hokage's office. That thing is the ninja tool he uses to spy on places like hot spring houses and beautiful women. For this purpose, he also specially developed a matching telescope technique, and then embedded it in the village's barrier for real-time viewing. It's so shameless. Tsunade gnashed her teeth at the end. Obviously, she despised the third generation's shameless behavior. Even Uzumaki Mito, who was standing by, shook his head helplessly after hearing this. Monkeys are like this. I really don't know how Tobirama chose his apprentices, so few of them are normal. Kushina. She widened her eyes in shock at this time, looking unbelievable. Then, she couldn't help but look at Chanzon and asked, Chanzon, do you know this? After all, Chanzon often told her and Minato about analyzing the situation of the village and the people in power in the village. He seemed to know these people very well, although sometimes Kushina and Minato were also curious about how Chanzon knew so much. But they didn't ask. I know. Chanzon nodded affirmatively. That thing itself is a creation related to the sealing technique. If you observe it carefully, you can definitely easily see its purpose. Of course, I also learned from Jiraiya that the third generation used this thing in an improper way. Minato actually knew this too. It was Jiraiya who said it subconsciously when he was talking nonsense. Obviously, Jiraiya had no intention of maintaining the glorious image of the third generation in front of Minato and Chanzon. Okay. Kushina was speechless. Although, the third generation has no image in my heart for a long time. But at this moment, I still feel that the image has collapsed. Such a person can actually become Hokage. It is simply a shame for the Hokage. She even felt that the position of Hokage was a little dirty. She instantly lost the idea of becoming a Hokage. Such words should be said at home, but don't say them outside. If someone with ulterior motives hears them, it will not be a good thing. Uzumaki Mito listened, smiled and reached out to touch Kushina's head, reminding her. She didn't remind Chanzon. Because, she knew that Chanzon knew very well what to say when busy. So, Lord Chanzon, are you still going to the Whetbone Forest to learn fairy arts? At this time, Katsuyu, who was ignored on the side, couldn't help but speak. It felt like it knew a piece of news that it shouldn't know. Konoha's third Hokage is actually a shameless lecher. Tisk tisk. Of course I do. Chanzon nodded quickly, and then said, however, starting from tomorrow, I will start to perform tasks. I cannot stay in Shigu Forest for a long time to learn immortal skills. Today I'm going to do some research first and get some magic cultivation methods. Do you think it's okay? No matter what, let's get the magic cultivation method first and collect it first. No problem. Katsuyu nodded. Now that you have decided, I will go back first, and then I will summon you in the opposite direction. Remember not to resist. Well, then I'll trouble you, Katsuyu-sama. Chanzon nodded affirmatively. Puff. The next moment, Katsuyu turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared in front of everyone. Chanzon nodded to Kushina and the others and said, then I'll go to Shigu Forest first. See you later. Well, remember to be careful. Immortal magic is not easy to learn, so don't do anything wrong. The three of them nodded in unison, and Uzumaki Mito even warned. I see. Chanzon smiled knowingly. At this time, he felt the pull of the power of space, and someone was trying to summoning himself. He judged that with his own strength and space talent, he could resist this call if he resisted. However, it was no longer necessary this time. Chanzon immediately relaxed his resistance. The next moment, the whole person turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared into Uzumaki Mito's courtyard. After a while, Chanzon's eyes blurred as he appeared in a relatively dark and humid place, and stood firmly here. He looked around at the unfamiliar environment. What a big plant. Chanzon couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the surrounding plants with leaves that were at least several meters or even 10 meters long, blocking out the sky and the sun. This is simply two styles of painting from the ninja world. Lord Chanzon, please come with me. I will take you to see my true self. Little Katsuyu greeted Chanzon at this time, and then led the way. After a while, Chanzon came to a huge cave group and walked in. What comes into view is a supergiant Katsuyu, with a height of at least more than 50 meters and a length of more than 200 to 300 meters. This is really so big. Although he was prepared in his heart, Chanzon couldn't help but exclaimed when he actually saw it with his own eyes. You are Xiao Chanzon, right? Are you the one who wants to learn the magic of immortality? At this time, Katsuyu's voice came. It's a little different from little Katsuyu's voice, this one is more calm. Yes, Chanzon quickly Kaido. Please Katsuyu sage, please allow me. This is natural, Katsuyu Senin immediately Kaido. Since I have promised you, I will naturally not go back on it. However, little Katsuyu should have told you how difficult it is to practice senjutsu, right? Are you sure you still want to practice? There still needs to be some persuasion. Although, with her watching, there won't be much danger unless Chanzon commits suicide. Yes, Chanzon nodded affirmatively, and then said, however, I may not have much time in the next period of time. So, I came here today mainly to get familiar with this place and meet you with Katsuyu Sage. By the way, I'd like to learn how to practice immortality first. Is it okay? If possible, Chanzon still wants to practice the magic that is most suitable for humans, not the magic from the Three Holy Lands. Because the immortal skills of the Three Holy Lands feel more like demon cultivation techniques to him. After they are completed, they will have the characteristics of the corresponding creatures. No problem, I'll give it to you right now. Master Katsuyu was obviously very easy to talk to. Immediately he thought of it and asked Katsuyu to take out a scroll and handed it to Chanzon, but please remember not to spread the word. In addition, don't try outside Shigu Forest before you have completed the cultivation. Otherwise, even if you are in danger, I won't be able to save you. I'm warning you again, the process of practicing immortality is extremely dangerous. Did you see those stone statues on the way here? Those are the results of people who failed to practice immortality. Natural energy is very dangerous. If you inhale it in excess and cannot control it, it will directly cause people to become petrified. Do you understand? Perhaps because he was worried that Chanzon would not take him seriously, Katsuyu Immortal's tone gradually became serious and solemn. After Chanzon heard this, he felt the concern of Katsuyu Immortal, and nodded solemnly, I took note of it. I won't try it outside. Please don't worry, Katsuyu Immortal, I cherish my life. Katsuyu Sage smiled after hearing this, haha. That's good, since you are not free for the time being, I won't keep you any longer. When you are free, come and practice with me again. Okay, thank you. Immediately, Chanzon thanked him and was sent back again by Master Katsuyu using the reverse summoning technique. Are you back so soon? When Tsunade and the other three saw Chanzon coming back, Tsunade couldn't help but say something in surprise. Only a few minutes had passed. Then, she saw the scroll in Chanzon's hand, raised her eyebrows and said, "It seems that you have obtained the method of practicing immortality in Shigu Forest. Congratulations. I hope you can really succeed. However, practicing this is very dangerous. If you want to practice, remember to go to Shigu Forest and practice under the care and help of Katsuyu Sage. Do you understand?" Hearing Tsunade's serious advice, Chanzon also smiled warmly and said, "I know. Katsuyu Immortal also reminded me, thank you Sister Tsunade for your concern. If it's nothing, I'll go back first." Hehe, Chanzon said, looking at the three of them. At this time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Seeing the reward, he couldn't sit still. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the treasure collection, Shigu Forest Sage Mode Cultivation Method. Rewards: Yin and Yang Qi Lian Ju and Qi Lian Dan. Yin Yang Qi Training Technique. Cultivating immortal skills, you can practice by absorbing and refining natural energy, spiritual energy, heaven and earth vitality, and other energy, transforming it into your own spiritual power, gradually improving your own life level, breaking your limits, and gradually the Tao lives forever. In the process of absorbing various energies, the cultivated spiritual power will know the characteristics and advantages of absorbing them, and convert them into each other at will. Qi training pill. Taking it can quickly restore the lost spiritual power, or accelerate the speed of Qi training by 50% within 5 hours. Sure enough, I have obtained the real Qi Dao cultivation technique. Now, the path to immortality is alive. Haha. Chanzon was ecstatic at this time. If it weren't for Uzumaki Mito's side, he wouldn't be able to suppress the joy in his heart. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Go ahead. Uzumaki Mito and the others shook their heads in amusement and waved their hands. Okay, bye-bye. With that said, Chanzon left quickly. After a while he returned to his home. He went directly to the bedroom, opened the ceiling barrier, then sat down cross-legged on the couch, silently saying in his heart, "System. Receive the reward." The next moment, a stream of information about the contents of Yin-Yang Qi training techniques and Qi training pills continued to pour into Chanzon's mind, and he digested it with all his strength. More than 10 minutes later, Chanzon opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes. He said excitedly, "Sure enough, with this Yin and Yang Qi training technique, I don't actually need to practice the sage mode of Shigu Forest. I can completely use spiritual power to replace and transform the magic chakra to perform various ninjutsu." That's not right. Since the characteristic of this Yin-Yang Qi training technique is that it can absorb the characteristics and advantages of various energies and convert them into corresponding energies at will, then I still need to practice and synthesize the immortal technique chakra of Shigu Forest first, and then absorb it and integrate it into my spiritual power. In this way, from now on I will transform into the immortal technique chakra that has the advantages of the Shiki Bone Forest immortal technique chakra. Thinking of this, Chanzon's eyes widened and he thought, I can even practice the senjutsu training methods of Mount Myoboku and Ryachi Cave, condense the corresponding senjutsu chakra, and use spiritual power to absorb it. After all, the magic arts of different holy places seem to have different characteristics and advantages. Chanzon didn't want to choose just one, but chose to take all of them. Well, this will be difficult. Ryachi Cave is easy to deal with, and can trade with Orochimaru. As long as I can take out something that Orochimaru is interested in, he will definitely be happy to trade, but Mount Myoboku, this trick won't work on Jiraiya. Besides, I have already contracted the Wet Bone Forest, and Mount Myoboku and Ryachi Cave probably won't teach me their magic arts. More importantly, Chanzon didn't know whether the godlike Todemaru could predict his future. At this time, the system gave information that Todemaru could not predict his future. In fact, since Chanzon awakened his past life memory and activated the system, Todemaru could not even see the future of the ninja world. Is that so? That's great. Chanzon was overjoyed when he got this information. No one likes their future to be predicted by others. Of course, this information is not the problem of Han's inability to obtain Mount Myoboku's magic. However, I don't necessarily need Mount Myoboku's magic. I just need to get some Mount Myoboku Sage Mode's magic chakra from Jiraiya, right? Chanzon thought. When the time comes, absorb this magic chakra with spiritual power, won't it still be able to obtain the characteristics and advantages of Mount Myoboku's magic? Yes, let's do it. Chanzon immediately made up his mind. When he completes his goal, he will be able to use Sage Mode and have the advantages of 3 magics. It's perfect. He even thought that he should absorb not only various magic chakras, but also various tailed beast chakras, and even the future 10 tails chakras, so that his spiritual power can obtain their characteristics and advantages. In this way, his spiritual power will continue to grow. Perhaps, not only the tailed beast chakra, can the dragon vein also absorb its characteristics and advantages? Can the Wuling absorb the characteristics and advantages of its power? Even, can the Shinigami also absorb the characteristics and advantages of its power? Thinking of this, Chanzon's smile gradually became, ahem. It gradually became thicker. It seems that this yin-yang chi training technique is really omnipotent. Chanzon said that he liked it very much. In addition, this chi training pill also needs Uncle Timu's help to collect medicinal materials, so that it can be refined as soon as possible. With this idea, Chanzon immediately hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the bedroom door, and sat cross-legged again, spending more than 10 minutes to deeply comprehend the content of the chi training part of the yin-yang chi training technique. After he felt that he had a deep understanding, he began to try the first practice. These are natural energies, right? Try to absorb them. Is that it? After a while, Chanzon successfully sensed the natural energy. Then, he successfully completed the process of drawing chi into his body, absorbed and refined the first strand of natural energy, and transformed it into his own spiritual power, storing it in his tendons and veins. And, it was actually clearly separated from the chakra in his tendons and veins. Without his active promotion, his spiritual power did not directly and domineeringly absorb his chakra. That's good. Chanzon was very satisfied with this. However, since you have a higher spiritual power, you can convert it into chakra at any time after absorbing chakra, so you don't have to keep chakra deliberately. Immediately, Chanzon directly operated the technique, controlling his spiritual power to rapidly absorb the chakra in his own tendons and veins. In just half an hour, the chakra in Zon's body was completely absorbed. Chanzon even discovered that when his chakra was absorbed to the last bit, the chakra actually started to riot and wanted to resist. But in the end, his arms couldn't hold his thighs, and he was directly crushed and absorbed by the spiritual power. In this case, sure enough, is there actually a conspiracy or backup plan behind chakra? It should be Sage of Six Paths. No, it should be written by Otsutsuki Kagaya Haim. In other words, this is not a conspiracy. It's just that Kagaya used chakra to create 6 paths, and 6 paths distributed chakra to humans. It was doomed. The true ownership of chakra is in the hands of Kagaya from beginning to end. Kagaya Haim is the source of chakra in the ninja world. Is this why the last chakra in my body resisted being absorbed and assimilated? Chanzon felt that he had vaguely understood the truth. Perhaps, this is why in the original work, future Kagaya said that the ninja world is her nursery, and she can absorb the chakra in everyone in the ninja world for her own use through infinite Tsukuyomi. Because the source of chakra in the ninja world is Kagaya. She has the highest priority ownership. Of course, ownership does not equal control. Therefore, the 6 Paths brothers were able to resist and confront him in the first place. Therefore, future Naruto and the others can fight against Kagaya Haim. However, this can be regarded as a small hidden danger. Now, this hidden danger in me is gone. Haha. The corners of Chanzon's mouth curled up slightly, and he was in a good mood. All the chakra is converted into spiritual power, and it has shrunk at least several times. However, it is enough to open up the lower dantian. With this in mind, Chanzon immediately activated his skills, following the method of yin-yang chi training, to directly break through the barrier, inject it into the lower dantian, and open up the lower dantian. Then, as spiritual power continued to pour into the lower dantian began to expand rapidly. It wasn't until the last ray of spiritual power in his veins merged into his lower dantian that Chanzon stopped and opened his eyes. Reaching the 5th level of chi training. Just barely. It seems that I have to spend more time cultivating and improving my spiritual power, and improve my cultivation to chi practice as soon as possible. Then, it's time to build the foundation. It's not that the super combat power is only equivalent to the 5th level of chi training. That's not how this thing works. Simply because the essence of spiritual power is higher, there is only so much left after converting it from chakra. It's okay to continue extracting chakra to convert spiritual power, but this is in exchange for overdrafting the cell's potential, which is obviously not worthwhile and unnecessary. Even in the future, I'd better not extract chakra. Just absorb and refine the natural energy to improve your cultivation. Anyway, my spiritual power has now absorbed my own chakra, acquired the characteristics of chakra, and can be transformed into chakra at will. Don't worry about not using chakra. When the spiritual energy is used up, you can still restore the transformation by absorbing and refining natural energy and taking chi training pills. There is no need to extract energy from cells. Chanzon thought with determination. In addition, although his chakra has been absorbed and converted into spiritual power, it seems to have become less. But if spiritual power is used to convert it into chakra, the quality, quantity and essence of chakra will naturally remain the same as before. That is, the conversion ratio of spiritual power to chakra has not changed. If we say, it turns out that 10 parts of chakra are converted into 1 part of spiritual power. Then what is converted from 1 part of spiritual power is naturally 10 parts of chakra. The amount of chakra has not changed. Of course, this is because Chanzon's spiritual power has not yet absorbed other tailed beast chakra and Senju chakra. Otherwise, he can also transform these chakras of higher quality. The conversion ratio between spiritual power and these chakras will be different. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.